What happens when humanity forgets how to be human? In the heart of the 20th century, as the world spiraled through war and upheaval, a darkness unlike any other began to spread across Europe, not from the bombs or the trenches, but from an idea, a lie, a hatred so consuming that it reshaped history itself. This is the story of how a modern, cultured society descended into genocide, of how neighbors became executioners, of how silence became complicity, of 6 million lives extinguished, not in chaos, but in cold, calculated stages. This is the entire history of the Holocaust, told not in fragments or headlines, but as one continuous, immersive journey. A journey through ghettos and gas chambers, through survival and silence, through memory and meaning. Listen gently now, as we follow this story from its roots to its ruins and beyond, into the legacy it left behind and the quiet promise never to forget. If this helped you rest, reflect, or feel something deeper, you're in the right place. Please consider subscribing, leaving a like, and sharing a comment below. Tell me where you're watching from, what you felt, or what you'd like to hear next. Every word helps shape what comes after, and helps this quiet corner of history reach others like you. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. Shadows over Europe. Long before barbed wire cut across the landscapes of Eastern Europe, long before chimneys billowed with the unspoken grief of millions, and long before entire families vanished into silence and smoke, the story of the Holocaust began not in fire, but in the slow gathering of shadows, cast over a continent still reeling from the trauma of a devastating war. The year was 1918. The First World War had come to a close, not with triumph or resolution, but with exhaustion, confusion, and bitter silence. Germany, once the mighty empire under Kaiser Wilhelm II, had fallen into chaos. The guns had quieted on the Western Front, but the wounds they left behind were open and raw. Soldiers returned not to parades, but to poverty, shattered cities, and a nation searching for someone to blame. In the years that followed the armistice, the Treaty of Versailles imposed crushing reparations, stripping Germany of land, resources, and dignity. The national economy collapsed. Hyperinflation in the early 1920s made banknotes cheaper than firewood. People carried wheelbarrows of money to buy bread. Starvation was no longer a distant fear. It sat at the table of every working-class home. Political extremism flourished in the ashes of a weakened democracy. Germans felt humiliated, betrayed, and abandoned, and it was in that vacuum of national pride and economic despair that new, dangerous ideas began to take hold. Among them was the old, familiar poison of anti-Semitism, now repackaged not just as religious disdain, but as a national emergency. Centuries-old conspiracy theories that Jews controlled the banks, the newspapers, the theater of international politics began to be whispered again, this time not in hushed tones behind closed doors, but openly, boldly, in rallies, newspapers, and town halls. This stab-in-the-back myth that Germany's army had not lost the war on the battlefield, but had been sabotaged by Jews, socialists, and leftists at home, was peddled by military leaders and nationalist politicians, desperate to salvage pride from the wreckage. Though false, it found an audience among a people hungry for someone to blame. The idea took hold like frost on glass, spreading through homes, churches, universities, and beer halls, distorting reality until neighbor eyed neighbor with suspicion and resentment. Among the voices rising from this darkness was that of a young Austrian veteran named Adolf Hitler, who would seize this narrative and carry it to its most horrifying conclusion. Hitler, a failed art student and decorated soldier, had returned from the front lines bitter and adrift. In Munich, he found purpose in politics. He joined the German Workers' Party, a fringe nationalist group, and quickly rose through its ranks through his fiery speeches and brutal clarity of hatred. By 1920, it became the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. Hitler preached a message of betrayal, purification, and rebirth. He spoke of Jews not as individuals, but as a collective threat, an infestation undermining Germany from within. His hatred was not veiled, it was central. In 1923, drunk with ambition, he attempted a coup, the beer hall putsch, and failed. Sentenced to prison, he wrote Mein Kampf, laying out in disturbingly clear language his plans for a racially pure Germany and the removal of Jews from national life. At first, he was dismissed as a lunatic on the fringe, but Germany's descent continued. The stock market crash of 1929 plunged the world into a Great Depression, and Germany, already on its knees, was brought even lower. Unemployment soared. Hunger returned. Faith in democracy evaporated. It was in this crucible of despair that Hitler's message found traction. By 1933, he had become chancellor. In a matter of weeks, the Nazi regime consolidated power. The Reichstag fire provided a pretext to suspend civil liberties. Political opponents were arrested, trade unions dismantled, and the press muzzled. Democracy died not with an explosion, but with a legislative whisper. The Enabling Act granted Hitler dictatorial powers. The machinery of persecution began almost immediately. Jews were removed from civil service, their businesses boycotted, their professions stripped from them. Children were taught racial ideology in school. Science, literature, and the arts were purged of Jewish voices. Anti-Semitic propaganda saturated daily life, in newspapers, on radio, in films, and cartoons. Jews were no longer Germans. They were made outsiders in the land of their birth, stripped of rights, voice, and dignity. In 1935, the Nuremberg laws formalized the segregation. Jews were prohibited from marrying non-Jews, from voting, from citizenship itself. Identity cards were stamped. Ancestry, not belief, defined one's legal status. People with Jewish grandparents were now considered Jews regardless of faith or personal identity. Long assimilated families suddenly found themselves on the wrong side of a deadly line. Friends became strangers. Neighbors looked away. The air thickened with fear and silence. And then, in 1938, came Kristallnacht. A young Jewish boy, Herschel Grinspan, had shot a German diplomat in Paris. The Nazis used this as a pretext to unleash coordinated violence across Germany and Austria. Synagogues burned through the night. Jewish shops were smashed and looted. Thousands were arrested, beaten, killed. The streets were littered with glass. It was a public, state-sponsored pogrom, and it marked the end of any illusion that Jews might survive within the Reich. The message was unambiguous. You are not safe. You are not wanted. You are not human in the eyes of the regime. For many Jews, immigration became the only hope. But even this was fraught. Immigration quotas in countries like the United States and Britain were tight. Refugee boats were turned away. Visas were hard to obtain. Many who tried to flee found themselves trapped by bureaucracy, money, or geography. Meanwhile, Hitler's territorial ambitions grew. He annexed Austria, the Anschluss, welcomed by cheering crowds in Vienna. In 1938, he demanded and received the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. Then, in September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. World War II had begun, and with it, the persecution of Jews would enter a new, even darker phase. No longer about expulsion or exclusion, but about extermination. With the thunder of boots across the Polish border in September 1939, the full machinery of war began turning once more across Europe, and alongside it, the Nazi regime's persecution of Jews escalated into something far more terrifying and systematic than discrimination, more insidious than segregation. It evolved into a calculated, industrial process of removal, containment, and, eventually, annihilation. Poland, home to the largest Jewish population in Europe, more than 3 million people, was not only a strategic target for the Nazis, but also, in their twisted ideology, a space in which their racial ambitions could be fully enacted without restraint. In the cities and towns of occupied Poland, the German authorities moved quickly to register all Jews, confiscate their property, force them into wearing identifying armbands or badges, and soon after, to physically isolate them from the rest of the population. Ghettos became the tool of choice. Entire neighborhoods were walled off with brick and barbed wire, often enclosing tens or hundreds of thousands of people within only a few square blocks. Warsaw, Lodz, Krakow, these cities became symbols of forced containment and desperation. Inside the ghettos, hunger was not a condition but a weapon. Caloric rations allocated to Jews were often below subsistence level. Starvation and disease tore through the populations. In the Warsaw Ghetto alone, it is estimated that nearly 100,000 people died from these causes even before the mass deportations began. Children were frequently seen wandering, skeletal, barefoot, searching trash heaps for any scrap of food. Typhus, tuberculosis, and despair spread rapidly. And yet, even in these appalling conditions, life, fragile, quiet, defiant, continued. Underground schools were organized. Secret libraries circulated banned books. Music and theater were performed in basements. Rabbis held clandestine services. Diaries were written, capturing the daily tragedies and small victories of existence behind the walls. And all the while, the Nazi state continued to evolve its methods of control, surveillance, and murder. As the Wehrmacht advanced deeper into Eastern Europe and into the Soviet Union in 1941, the scale of violence expanded. The Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads composed of SS and police units, followed the army's path. Their orders were clear and chilling: find Jews, Roma, Soviet commissars, and other so-called undesirables, and eliminate them. Entire villages were massacred. Men, women, and children were rounded up, marched to forests or ravines, stripped of their clothes and dignity, and shot en masse into pre-dug graves. The most infamous of these atrocities took place at Babi Yar, near Kiev, where over 33,000 Jews were murdered in just 2 days. These killings were brutal, intimate, and psychologically corrosive even to the perpetrators, who reported increasing mental strain. This reality, the psychological toll of face-to-face murder, led the SS to seek more efficient and detached methods of mass extermination. Thus began the move from bullets to gas. In January 1942, high-ranking Nazi officials gathered in a villa on the outskirts of Berlin for the Wannsee Conference. The meeting, chaired by SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich, was brief and efficient. In just 90 minutes, the coordinated plan for the so-called final solution to the Jewish question was agreed upon. It was not a beginning, for much killing had already been underway, but it marked a critical shift from improvised massacres to industrialized genocide. Deportation lists were drawn. Trains were scheduled. The apparatus of death was to be made orderly, mechanical, and terrifyingly impersonal. Specialized extermination camps, distinct from labor camps or concentration camps, were either constructed or expanded for this purpose. Chelmno had already been operating since 1941, using gas vans to kill Jews. Now, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka were built as part of Operation Reinhard, named after Heydrich himself, who would be assassinated in Prague that same year. These camps had a single function: murder. Trains arrived almost daily, packed with Jews from ghettos and cities across occupied Europe. Upon arrival, selections were sometimes made, but often, nearly all were led directly to gas chambers under the pretense of showers or delousing. Bodies were then burned in mass crematoria or open pits. Treblinka alone is estimated to have claimed the lives of over 800,000 people in less than 2 years. Auschwitz-Birkenau, originally a Polish army barracks turned into a concentration camp in 1940, would become the most infamous site of all. Equipped with multiple crematoria, gas chambers, and subcamps, Auschwitz became the epicenter of the final solution. Over 1 million Jews, along with tens of thousands of Roma, Poles, Soviet prisoners of war, and others, were murdered there. Yet Auschwitz was also a site of forced labor, and so some prisoners were kept alive, barely, to work in nearby factories. Joseph Mengele, the camp's most notorious doctor, performed pseudoscientific and sadistic experiments on twins, dwarfs, and other victims, often under the guise of racial research. Meanwhile, trains rolled in from France, the Netherlands, Greece, Hungary. The final solution was continental. Jewish communities that had existed for centuries were erased in months. Entire languages, songs, and traditions vanished with them to eye in the outside world. Reports of what was happening trickled out. Some resistance fighters and escaped prisoners tried desperately to alert the Allies. The Polish underground compiled detailed accounts of deportations and killings. In 1942, the governments in exile of Poland and Czechoslovakia presented horrifying reports to the British and Americans. Yet disbelief, bureaucratic inertia, and anti-Semitism in the Allied nations often slowed or muted response. Newspapers buried the stories in small columns. Refugees were denied entry to safe countries. The infamous case of the Mississippi St. Louis, a ship carrying over 900 Jewish refugees turned away from the United States and forced back to Europe, remains a symbol of international indifference. Inside the ghettos and camps, resistance did exist. In 1943, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising became the largest act of Jewish armed resistance during the Holocaust. Starving, poorly armed, and vastly outnumbered, the fighters held off German forces for nearly a month. Their courage reverberated across the continent, even as the ghetto was reduced to rubble. Other revolts took place in Treblinka and Sobibor, where prisoners managed to kill guards and escape, though most were hunted down. Partisan groups in forests harassed German forces and rescued Jews where they could. In Vilna, Bielski partisans established a hidden community of over 1,000 Jews. In Denmark, a remarkable rescue effort ferried almost all of the country's Jewish population to safety in neutral Sweden. As 1944 gave way to 1945, the tide of war turned irreversibly. The Red Army pushed westward. The Allies advanced through France and into Germany. The Nazi regime, facing collapse, began destroying evidence, dismantling camps, burning records, forcing prisoners on death marches to prevent their liberation. These marches, often conducted in freezing weather, led to the deaths of tens of thousands. In January 1945, Soviet forces entered Auschwitz. What they found was beyond imagination. Thousands of emaciated survivors, mountains of hair, suitcases, shoes, remnants of those who had not survived. As the Allies liberated camp after camp, Bergen-Belsen, Buchenwald, Dachau, the scope of the genocide became clearer. Piles of bodies, survivors barely alive, ovens still warm. The world could no longer look away. When the war ended in May 1945, the Holocaust was over, but the trauma was only beginning. Of the approximately 9 million Jews living in Europe before the war, 6 million had been murdered. Entire communities, from Vilna to Salonika, were gone. Survivors were often homeless, stateless, and haunted. Many found themselves in displaced persons camps, unsure of where to go or whether any family had survived. Some returned to their hometowns only to find their homes occupied or their neighbors hostile. Anti-Semitism did not end with liberation. In Poland, pogroms continued into 1946. Many survivors sought new beginnings in America, Canada, or what would soon become the State of Israel. The world would take decades to reckon with the full magnitude of what had occurred. The Holocaust was not inevitable. It was not a storm of nature or a consequence of ancient fate. It was a series of choices made by leaders, soldiers, neighbors, and strangers. It was made possible by propaganda, silence, and the dehumanization of an entire people. It happened not in secret, but in stages, in broad daylight, with the complicity or indifference of millions. And yet, within this darkness, the human spirit endured. In whispered prayers behind ghetto walls, in forbidden lullabies sung in barracks, in coded diaries buried for the future, in quiet acts of courage, a loaf of bread shared, a child hidden, a Torah scroll saved. The Holocaust was the destruction of millions, but it was also the testimony of resilience, the insistence that life, even when shattered, has meaning. As the shadows deepened and the world fell silent, there were still voices, soft, fading, insistent, that said, "Remember us." Chapter 2. The Rise of Hate in the Aftermath of War. The soil of Europe remained soaked not only with blood and shell fragments, but with something less visible and far more enduring: the roots of resentment, humiliation, and fear. The First World War had ended not in glory but in collapse, and for the defeated nations, most of all Germany, the years that followed the armistice of 1918 did not bring peace, but a restless, smoldering kind of despair. It was in this soil, barren and broken, that the seeds of hate were sown, not all at once, but slowly, season by season, growing quietly in the hearts and minds of ordinary people, fed by lies, fear, and the desperate hunger for certainty in an uncertain world. The story of the Holocaust, its unspeakable cruelty and industrialized murder, did not begin with violence. It began with ideas. Ideas repeated in newspapers, spoken in classrooms, murmured over dinner tables. Ideas that turned neighbor against neighbor and transformed a society's unease into a crusade for purity. Before the camps and the cattle cars, there were books, pamphlets, posters, speeches, words that dehumanized, that labeled, that divided. And those words, delivered not in shouts at first, but in calm, persuasive tones, would pave the way for one of the darkest chapters in human history. But to understand how this happened, one must return to the chaotic birth of the Weimar Republic, the fragile democracy that arose in Germany after the collapse of the Kaiser's imperial rule. In 1919, amid strikes, food shortages, and revolutionary unrest, a constitution was drafted in the city of Weimar, a hopeful document promising equality, parliamentary democracy, and civil liberties. But the Republic was born under the long shadow of the Treaty of Versailles, which had been signed just weeks earlier. The treaty demanded that Germany accept full responsibility for the war, pay vast reparations, and surrender territories both in Europe and overseas. For many Germans, this was more than a diplomatic defeat. It was a national humiliation. The economy spiraled into crisis. By 1923, hyperinflation rendered the currency nearly worthless. Savings evaporated overnight. A loaf of bread that had cost 1 mark now cost billions. People burned banknotes for warmth. In this atmosphere of despair and instability, political extremism gained traction. The far left dreamed of a workers' revolution. The far right plotted a return to authoritarianism. And at the center of the right-wing nationalist movement was the dangerous belief that Germany had been betrayed, not just on the battlefield, but from within. This belief, known as the stab in the back myth, claimed that Germany's military had not been defeated by external enemies, but by internal traitors, Jews, communists, pacifists, and liberals. It was a lie, but a seductive one. It allowed those in power to deflect blame, to deny accountability, and to redirect the anger of a suffering population toward a convenient enemy. This myth was not confined to the margins. It was repeated in parliamentary speeches, military memoirs, and newspaper editorials. It was absorbed by a generation of soldiers who could not accept defeat, by families grieving loved ones, by communities watching their traditions unravel. And slowly, the Jew, long the subject of religious and cultural prejudice, was transformed into something more sinister, a racial enemy. The shift from traditional anti-Semitism to racial anti-Semitism was subtle but profound. For centuries, Jews had been viewed with suspicion by Christian Europe. They were barred from certain trades, confined to ghettos, accused of heresy and deicide. Yet there had always been the possibility of assimilation or conversion. A baptized Jew, a loyal subject, might eventually find a place. But the rise of pseudoscientific theories in the 19th century changed that. Thinkers like Arthur de Gobineau, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, and others argued that humanity was divided into races, each with fixed characteristics and destinies. These theories, twisted from Darwin's ideas of evolution, proposed that races were locked in a struggle for dominance, and that racial purity was essential for national strength. In this worldview, Jews were no longer simply members of a different religion or culture. They were a genetically inferior race, cunning and parasitic, capable of corrupting and weakening stronger nations from within. These ideas, though unsupported by real science, were widely disseminated. They found their way into academic journals, popular fiction, and public discourse. In the cafes of Vienna, the salons of Berlin, and the marketplaces of Munich, such beliefs were no longer whispered conspiracies. They were common sense to many. To be why the early 1920s, anti-Semitism had become a central component of right-wing nationalist movements across Europe, but it was in Germany that these ideas found their most fertile ground. The Nazi Party, still in its early stages, recognized that hatred of Jews could be a powerful unifying force. Adolf Hitler, in his speeches and later in Mein Kampf, blamed Jews for everything he believed had gone wrong in Germany: the loss of the war, the collapse of the monarchy, the spread of communism, the decadence of modern culture, and the failure of the economy. He described Jews as bacilli, infecting the German people, and as subhumans who sought to dominate through deceit rather than force. His language was crude, violent, and deeply dehumanizing. Yet to thousands of desperate Germans, it made a terrifying kind of sense. Hitler offered not just an explanation, but a solution: the removal of Jews from German life. Throughout the 1920s, the Nazi Party remained relatively small. It gained notoriety after the failed beer hall putsch of 1923, when Hitler attempted to overthrow the Bavarian government. He was arrested, tried, and sentenced to prison. His trial became a national spectacle, giving him a platform to spread his ideology. While in prison, he wrote Mein Kampf, a mix of autobiography, political manifesto, and racial screed. Though many dismissed the book as rambling and incoherent, it clearly outlined Hitler's belief in Aryan racial superiority and his intention to eliminate Jews from Germany. After his release, Hitler refocused the Nazi strategy. Rather than seizing power by force, they would do it through elections, propaganda, and manipulation. The party began building networks of support among students, war veterans, businessmen, and rural populations. They established newspapers, youth organizations, and paramilitary wings like the SA, the brown-shirt stormtroopers who intimidated opponents and created a visible symbol of Nazi strength. Then, in 1929, the global stock market crash plunged the world into depression. Germany was hit especially hard. Unemployment soared. Banks collapsed. Families lost everything. Desperation returned with a vengeance. In this climate, the Nazi message gained traction. They promised jobs, order, and national pride. They blamed the Treaty of Versailles, the communists, and always the Jews. Their rallies grew. Their flags spread. By 1930, the Nazis had become a major political force, and in 1933, they seized power. But the rise of hate was not confined to Germany's political sphere. It was embedded into its cultural and social institutions. The Nazi regime understood that to truly transform a society, one must control not only the laws and the military, but the very way people think and feel. They used propaganda masterfully. Joseph Goebbels, appointed Minister of Propaganda, orchestrated a nationwide campaign to shape public opinion. Films portrayed Jews as criminals or grotesques. Children's books depicted them as monsters to be feared. Posters, radio broadcasts, and newspaper cartoons flooded daily life with anti-Semitic messages. The media did not merely reflect hatred, it manufactured it, refined it, and spread it like a contagion at the same time. Laws were passed to systematically exclude Jews from public life. The law for the restoration of the professional civil service banned Jews from government jobs. Jewish doctors were barred from treating non-Jews. Jewish lawyers lost their licenses. University quotas were introduced. Jewish actors, musicians, and writers were censored. Shops were boycotted. Synagogues were vandalized. Jews were increasingly treated not as citizens, but as aliens, tolerated at best, and soon not even that. The 1935 Nuremberg laws codified this exclusion. They stripped Jews of citizenship and prohibited marriage or sexual relations between Jews and Aryans. Identity cards were stamped with red letters. Genealogies were examined. Ancestry, not belief, became the measure of one's fate. Even those who had converted to Christianity, served in the German army, or considered themselves fully German were now defined as Jewish under Nazi racial definitions. Friends, co-workers, and neighbors suddenly disappeared from public life. Through all of this, the rise of hate remained gradual enough that many failed to grasp the ultimate destination. Some Jews believed the madness would pass, that reason would prevail. Others tried to leave, but immigration restrictions in other countries were tight. Some were too old, too poor, or too hopeful to abandon the lives they had built. And many non-Jews, those who did not actively support the Nazis, chose silence over resistance. They looked away. They made excuses. They normalized the abnormal. This quiet complicity, the ordinary citizen's willingness to remain passive, would prove just as dangerous as fanaticism. By the end of the 1930s, the foundation was fully laid. A society had been reshaped. Hatred had been institutionalized. And though the world watched, it did not yet understand the scale of the storm approaching. The rise of hate was complete, not as a sudden eruption, but as a slow, suffocating tide that transformed neighbors into enemies, citizens into executioners, and human beings into ghosts waiting to vanish in the darkness to come. As the 1930s drew to a close, Germany was no longer merely a nation undergoing political transformation. It had become something more dangerous, more insidious. A society in which hate had been normalized, institutionalized, and weaponized. Every law passed, every book banned, every child's lesson subtly shifted the boundaries of moral reality, making room for exclusion, cruelty, and, eventually, murder. Yet to many within the country, the transformation felt orderly, even righteous. The train still ran. The streets were clean. The factories roared with promise. Germany, under Hitler's rule, appeared strong again, but it was a strength built upon silence, surveillance, and scapegoating. Jews, Roma, the disabled, political dissidents, homosexuals, anyone who did not fit the racial and ideological mold of the so-called Volksgemeinschaft, the people's community, was marked for removal either from society or from life itself. But even at this stage, few inside or outside Germany could imagine what was to come. The rise of hate was still clothed in the language of protection, of purity, of national renewal. The genocide it was building toward remained, for most, unthinkable. By 1938, the Nazi regime had become bolder, more aggressive, both at home and abroad. In March of that year, Hitler annexed Austria in what was euphemistically called the Anschluss. It was achieved without a shot being fired, welcomed, in fact, by cheering crowds. But for Austrian Jews, the consequences were immediate and brutal. They were made to scrub streets with toothbrushes. They were assaulted, humiliated, and thrown into newly established detention centers. Jewish property was seized. Synagogues were vandalized. What had taken 5 years to implement in Germany happened in days in Austria. And again, the world looked on, uncertain, uncomfortable, but unwilling to act. Later that year, Hitler set his sights on the Sudetenland, a German-speaking region of Czechoslovakia. In a conference held in Munich, Britain and France, desperate to avoid another war, agreed to hand it over. The policy of appeasement had begun, and the Nazi regime interpreted it as a license to continue. That same year, in November 1938, came the clearest signal yet of the direction in which things were moving. A young Polish Jew named Herschel Grinspan, distraught over his family's expulsion from Germany, shot a German diplomat in Paris. The Nazis seized upon this act as a pretext for a night of coordinated terror. Across Germany and Austria, synagogues were burned to the ground, their flames lighting up city skylines while firefighters stood by, instructed only to prevent damage to neighboring Aryan property. Jewish-owned stores were smashed, their windows shattered like ice in the streets. Homes were looted. Thousands of Jewish men were arrested and sent to camps like Dachau and Buchenwald. At least 91 Jews were killed, though the real number may never be known. This orchestrated pogrom, carried out with state precision, became known as Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. But it was more than glass that had been broken. It marked the end of any illusion that Jews still had a place in German society. The next day, Jewish communities were fined for the damages. Insurance payments were confiscated by the state. It was punishment layered upon punishment. After Kristallnacht, Jewish life in Germany existed only in the margins, if at all. Emigration increased dramatically, but escape remained difficult. The world's doors were nearly shut. At the Evian conference earlier that year, representatives from 32 countries had gathered to discuss the growing refugee crisis. Speech after speech expressed sympathy, and almost none resulted in action. Most countries refused to raise their immigration quotas. Even those willing to help found themselves tangled in bureaucracy, domestic politics, and prejudice. Jews, it seemed, had nowhere to go. Back in Germany, the Nazi regime continued its steady erosion of rights and reality. Jews were banned from owning businesses, attending schools, or working in professions. Their radios were confiscated. They were forced to adopt new names, Israel for men, Sarah for women, to mark them unmistakably as Jewish. They could not own pets. They could not sit on park benches. They could not ride bicycles. Bit by bit, life became narrower, lonelier, and more dangerous. Surveillance increased. Denunciations became common. A casual remark overheard by a neighbor or coworker could result in arrest, or worse. The Gestapo encouraged citizens to report one another. Fear became a currency. Children grew up with propaganda lessons that painted Jews as threats to their very survival. Textbooks were rewritten. Biology lessons now included racial classification. The curriculum was no longer about knowledge, but indoctrination. Teachers who resisted were fired or arrested. Those who complied shaped a generation raised on hate. And through all of it, the public square remained largely calm. There were no mass uprisings, no strikes, no widespread outrage. Many had internalized the propaganda. Others simply wished to survive. The machinery of hate, now well-oiled, turned quietly and efficiently in 1939 as Hitler prepared to invade Poland. The final solution had not yet been formally declared, but its foundation had been carefully laid. The rise of hate was nearly complete. Jews had been marked, isolated, impoverished, and dehumanized. The German public had been conditioned, not all to kill, but at least not to care. The government's intentions, though still cloaked in euphemism, had been clearly signaled to those willing to look. Deportations began. Jews were relocated from cities to rural ghettos, often without warning. Their belongings were left behind. Families were torn apart. In September 1939, the invasion of Poland triggered the start of World War II, but for the Jews of Europe, the war had already begun, not with bullets or bombs, but with silence, symbols, and slogans. German forces swept through Polish towns, often followed closely by the SS and the Einsatzgruppen. Violence was immediate. Synagogues were burned. Rabbis were humiliated in public squares. Jewish men were shot in front of their families. Women were assaulted. Children were orphaned. The sheer brutality shocked even some Wehrmacht soldiers, who wrote home in horror. But the killings continued, systematized and sanctioned. The line between war and extermination blurred, and the occupied territories became laboratories for cruelty. Ghettos sprang up across Poland: Warsaw, Lodz, Krakow, Lublin. Each one walled off, overcrowded, and starved of resources. Jews were forced into these confined spaces by the tens of thousands. Food rations were deliberately insufficient. Diseases spread rapidly. Medical supplies were nearly non-existent. In the Warsaw Ghetto, hunger killed as many as 5,000 people a month. Corpses were a daily sight. And yet, resistance flickered even here. Underground schools, libraries, and religious services continued. Smuggling networks formed. Artists documented their suffering. Diaries were written, hidden, preserved. The human spirit, crushed but not extinguished, endured. But outside the ghettos, the world continued to turn. In Germany, the economy grew. War production soared. Many Germans experienced material improvements, even as their Jewish neighbors disappeared. Few asked questions. Newspapers told them Jews were being relocated for labor. Officials spoke of resettlement, not execution. The euphemisms concealed a terrible truth. The Holocaust was already underway to be why the early 1940s, the infrastructure of mass murder was taking shape. Camps like Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor were being built or expanded. Train timetables were drawn. Gas chambers were tested. Bureaucracies were aligned. But none of this, not the camps, not the killing, would have been possible without what had come before. The years of propaganda, the laws, the isolation, the slow turning of society's moral compass until it pointed not to justice or truth, but to conformity and obedience. The rise of hate was not simply about Hitler or his inner circle. It was about how ordinary people were taught to hate, to ignore, to forget. It was about how a culture can be reshaped, word by word, rule by rule, until compassion becomes weakness and cruelty becomes duty. This transformation did not happen in secret. It happened in broad daylight. It happened through headlines, in school books, in courtrooms, and at dinner tables. It happened not just through violence, but through indifference. And so, as the trains began to roll, and the camps began to fill, and the bodies began to burn, the world stood on the edge of a horror it had never known, a horror that had been made possible not overnight, but over years of silence and submission. The rise of hate was not a thunderclap. It was a slow, relentless storm, gathering force in every whispered slur, every shrugged shoulder, every law signed without protest. And by the time the storm broke, it was too late to run. The darkness had already fallen. Chapter 3. The machinery of death.it began not with bullets or bombs, but with blueprints and signatures, with train schedules and quiet conversations behind polished doors. The machinery of death, which would come to define the Holocaust's most industrial and horrific phase, was not some frenzied chaos of war. It was order, method, calculation. It was designed not in the trenches or on the battlefield, but in offices, conference rooms, and government ministries, where men in pressed uniforms spoke of logistics, quotas, and solutions. The idea of exterminating an entire people did not arise in a single moment of madness, nor was it the act of a lone tyrant. It was a process, a system, a convergence of ideology and bureaucracy, fueled by decades of hatred and years of preparation. The final solution, as it would later be called, was the product of a deliberate evolution, from exclusion to isolation, from persecution to extermination. What began as social segregation had now matured into mechanical murder, and it moved forward not in the shadows, but in broad daylight, facilitated by hundreds of thousands of hands, both guilty and indifferent, across the continent. By the early 1940s, the ghettos in occupied Poland and Eastern Europe had become unsustainable. Cramped, starved, and riddled with disease, these makeshift prisons were crumbling under the weight of their own cruelty. In places like Warsaw, Lodz, and Krakow, hundreds of thousands of Jews lived behind walls in filth and hunger, barely surviving on the edge of despair. Children wandered the streets barefoot, their ribs showing through tattered clothes. Families crowded into single rooms. Typhus spread rapidly. Corpses were a daily sight. But this suffering, unimaginable though it was not an accident of war. It was part of the plan, a step in a longer journey that was about to reach its most terrifying stage. The ghettos, in the eyes of the Nazi leadership, were only temporary holding pens. The question was no longer how to contain the Jewish population. It was how to eliminate it. The invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 under Operation Barbarossa opened a new frontier in Nazi policy and a new level of brutality. Following the advancing German army came the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads composed of SS officers, Gestapo agents, and police battalions. Their orders were explicit: to identify and eliminate Jews, communists, Roma, and other perceived enemies of the Reich. In village after village, the pattern repeated. Jews were rounded up, forced to dig mass graves, and shot. Men, women, children. These killings were conducted face to face, often with victims standing only feet from their executioners. At Babi Yar, a ravine near Kiev, over 33,000 Jews were murdered in just 2 days. In Lithuania, Latvia, Belarus, and Ukraine, entire communities were erased. The scale was staggering. Over 1 million people would die in this way over the course of the war. But even as these massacres unfolded, the Nazi leadership grew concerned, not for the victims, but for the toll it took on the killers. Reports came back of soldiers growing disturbed, drinking heavily, becoming mentally unstable. It was, in their eyes, too personal, too inefficient, too disorderly. What was needed, they concluded, was a new method, one that was faster, more detached, more scalable, one that could turn genocide into administration. This shift was formalized in January 1942 at a villa on the outskirts of Berlin during the infamous Wannsee Conference. There, 15 senior Nazi officials gathered to discuss what they called the final solution to the Jewish question. Chaired by Reinhard Heydrich, head of the Reich Main Security Office, the meeting lasted only 90 minutes. But its consequences would shape history. In clear, bureaucratic language, the participants reviewed the Jewish population of Europe by country, 11 million people in total. Their goal, complete removal by deportation and death. No region was to be exempt. France, the Netherlands, Hungary, Romania, even neutral countries like Sweden and Switzerland were listed. Jews were not to be merely removed from German society. They were to be eradicated entirely from the European continent. The methods were not discussed in detail, but by then, the wheels were already in motion. Around the same time, a series of extermination camps were being constructed or expanded in occupied Poland. These camps, Chelmno, Belzec, Sobibor, Treblinka, were not like the earlier concentration camps. They were not intended for forced labor or imprisonment. They had one purpose: death. Victims were brought in, murdered, and disposed of, often within hours of arrival. Operation Reinhard, named after Heydrich himself, oversaw the construction and operation of these sites. At Treblinka, trains arrived almost daily, each packed with thousands of Jews. The procedure was swift. Prisoners were told they were to be disinfected. They were led to gas chambers disguised as shower rooms. Within minutes, they were dead. Their bodies were buried in mass graves, later exhumed and burned to hide the evidence. At its peak, Treblinka killed as many as 15,000 people a day. In just over a year, it is estimated that 800,000 people were murdered there. Belzec and Sobibor, though smaller, were similarly efficient. There were no barracks, no extensive infrastructure. These were not camps in the traditional sense. They were killing factories. Meanwhile, Auschwitz-Birkenau, the most infamous of all the camps, was expanding into a complex of death on an unprecedented scale. Originally a labor camp for Polish political prisoners, Auschwitz grew into a sprawling system with subcamps, crematoria, and vast barracks. Auschwitz II, or Birkenau, became the primary extermination site. Equipped with multiple gas chambers and crematoria, it could kill and burn thousands of people per day. Victims arrived by train, often after days of travel in sealed cattle cars without food, water, or sanitation. Upon arrival, selections were made on the platform. SS doctors, including Joseph Mengele, chose who would be sent immediately to death and who would be temporarily spared for labor. Children, the elderly, and the sick were almost always selected for immediate execution. Those chosen for labor were tattooed, shaved, stripped, and marched to overcrowded barracks. Conditions were brutal. Disease was rampant. Beatings were common. Food rations were minimal. Most died within weeks or months from exhaustion, starvation, or abuse. The gas chambers at Auschwitz used Zyklon B, a cyanide-based pesticide. Victims were led into the chambers under the pretense of taking a shower. Once the doors were sealed, the gas was released through vents in the ceiling. Death came slowly and painfully. Afterward, members of the Sonderkommando, Jewish prisoners forced to work under threat of death, removed the bodies, extracted gold teeth, cut hair, and burned the corpses in giant crematoria. Their work was done in silence, under constant surveillance. They lived knowing that they, too, would be killed in time, their knowledge deemed too dangerous to leave alive. And still, the trains kept coming. From Paris, from Budapest, from Thessaloniki, from the ghettos of Poland, the convoys rolled toward the camps. Each train was the result of coordination among railway officials, police, local administrators, and German authorities. Entire bureaucracies were mobilized to ensure punctuality and efficiency. The genocide was not the work of a few monsters. It was the work of a system, thousands of clerks, officers, guards, engineers, conductors, and civilians who filled out forms, issued permits, guarded prisoners, turned wrenches, and looked away. Genocide had become a national project. In 1944, the machinery of death reached its zenith. Hungary, which had resisted deportations for much of the war, finally fell in line after the German occupation. In just a few months, over 400,000 Hungarian Jews were sent to Auschwitz. Many arrived to find the crematoria already overwhelmed. Bodies were burned in open pits. The air thickened with ash. Survivors spoke of a sky that never cleared. Smoke billowed day and night. The ground itself felt poisoned. And still, it was not enough. The killing continued, but as the Red Army advanced from the east and the Western Allies closed in from the west, the Nazi regime began to destroy evidence. Camps were dismantled. Records were burned. Mass graves were exhumed. Prisoners were forced on death marches, trudging through snow and mud, shot if they stumbled. In this final phase, tens of thousands more died, of cold, of starvation, of bullets. The machinery, though collapsing, continued to kill until the very end. And then, silence. Liberation came not with cheers, but with stunned disbelief. The camps were emptying, the guards fleeing, the survivors skeletal and hollow-eyed. Soldiers from the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union walked into places like Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and Buchenwald, unsure of what they were seeing. Piles of corpses, barracks of dying men, rooms full of shoes, of hair, of spectacles. What they discovered defied words. The machinery of death had stopped, but its echoes would never fade. The year was 1944, and though the machinery of death had been perfected to a degree previously unimaginable in the history of human cruelty, it continued to evolve, to stretch itself deeper into the soil of occupied Europe. Across the continent, from the snow-covered forests of eastern Poland to the warmer plains of Hungary, the network of extermination had reached a terrifying level of precision. What had once been ad hoc and experimental was now routine. The trains, always the trains, arrived on schedule, packed with men, women, and children who had already been stripped of their rights, their homes, and their names. For the Nazis, the logistics of mass murder had become something like a science. For the victims, the nightmare had no bottom, no end, only a slow, spiraling descent into a silence that the world could not yet fully comprehend. At Auschwitz-Birkenau, by now the largest of all Nazi camps, had become the epicenter of the genocide. Designed to kill with maximal speed and minimal effort, it had expanded its gas chambers and crematoria to accommodate the influx of Jews deported from newly targeted regions. Between May and July of 1944 alone, more than 430,000 Hungarian Jews were transported to Auschwitz, most of them murdered within hours of arrival. So efficient was the system that trains often unloaded their human cargo even before the ash from previous victims had cooled. The skies over Auschwitz were choked with smoke, the fields littered with bone fragments and soot. Nearby villagers knew something was happening. Many had known for years, but now the evidence was undeniable. The air stank of death. The silence of those who lived near the camps was heavy, complex, a blend of fear, indifference, complicity, and helplessness. Some looked away. Others made excuses. A few whispered the truth, but few dared to speak it loudly. Inside the camps, suffering took on countless forms. Disease ravaged the barracks. Dysentery, typhus, tuberculosis, all spread rapidly through overcrowded, unsanitary blocks where prisoners lay shoulder to shoulder, too weak to move. Lice fed on their skin. Rats scurried beneath their beds. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The daily ration, if it arrived at all, consisted of black bread made from sawdust and watery soup with little more than turnip peels floating in it. Those selected for labor worked in the freezing cold or blistering heat, hauling stones, digging trenches, or toiling in German industrial factories that lined the camp's perimeter. IG Farben, Krupp, Siemens, all employed Jewish slave labor, their profits swelling as the prisoners' bodies wasted away. Death came by starvation, exhaustion, beatings, and sometimes for no reason at all. SS guards exercised complete power, often choosing at random whom to shoot, whom to humiliate, whom to spare for another day. Every waking moment was a negotiation between suffering and survival. The Sonderkommandos, Jewish prisoners forced to manage the bodies in the gas chambers, lived a particular kind of torment. These men, usually kept alive for only a few months before being murdered themselves, carried the burden of the final step in the machinery of death. They removed corpses from gas chambers, pulled out gold teeth, shaved hair, sorted clothing, and operated the crematoria. They lived in isolation, aware of the secrets others were not meant to know. Some tried to document what they saw, writing journals that they buried beneath the camp in glass jars or tin cans. A few even plotted rebellion. In October 1944, in one of the few armed uprisings inside Auschwitz, the Sonderkommando at Crematorium 4 blew up the building using smuggled explosives, killing several guards before being crushed. Their act was desperate, courageous, and tragic, a brief flare of resistance in the heart of darkness. Elsewhere across the Reich, the machinery of death took on new forms. As the Nazis realized the war was turning against them, they began accelerating the pace of extermination, hoping to complete their final solution before the arrival of Allied forces. In camps like Majdanek and Belzec, victims were burned in open-air pits. Fields became furnaces. Bodies were stacked like logs, limbs tangled, faces unrecognizable, smoke rising skyward in an unending column. In the east, Einsatzgruppen continued their mass shootings in remote areas, despite dwindling resources. As the Soviets approached, the Nazis began liquidating ghettos and smaller camps, transporting the remaining prisoners westward in what would come to be known as the Death Marches. These marches, carried out in the brutal winter of 1944 and early 1945, were perhaps the final expression of the machinery's cruelty. Prisoners were forced to walk for hundreds of kilometers in snow and ice, without food, shoes, or proper clothing. Those who fell behind were shot on the spot. Thousands died along the roadside, their bodies left to freeze. Guards barked orders and swung rifle butts, indifferent to the moans of the dying. The goal was not transportation. It was obliteration, hiding evidence, and purging witnesses. These marches claimed tens of thousands of lives, even as Germany itself was collapsing under the weight of Allied bombs and Russian tanks. And still, the trains kept coming. From Paris, from Budapest, from Thessaloniki, from the ghettos of Poland, the convoys rolled toward the camps. Each train was the result of coordination among railway officials, police, local administrators, and German authorities. Entire bureaucracies were mobilized to ensure punctuality and efficiency. The genocide was not the work of a few monsters. It was the work of a system, thousands of clerks, officers, guards, engineers, conductors, and civilians who filled out forms, issued permits, guarded prisoners, turned wrenches, and looked away. Genocide had become a national project. In 1944, the machinery of death reached its zenith. Hungary, which had resisted deportations for much of the war, finally fell in line after the German occupation. In just a few months, over 400,000 Hungarian Jews were sent to Auschwitz. Many arrived to find the crematoria already overwhelmed. Bodies were burned in open pits. The air thickened with ash. Survivors spoke of a sky that never cleared. Smoke billowed day and night. The ground itself felt poisoned. And still, it was not enough. The killing continued, but as the Red Army advanced from the east and the Western Allies closed in from the west, the Nazi regime began to destroy evidence. Camps were dismantled. Records were burned. Mass graves were exhumed. Prisoners were forced on death marches, trudging through snow and mud, shot if they stumbled. In this final phase, tens of thousands more died, of cold, of starvation, of bullets. The machinery, though collapsing, continued to kill until the very end. And then, silence. Liberation came not with cheers, but with stunned disbelief. The camps were emptying, the guards fleeing, the survivors skeletal and hollow-eyed. Soldiers from the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union walked into places like Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and Buchenwald, unsure of what they were seeing. Piles of corpses, barracks of dying men, rooms full of shoes, of hair, of spectacles. What they discovered defied words. The machinery of death had stopped, but its echoes would never fade. The year was 1944, and though the machinery of death had been perfected to a degree previously unimaginable in the history of human cruelty, it continued to evolve, to stretch itself deeper into the soil of occupied Europe. Across the continent, from the snow-covered forests of eastern Poland to the warmer plains of Hungary, the network of extermination had reached a terrifying level of precision. What had once been ad hoc and experimental was now routine. The trains, always the trains, arrived on schedule, packed with men, women, and children who had already been stripped of their rights, their homes, and their names. For the Nazis, the logistics of mass murder had become something like a science. For the victims, the nightmare had no bottom, no end, only a slow, spiraling descent into a silence that the world could not yet fully comprehend. At Auschwitz-Birkenau, by now the largest of all Nazi camps, had become the epicenter of the genocide. Designed to kill with maximal speed and minimal effort, it had expanded its gas chambers and crematoria to accommodate the influx of Jews deported from newly targeted regions. Between May and July of 1944 alone, more than 430,000 Hungarian Jews were transported to Auschwitz, most of them murdered within hours of arrival. So efficient was the system that trains often unloaded their human cargo even before the ash from previous victims had cooled. The skies over Auschwitz were choked with smoke, the fields littered with bone fragments and soot. Nearby villagers knew something was happening. Many had known for years, but now, the evidence was undeniable. The air stank of death. The silence of those who lived near the camps was heavy, complex, a blend of fear, indifference, complicity, and helplessness. Some looked away. Others made excuses. A few whispered the truth, but few dared to speak it loudly. Inside the camps, suffering took on countless forms. Disease ravaged the barracks. Dysentery, typhus, tuberculosis, all spread rapidly through overcrowded, unsanitary blocks where prisoners lay shoulder to shoulder, too weak to move. Lice fed on their skin. Rats scurried beneath their beds. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The daily ration, if it arrived at all, consisted of black bread made from sawdust and watery soup with little more than turnip peels floating in it. Those selected for labor worked in the freezing cold or blistering heat, hauling stones, digging trenches, or toiling in German industrial factories that lined the camp's perimeter. IG Farben, Krupp, Siemens, all employed Jewish slave labor, their profits swelling as the prisoners' bodies wasted away. Death came by starvation, exhaustion, beatings, and sometimes for no reason at all. SS guards exercised complete power, often choosing at random whom to shoot, whom to humiliate, whom to spare for another day. Every waking moment was a negotiation between suffering and survival. The Sonderkommandos, Jewish prisoners forced to manage the bodies in the gas chambers, lived a particular kind of torment. These men, usually kept alive for only a few months before being murdered themselves, carried the burden of the final step in the machinery of death. They removed corpses from gas chambers, pulled out gold teeth, shaved hair, sorted clothing, and operated the crematoria. They lived in isolation, aware of the secrets others were not meant to know. Some tried to document what they saw, writing journals that they buried beneath the camp in glass jars or tin cans. A few even plotted rebellion. In October 1944, in one of the few armed uprisings inside Auschwitz, the Sonderkommando at Crematorium 4 blew up the building using smuggled explosives, killing several guards before being crushed. Their act was desperate, courageous, and tragic, a brief flare of resistance in the heart of darkness. Elsewhere across the Reich, the machinery of death took on new forms. As the Nazis realized the war was turning against them, they began accelerating the pace of extermination, hoping to complete their final solution before the arrival of Allied forces. In camps like Majdanek and Belzec, victims were burned in open-air pits. Fields became furnaces. Bodies were stacked like logs, limbs tangled, faces unrecognizable, smoke rising skyward in an unending column. In the east, Einsatzgruppen continued their mass shootings in remote areas, despite dwindling resources. As the Soviets approached, the Nazis began liquidating ghettos and smaller camps, transporting the remaining prisoners westward in what would come to be known as the Death Marches. These marches, carried out in the brutal winter of 1944 and early 1945, were perhaps the final expression of the machinery's cruelty. Prisoners were forced to walk for hundreds of kilometers in snow and ice, without food, shoes, or proper clothing. Those who fell behind were shot on the spot. Thousands died along the roadside, their bodies left to freeze. Guards barked orders and swung rifle butts, indifferent to the moans of the dying. The goal was not transportation. It was obliteration, hiding evidence, and purging witnesses. These marches claimed tens of thousands of lives, even as Germany itself was collapsing under the weight of Allied bombs and Russian tanks. In the final months of the war, as the Allies advanced from all sides, the camps began to fall one by one. In July 1944, Soviet forces liberated Majdanek, the first major camp to be discovered. What they found stunned even the hardened Red Army. Gas chambers still intact, barracks full of starving prisoners, piles of corpses left unburied. Then came Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, Dachau, Buchenwald. Each one revealed new horrors: medical experiments, starvation bunkers, storage rooms filled with human hair, suitcases, prosthetic limbs. In Bergen-Belsen, British soldiers found over 10,000 unburied bodies and another 60,000 prisoners on the verge of death. One young woman they found, barely alive, was in Frank. She would die just days before liberation. And yet, even as liberation came, the machinery did not simply stop. Its residue remained, in the ashes, in the bone dust, in the haunted eyes of the survivors. Those who emerged from the camps were not simply victims. They were witnesses. They carried with them stories of unbearable suffering, of families torn apart, of names and songs and prayers that would never be spoken again. They were skeletal, weak, often unable to speak or walk. Many would die in the days and weeks after their rescue. Others would live for decades, searching for the strength to recount what they had seen. Some never could. The world, too, was slow to absorb the full scope of the machinery that had been built. Nuremberg would come. Trials would be held. Photographs would be published and films made. The gas chambers would become symbols, and the numbers, 6 million Jews, millions more Roma, disabled, Poles, Soviet POWs, would be repeated so often that they risked becoming abstractions. But for those who lived through it, the memory was not numerical. It was personal. It was the face of a child pulled from a mother's arms. It was the sound of boots on a ramp. It was the cold breath inside a sealed chamber. The machinery of death had done more than kill. It had scarred time itself. The Holocaust was not only a moment in history. It was a mechanism built by people, run by people, allowed by people. And that is perhaps the most chilling truth of all, that genocide was made possible not just by evil, but by silence, by order, by planning, by obedience. The machinery of death was not powered by monsters alone. It was powered by society. Chapter 4. Resistance and Rescue. In the long, dark shadow cast by the machinery of death, where the world was disfigured by hatred and the skies choked with the ash of the murdered, it may seem almost impossible to imagine that hope still stirred beneath the rubble of despair. And yet, even in the bleakest corners of Nazi-occupied Europe, even within the barbed wire perimeters of the ghettos and the haunted silence of the death camps, resistance was born, not in sweeping armies or grand declarations, but in quiet defiance, in whispers passed from hand to trembling hand, in stolen loaves of bread, in hidden radios, in the decision to say no, even when the cost was life itself. Resistance during the Holocaust was not a matter of matched strength or equal firepower. It was the rebellion of the human spirit against annihilation. It was the refusal to vanish without a voice. And just as the machinery of death spread across Europe in its cold and calculated reach, so too did the flickers of resistance begin to burn in thousands of scattered places, small, often doomed, but deeply courageous flames that dared to glow against the night. For many, resistance took forms far more subtle than sabotage or armed revolt. In the ghettos, where Jews were starved, isolated, and brutalized daily, simply maintaining one's humanity became an act of quiet revolution. In the Warsaw Ghetto, where hunger hollowed the bodies of children and death became a neighbor rather than a stranger, underground schools continued to teach the Hebrew alphabet and arithmetic. Musicians gathered in cellars to perform symphonies by candlelight. Writers documented the unfolding horrors, knowing their words might never be read. The Oneg Shabbat Archive, organized by the historian Emanuel Ringelblum, collected diaries, photographs, reports, and letters that chronicled Jewish life under occupation. Buried in milk cans and metal boxes beneath the ghetto's soil, These archives were meant not only to preserve the truth, but to ensure that their voices would one day rise again, even if their bodies did not. The act of writing, of recording, of remembering was resistance. In a world designed to erase them, Jews wrote themselves back into history. Elsewhere in the ghettos, resistance took on more direct forms. Smuggling became a lifeline. Children crawled through holes in the ghetto walls or slipped through sewers to bring in food from the outside world. Entire underground economies formed, trading sugar for bread, firewood for medicine. In Vilna, Białystok, Krakow, and Lodz, resistance cells began to form, many of them affiliated with left-wing political parties or Zionist youth organizations. They gathered weapons, often crude or stolen, and began planning what seemed unthinkable, armed uprisings. In Warsaw, the largest and best-known ghetto revolt would erupt in April 1943. By then, most of the ghetto's population had already been deported to Treblinka. Those who remained, tens of thousands, knew the end was near. When the Germans entered to conduct the final liquidation, they were met not with submission, but with gunfire. Molotov cocktails rained from rooftops. Fighters, many barely adults, struck from bunkers and alleyways. They had little ammunition and no hope of victory. But they fought for dignity, for the right to choose the terms of their death, for the chance to scream their humanity into a world that had gone deaf. The uprising lasted nearly a month. In the end, the ghetto was reduced to ashes, but the memory of the resistance endured, a defiant heartbeat against a crushing silence. In the forests of Eastern Europe, resistance took on a different shape. Thousands of Jews who escaped from ghettos and camps fled into the woods, forming partisan units that harassed German supply lines, ambushed patrols, and sabotaged railways. These groups, often made up of young men and women with no formal training, survived by hunting, foraging, and stealing from enemy outposts. In Belarus, the Bielski partisans, led by brothers Tuvia, Asael, and Zuz Bielski, not only fought the Nazis, but also created a hidden village in the forest that sheltered more than 1,200 Jews, many of them children and elderly. Under constant threat of discovery, they built bunkers, kitchens, and schools deep in the woods. Their mission was simple, not only to fight, but to save lives. To save a Jew is to save the world, Tuvia Bielski famously said. Their forest community, battered and makeshift, was a sanctuary of defiance, a quiet echo of what civilization could still mean. Inside the death camps, resistance was nearly impossible, but it existed nonetheless. In Treblinka, Sobibor, and Auschwitz, prisoners plotted revolts with what little strength they had. At Sobibor in October 1943, prisoners led by Soviet Jewish officer Alexander Petrovsky organized a daring escape. They killed 11 SS guards and fled through minefields and barbed wire. Of the roughly 600 prisoners who attempted escape, about 50 survived. The rest were killed in the aftermath, and the camp was soon dismantled. At Treblinka, a similar revolt occurred just weeks later. Armed with stolen weapons and homemade grenades, prisoners set fire to buildings and fought their way to the outer fence. Again, most were killed, but a few survived to bear witness. These acts did not stop the Holocaust, but they pierced its silence. They proved that even in the heart of the machinery, the spirit could rise. Resistance also came from beyond the Jewish community, from individuals and groups who risked everything to shelter the persecuted. Across occupied Europe, there were people who refused to look away. In France, members of the Protestant village of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon hid thousands of Jews in homes, schools, and farms, providing them with false papers and escape routes to Switzerland. In the Netherlands, People like Miep Gies and the Ten Boom family hid Jewish families in attics and behind false walls, sometimes for years. In Denmark, a remarkable nationwide effort smuggled over 7,000 Jews across the sea to neutral Sweden in the space of a few weeks, saving nearly the entire Jewish population of the country. These rescuers were often ordinary people: teachers, farmers, priests, shopkeepers. They acted not because they were heroes, but because their conscience would not allow silence. Many paid with their lives. Others lived with the scars of fear and trauma. But their actions stood as beacons in the night, reminders that in the face of overwhelming darkness, light still flickered. Even within the Nazi regime, there were rare individuals who chose to defy. German diplomat George Ferdinand Duckwitz, stationed in Denmark, leaked plans of the impending deportation of Danish Jews, giving the resistance time to act. In Poland, Jan Karski risked his life to smuggle out evidence of the atrocities to Allied leaders. Witold Pilecki, a Polish officer, deliberately allowed himself to be captured and sent to Auschwitz in order to organize resistance from within and report back to the outside world. His reports were some of the earliest and most detailed evidence of the camp's function as a killing center. Though these efforts did not stop the genocide, they bore witness, and bearing witness was itself a form of resistance. In the Vatican, Pope Pius XII maintained a controversial silence, though individual Catholic clergy across Europe acted independently. Some sheltered Jews in monasteries and convents. In Italy, Jewish children were hidden in Catholic institutions under false names. In Hungary, the Swedish diplomat Raoul Wallenberg issued thousands of protective passports and sheltered Jews in buildings marked as Swedish territory. His bravery saved tens of thousands, though he would later disappear into Soviet custody. Karl Lutz in Budapest and Shun Sugihara in Lithuania issued life-saving visas, defying their government's orders. These diplomats, operating within the confines of official roles, bent rules and rewrote protocol to save lives, knowing that each stamp, each signature, might mean the difference between life and death. And yet, despite these acts of courage, rescue remained the exception, not the rule. For every Jew hidden, thousands were lost. For every act of resistance, there were countless more of complicity, indifference, or fear. The Nazis controlled not only armies and police, but the very language and landscape in which people lived. Propaganda dehumanized the victims. Laws punished the helpers. Neighbors were encouraged to denounce neighbors. To resist was to invite death. And so, the machinery continued. And yet, resistance mattered. It mattered because it defied the logic of despair. It mattered because it preserved fragments of truth, of dignity, of humanity. It mattered because even if it could not stop the genocide, it stood in moral contrast to it. It reminded the world, and still reminds us, that there were those who refused, in the quiet moments after liberation, when the camps were emptied and the survivors stumbled into a world they no longer recognized. Many would recall not only the cruelty they had endured, but the small mercies that had helped them survive. A fellow prisoner sharing a crust of bread, a stranger hiding them for a night, a name spoken softly instead of shouted. These were not the grand acts history remembers, but they were the bricks of survival, laid one, by hands that chose compassion over compliance. And so, in the heart of the Holocaust, among the ruins of ghettos, the smoke of crematoria, and the silence of indifferent nations, resistance lived. It lived in the minds that refused to forget, the bodies that refused to fall, the hands that refused to let go. It lived in the belief that even if the world was ending, the soul could still choose its path. As the Holocaust unfolded across the towns, forests, and camps of Nazi-occupied Europe, The grim weight of annihilation seemed to press down on every soul it touched. But alongside that suffocating terror, there remained a fragile counterweight: the human instinct to save, to resist, to protect. Though the scale of Nazi terror was overwhelming, scattered across the continent were individuals and communities who, in countless small acts and some rare sweeping efforts, defied the rhythm of destruction. They did so knowing that to help a Jew was to risk everything: family, home, freedom, life itself. And yet they helped. Their choices formed the fragile lifeline that allowed some to survive. These stories, though fewer in number than the suffering they sought to defy, are no less essential to the full truth of the Holocaust. For woven into the history of persecution and mass murder is a parallel history of rescue and resistance. Not enough to halt the tide, but enough to prove that even as the world drowned, some still reach for the drowning. In Belgium, resistance groups collaborated with Catholic institutions to hide Jewish children in convents, monasteries, and orphanages. These children, often toddlers or infants, were given false names and taught Christian prayers to avoid detection during surprise raids. Many never saw their parents again. In Greece, islanders on Zakynthos and other coastal towns risked the wrath of the German authorities by refusing to provide lists of Jewish residents. One mayor, when ordered to submit such a list, handed over only 2 names, his own and that of the bishop. The rest of the Jewish population was hidden in the countryside and survived the war. In Bulgaria, public protest by politicians, intellectuals, and the Orthodox Church successfully prevented the deportation of Bulgarian Jews, though Jews in occupied territories like Thrace and Macedonia were not so fortunate. These cases illustrate a haunting pattern: that while resistance and rescue were possible, they often depended on timing, geography, and a few bold individuals willing to stand against the tide. Among the Jewish population itself, rescue was not only something that was received, it was also something offered, one soul to another. In hiding, in forests, even in the barracks of Auschwitz, those who had next to nothing still found ways to give. Prisoners shared extra crusts of bread, risked beatings to smuggle medicine, gave up blankets to keep others warm. In the Plasso labor camp, one woman gave her only coat to a sick friend, only to die of pneumonia herself days later. Mothers shielded children from the worst horrors with stories and lullabies whispered through the night. Strangers held hands on the way to the gas chambers, refusing to face death alone. There was no logic to this kindness, only a deep instinct to preserve human connection, even in a world that had rejected it. The risks taken by rescuers outside the camps were extraordinary. In German-occupied Poland, where hiding a Jew was punishable by death, entire families were executed for offering shelter. In the village of Markowa, the Ulma family was murdered along with the 8 Jews they were hiding. The bullets were not selective. The children of the rescuers were killed alongside the children of the rescued. These acts of martyrdom are now remembered in places like Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, which honors the righteous among the nations, non-Jews who risked or gave their lives to save Jews during the Holocaust. As of today, over 28,000 names have been inscribed, each one a story of impossible courage. Their legacy is not only in who they saved, but in the reminder they offer that goodness, though rare, remained possible. But rescue was not always a matter of hiding in a cellar or forging a document. Sometimes, rescue meant enduring, surviving, bearing witness. Resistance took place inside memory, in the refusal to forget. In Bergen-Belsen, where thousands lay dying of typhus and malnutrition, survivors who could barely stand found the strength to tell the names of those who had perished, repeating them over and over so they wouldn't be lost to history. In their Scienstadt, a propaganda camp used by the Nazis to mislead Red Cross inspectors. Children composed poems and painted pictures of butterflies and flowers in hope. Many of those children later died in Auschwitz, but their poems survived. Their voices, soft as they were, resisted the silence the Nazis sought to impose as the war neared its end and Allied forces closed in. The urgency of rescue efforts increased. Jewish underground groups in Hungary coordinated with diplomats like Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz to distribute thousands of fake passports and protective documents. These papers, sometimes printed in secret, stamped hastily, and distributed under the noses of German officers, saved tens of thousands of lives. Apartments were rented under diplomatic cover. Entire buildings were declared extraterritorial zones, Swedish territory, or Swiss safe houses, and filled with families fleeing the death trains. Wallenberg himself, dressed in diplomatic uniform, reportedly pulled Jews off trains with forged documents and defied German guards face to face. These were moments of immense bravery, enacted in the chaos of collapsing regimes, in streets littered with glass and fire. He vanished after the Soviet occupation of Budapest, but the lives he saved, many of whom survived to tell their children and grandchildren, form his true memorial at the same time. In the West, Allied governments were finally beginning to grasp the scope of what had been unfolding across occupied Europe. Despite early reports from escapees and underground networks, despite evidence gathered by spies and diplomats, the full scale of the Holocaust remained hard to comprehend. It was too vast, too monstrous. And so the voices of those who had seen it firsthand, like Jan Karski, who had visited both the Warsaw Ghetto and a transit camp, were often met with disbelief. But eventually, as camps were liberated and survivors emerged from behind barbed wire, the truth became undeniable. The rescue of the remaining Jewish prisoners became a race against time, not just to free them from captivity, but to keep them alive. Many were too weak to walk, speak, or eat. Medical personnel, overwhelmed by the scale of human suffering they encountered, sometimes wept as they worked. In Bergen-Belsen, British soldiers found thousands of corpses piled beside barracks, and thousands more prisoners too far gone to survive. Still, in that final act of liberation, the idea of rescue took on its fullest meaning. The machinery of death had stopped. The crematoria were silent. The gates had opened. And though the survivors stepped into a world that often had no place for them, they were, at last, free. The road ahead would be long and uncertain. Most had lost entire families, whole communities. Many were alone in the world. And yet, survival itself was a form of resistance, an unspoken refusal to let Hitler's vision of a Judenfrei Europe succeed. Every child born to a survivor, every Shabbat candle lit, every book written and language preserved, these, too, were acts of defiance. In the decades that followed, survivors built new lives, scattered across countries that once closed their doors. Some testified publicly. Others chose silence. Museums were erected. Documents were archived. Names were recovered. The stories of resistance and rescue, once scattered and faint, were gathered like fragile threads and woven into the broader tapestry of memory. They did not erase the horror, but they softened the edges of despair with the reminder that even when humanity failed at scale, it did not fail entirely. In the face of a monstrous system, individuals chose compassion. In the face of death, some chose dignity. In the face of silence, some chose to speak. And so the story of the Holocaust is not only one of victims and perpetrators, but also of rescuers and rebels, of those who chose, in their brief moment on the stage of history, to do what was right even when it was forbidden. They remind us, quietly and eternally, that resistance is not measured by victory or numbers, it is measured by courage. That rescue is not a miracle, it is a choice. And that in the darkest nights of human cruelty, there will always be those who carry the light. Chapter 5. Ghettos and the Struggle to Survive Before the Gas Chambers. Before the smoke of crematoria darkened the skies of occupied Europe, before the trains groaned under the weight of humanity sent to slaughter, there were ghettos. Walled, sealed, guarded enclaves where life for millions of Jews became a narrowing corridor of hunger, disease, fear, and waiting. They were neither fully open nor fully closed, existing in a gray space between life and death, between existence and erasure. To live in a ghetto was to endure a form of slow-motion destruction, where every day meant less food, less space, less hope. And yet within those crumbling walls, behind the watchtowers and barbed wire, people continued to breathe, to resist despair, to hold on to identity, faith, and each other. The ghettos were crucibles of suffering, but also of endurance. To survive in a ghetto was to live each moment in defiance of a system that wanted you to vanish. The ghettos of Nazi-occupied Europe were not spontaneous or improvised. They were meticulously planned, part of the evolving strategy of the Nazi regime to isolate, impoverish, and ultimately eliminate the Jewish people. While ghettos had existed in various forms throughout European history, the ones established by the Nazis during World War II were wholly different in scope, scale, and intent. Beginning with the invasion of Poland in 1939, the Nazis set in motion a process of forced segregation that would, within a few years, imprison over 2 million Jews in more than 1,000 ghettos, ranging from the massive and infamous, like the Warsaw Ghetto, to the small, unnamed enclosures in remote towns and villages. The ghettos varied in layout, size, and administration, but they shared a common purpose: to concentrate Jewish populations, strip them of rights and resources, and prepare them, whether through death or deportation, for removal from the world. Warsaw, the largest of all the ghettos, became a grim archetype. Created in November 1940, it quickly swelled to house more than 400,000 Jews in an area just over a square mile. Encircled by a 10-foot wall topped with broken glass and barbed wire, guarded by German and Polish police, the ghetto was a world apart, densely packed, crumbling, pulsing with sickness and desperation. Entire families crowded into single rooms. Water was scarce. Toilets were shared among dozens. Streets reeked of waste. The food ration allotted to Jews was minuscule, barely 200 calories per person per day. Bread made of sawdust. Soup that was little more than hot water. Malnutrition set in quickly, especially among children. They became skeletal, their limbs stick-thin, bellies distended, eyes hollow. Many simply collapsed in the streets and died, their small bodies removed by carts each morning like garbage. But the ghetto was not simply a place of death. It was also a space of resistance, of perseverance. Even as the Nazis sought to reduce Jewish life to nothing, Jews inside the ghettos found ways to assert their humanity. Schools, though illegal, continued in secret. Rabbis taught Torah in cellars lit by oil lamps. Musicians formed orchestras. Poets wrote verses about survival. Smugglers, often mere children, crept through holes in walls or slipped past guards to bring in food and medicine. These children, small and quick, carried life in sacks on their backs. Many were caught, beaten, shot, but others succeeded, and their courage meant survival for families who might otherwise have perished. The ghetto economy became a strange, desperate dance between desperation and ingenuity. Tailors, bakers, and teachers bartered services. Doctors treated patients without supplies. People traded jewelry, furniture, anything that could be exchanged for bread. In Lodz, another major ghetto, the situation was both similar and uniquely severe. There, the ghetto functioned almost as a factory state under the control of Mordecai Chaim Rumkowski, a controversial Jewish leader appointed by the Nazis as head of the Jewish Council, or Judenrat. Rumkowski believed that by making the Jews indispensable to the Nazi war effort, by turning the ghetto into a center of labor production, he could save lives. He ordered everyone, including children and the elderly, to work. Workshops filled with men and women sewing uniforms, assembling boots, repairing machinery. Rumkowski's policies delayed the liquidation of the Lodz ghetto longer than most others, but at a terrible moral cost. When the Nazis demanded deportations, first of the elderly, then of children, Rumkowski complied, famously begging his people in a heartbreaking speech to "give me your children." The moment, preserved in diaries and survivor testimony, remains one of the most agonizing symbols of the impossible choices faced by Jews under Nazi oppression. In Białystok, Vilna, Kovna, and dozens of smaller cities, ghettos followed a now familiar pattern. First came curfews, armbands, identification cards. Then came the physical isolation, fences, walls, checkpoints. Then, slowly, the descent into hunger, overcrowding, disease. The Nazis encouraged corruption, empowered criminal collaborators, and used the Judenrat to enforce orders, turning leaders into tools of their own destruction. The councils were often placed in impossible positions, deciding who would receive food, who would be sheltered, who would be sent away. Some resisted. Others tried to bargain. Many despaired. Across the ghettos, the moral landscape was as shattered as the physical one. Choices were never clean. Survival often came at the cost of another's life. Despite the overwhelming odds, resistance movements grew. In many ghettos, underground newspapers circulated news of the outside world and the progress of the war. Secret radio receivers captured broadcasts from London or Moscow. Young people, especially those affiliated with Zionist or socialist youth movements, formed resistance groups, storing weapons and planning uprisings. In Vilna, the poet and fighter Abba Kovner famously warned that the Jews were being led, like sheep to the slaughter, and called for armed resistance. Though few had access to real weapons, often just pistols, knives, and homemade bombs, many believed that dying with dignity was preferable to death in a camp. And so, when liquidation came, as it inevitably did, they chose to fight. Liquidation was the final act in the life of the ghetto. One day, without warning, German forces would arrive with trucks, lists, and orders. SS men, aided by local police and collaborators, would go door to door, pulling families from homes, separating the young from the old, beating those who resisted. The streets would fill with screams, the sound of boots, barking dogs. Those selected for deportation were marched to collection points, usually rail yards or open squares, where they were crammed into boxcars without food, water, or even room to sit. Destination unknown. Most were sent to extermination camps. Some ghettos, like Warsaw, fought back, launching armed uprisings that slowed the Germans for days or weeks. But the outcome was rarely in doubt. The ghettos burned, their buildings dynamited, their people either killed on the spot or shipped to their deaths. Yet even as the ghettos vanished, their legacy endured. Buried in their rubble were diaries, letters, photographs, evidence of lives lived, of songs sung, of courage shown. The Ringelblum archive, buried beneath Warsaw, later unearthed by survivors, preserved a detailed record of life under ghetto rule. In Vilna, A secret archive known as the Paper Brigade saved thousands of cultural documents, hiding them in walls and basements. These materials would later help historians reconstruct the lives and thoughts of those lost. More than numbers, they left behind stories. Not just stories of death, but of how they lived, in conditions that defy comprehension, with dignity, resilience, and love. And so, the ghettos stand in history not only as staging grounds for genocide, but also as monuments to endurance. In the filth and starvation, people fell in love, wrote poems, taught their children. In the darkness, they lit candles. In the terror, they whispered prayers. To survive a ghetto was not only to resist death, it was to affirm life again and again, one breath at a time, one choice at a time, that I in the final stages of ghetto life. As the noose of Nazi policy tightened, time itself began to unravel inside those walled-in worlds. Days lost their names. Weeks became endless repetitions of hunger and dread, and months blurred together into a long twilight of waiting. Waiting for bread, for word of loved ones, for the knock at the door that would mean deportation or death. This was the cruel genius of the ghetto system. It broke people not only physically, but temporally, emotionally, spiritually. The future was no longer a concept. For many, survival meant narrowing life down to the hour, the breath, the next sip of water. And still, amid the unbearable conditions, people found ways to carve meaning out of the dust. They created community, built culture, and clung to memory. It is here, in this twilight, that the true resilience of the ghetto emerges, not as a tale of escape, but of staying human in a world designed to make you forget what humanity even was to in their science stat. The so-called model ghetto established by the Nazis in Czechoslovakia, the cruel irony of the ghetto system reached its most twisted form. Designed as a showcase for international inspection, particularly to mislead the Red Cross, their science stat was presented as a retirement settlement for elderly and prominent Jews. In reality, it was a transit camp, a waiting room for death, from which tens of thousands were eventually deported to Auschwitz. Yet within its confines, an extraordinary cultural life blossomed. Musicians performed Verdi's Requiem, children painted and wrote poems. Intellectuals gave lectures on philosophy and astronomy. Artists like Leo Haas and Friedel Dicker-Brandeis helped children express themselves through drawings, many of which would later be recovered and displayed as haunting testaments of innocence caught in the jaws of horror. These acts of creativity were not distractions from death, but protests against it. They asserted identity, complexity, and hope in a place designed for erasure. The children of the ghettos, in particular, bore the brunt of the Holocaust's cruelty. Many were born into these prisons, their first steps taken on cracked cobblestones, their lullabies sung over the sounds of distant gunshots and starvation. Despite their suffering, their stories are among the most poignant. Diaries kept by children, such as that of 14-year-old David Serkowiak in the Lodz ghetto, reveal astonishing depths of insight, intelligence, and emotional maturity. David wrote not only about the hunger and cold, but about books, politics, friendship, and the absurdity of injustice. He died of tuberculosis in 1943, but his words survived, a fragile whisper from a generation denied its future. Alongside personal resilience came the slow birth of organized resistance, not just of the gun, but of the word, the idea, the shared vision of something better. In Białystok and Krakow, underground networks formed educational committees, medical brigades, and mutual aid societies. Secret libraries lent out books. Hidden presses printed newspapers. Some ghetto schools held graduation ceremonies, awarding paper diplomas to children who might never see adulthood. Teachers taught grammar and math in secret, not because they expected students to use these skills later in life, but because teaching was a moral stance, a refusal to let minds rot alongside the body. In Kovna, Jews established the Paper Brigade, a group that risked their lives to rescue thousands of books and documents from the clutches of the Nazis, hiding them in attics and beneath floorboards, preserving a civilization under siege. Religious life, too, persisted, though often in hiding. Rabbis led services in whispers. Torah scrolls were hidden beneath floorboards or behind false walls, and holidays were celebrated with candle stubs and symbolic scraps of food. Fasts were observed even amid starvation, not as penance, but as acts of identity. Faith became both anchor and rebellion. In Warsaw, Rabbi Kalonymus Kalman Shapira, known as the Piaseczno Rebbe, continued giving sermons inside the ghetto until his death. His teachings, smuggled out in manuscripts, spoke of spiritual resistance, of finding God in the ruins, of clinging to moral purpose even when the world had gone mad. But for every song sung in defiance, every lesson taught in secret, the darkness continued to deepen. Diseases spread rapidly through the overcrowded, unsanitary ghettos: typhus, tuberculosis, dysentery. Medical supplies were virtually non-existent. Doctors worked with improvised instruments and ancient remedies, often forced to choose who could be treated and who could not. The Warsaw Ghetto alone saw over 90,000 die from disease and starvation before the first deportations began. And when the deportations started, they came with a speed and violence that shattered even the fragile rhythm of ghetto life. Families were torn apart at railway stations. Mothers begged to stay with children. Old men collapsed on cobblestones, too weak to march. Guards beat and dragged those who resisted. Some went to Umschlagplatz, the central deportation point, in silence, believing they were being sent to work camps. Others knew. They had heard rumors or seen the smoke rising from distant chimneys. The liquidation of the ghettos, the Nazi euphemism for total removal and destruction, became widespread by mid-1942, in coordination with the implementation of the final solution. Entire communities disappeared in days. In Lublin, Jews were marched directly from the ghetto to nearby Majdanek. In Białystok, an uprising delayed the Germans briefly, but the ghetto was eventually razed. In Warsaw, the largest uprising erupted in April 1943 after the Nazis announced the final deportation. Jewish fighters, using smuggled pistols and homemade bombs, held off the Germans for nearly a month in an act of breathtaking courage. They knew they would not win. They fought not to save their lives, but to reclaim them, to decide the moment of their death, to shout, "We were here," as loudly as they could before silence returned. The ghetto burned, building by building, until little remained but ash. After the ghettos were gone, few traces remained. A brick wall here, a foundation there, a forgotten street name, a memory etched into a diary. Survivors wandered the ruins, disoriented, searching for familiar faces that would never return. And yet, even in that loss, something endured. The story of the ghettos did not vanish with their destruction. It was carried in the memories of survivors, in the songs passed down to children, in the photographs buried beneath rubble and later recovered. The ghettos became part of the collective wound of a people and part of its collective testament. A warning and a witness that in the post-war years, many survivors would return to their former ghetto homes, only to find strangers living in them. Cemeteries had been desecrated. Synagogues burned or turned into warehouses. The past had been paved over. Yet some stayed. They rebuilt communities, founded memorials, documented history. Others emigrated, carrying their memories like sacred relics. Slowly, the world began to listen. Museums displayed relics from the ghettos, a child's shoe, a yellow star, a ration card. Memorial books were compiled, listing names, describing streets that no longer existed. Scholars studied the archives. Writers turned testimony into literature. From within the horror, a deeper truth emerged. The ghettos were not just holding pens for death. They were crucibles of defiance. To speak of the ghettos today is not only to recount tragedy. It is to remember a people who, in the face of unrelenting cruelty, refused to vanish quietly, who taught their children, lit their candles, played their violins, and wrote their stories even as the walls closed in, who greeted each morning not with hope of rescue, but with the solemn vow to live one more day, for themselves, for their families, for the memory of all those already gone. Their survival, their struggle, their songs are stitched into the fabric of history not as passive suffering, but as enduring resistance. And so, the ghettos remain with us. Not in brick or mortar, for most are long gone, but in the words of those who lived within them, in the lessons they left behind, in the truth that even when humanity is cornered, starved, humiliated, it can still choose to learn, to create, to comfort, to remember. The ghettos, like the Holocaust itself, stand as a warning of what hatred and indifference can do. But within that warning is also a whisper, a reminder of what love, memory, and resilience can endure. Chapter 6: Deportation and the Death Trains, Part 1. In the deepening grip of Nazi control, as the ghettos across occupied Europe were emptied of life, a new phase of the Holocaust began to unfold, one defined by motion, by steel rails, and by a chilling efficiency that masked horror behind the cold mechanics of transportation. It was in this phase that the machinery of genocide took its most logistical form. The deportation of Jews and other targeted peoples by train, in sealed cattle cars, across hundreds of miles to camps whose names would become synonymous with death. These were not ordinary trains. They did not carry goods or passengers with destinations marked by return. They were trains without timetables, without mercy, without air. Each one became a moving prison, a mobile tomb, an extension of the crematoria they approached with every rattling mile. And for those trapped inside, the journey itself was a descent into a new level of suffering, one defined not only by where they were going, but by the inhumanity of how they were sent there. The deportation system was a core element of the Nazis' final solution, their plan to exterminate the Jews of Europe. Once ghettos had served their purpose of concentration, the regime turned to removal, and not to resettlement, as they often claimed, but to annihilation. By early 1942, following the Wannsee Conference, where senior Nazi officials formalized the extermination plan, the logistics of mass murder were streamlined with terrifying clarity. Trains were scheduled, railways allocated, cattle cars requisitioned. Local authorities were instructed to round up Jews and send them to transit points, often train stations on the outskirts of towns, where people were told to bring a small bag and prepare for relocation. Most were told they were going east for labor. Some believed it. Others knew, or at least suspected, but in the haze of fear and confusion, few had any idea of what truly awaited them. The process typically began with the gathering of entire communities, men, women, children, the elderly, into central squares or temporary holding areas, known as Umschlagplatz. These were often located near train stations and surrounded by armed guards. There, people waited for hours or days with little water or shelter, clutching suitcases filled with whatever they could carry: photographs, letters, a few loaves of bread, a change of clothes. Mothers carried infants. Fathers clung to prayer books. Grandparents leaned on canes or the arms of their children. And when the train arrived, a series of cattle cars, old freight wagons with no windows, no seats, and no air, the loading began. Forced aboard in tightly packed groups, people were crushed against each other in the dark. Some cars held as many as 100 people, jammed so tightly that they could neither sit nor move. Once the doors slammed shut, bolted from the outside, the world disappeared. Inside, the conditions were almost indescribable. There was no light except for cracks between the boards. No toilets. No food. No water. The smell of sweat, waste, and fear became unbearable within hours. In summer, the heat turned the cars into ovens. In winter, the cold froze the breath in the air. People fainted. Children cried until their voices failed. Some died in transit, of suffocation, dehydration, heart failure, or despair. Bodies slumped to the floor, trampled by the living. In some cars, people attempted to pry boards loose with bare hands, scratching at the wood until their fingers bled. In others, prayers were whispered in darkness. Songs hummed softly as mothers tried to calm terrified children. And always, the motion, the endless rattling of wheels over tracks, the screeching of steel, the passing of nameless towns where no one came to help. The journey could last hours or days. There were no stops, no pauses, no way to know how far one had traveled or how much longer remained at the end of these journeys. The trains arrived at places whose names now echo through history with unrelenting sorrow. Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek. The architecture of these death camps was designed for efficiency. The platforms placed near the gas chambers, the selection ramps engineered for rapid division. When the doors of the train cars were unsealed, the sudden burst of air and light was often overwhelming. SS guards and camp officials shouted orders. Dogs barked. Families were separated immediately, men to one line, women and children to another. Doctors like Joseph Mengele at Auschwitz, wearing white coats, performed selections, pointing left or right, to labor or to death, often with no explanation. Most were sent directly to the gas chambers. They had survived the journey only to die within hours of arrival. The shock of arrival was profound. For many, the camp appeared not as a place of execution, but as a strange industrial complex. Buildings, chimneys, uniforms. Some thought it truly was a labor facility. But the deception did not last long. At Treblinka and Belzec, the trains arrived at fake stations, complete with clocks, ticket counters, and directional signs, all part of the illusion. Prisoners were told to undress for disinfection, to tie their shoes together so they could be retrieved later. Then they were led down narrow corridors into what they were told were showers. Inside, the doors were locked. Gas was pumped in. In under half an hour, hundreds were dead. The process repeated, train after train, day after day. The system was vast. The Deutsche Reichsbahn, the German National Railway, played a central role in this machinery of death. Schedules were drawn up with bureaucratic precision. Fares were charged, often billed to the Jewish councils or to the victims themselves. Each journey was logged, each transport documented. The banality of the records, distances, weights, times, starkly contrasts with the horror of what was transported. Railroad employees, engineers, dispatchers, many claimed after the war that they were just doing their job. But their jobs had become part of a genocide. Their engines pulled the trains. Their tracks led to murder. And behind every train number was a story, a family, a vanished life. Some transports became infamous. The Dutch train from Westerbork to Auschwitz. The cattle cars from Drancy in France. The long journeys from Thessaloniki in Greece, where Jews endured weeks on board before arriving in Poland. From across Europe, the routes converged like dark veins feeding the heart of the Nazi killing system. From Norway to Hungary, from Belgium to the Balkans, the trains ran on time. The Nazi obsession with order and control ensured that even genocide followed a timetable. Yet, even amid this machinery, there were moments of resistance. In Belgium, partisans attacked a train bound for Auschwitz, managing to free some prisoners. In Poland, a few desperate prisoners escaped through holes cut in the walls of their train cars, leaping into forests, running through night, often alone, barefoot, and hunted. In Hungary, where deportations accelerated in 1944, rescuers like Raoul Wallenberg tried to intercept trains, handing out protective passports, sometimes pulling people from cars moments before departure. These efforts, though heroic, could not stop the tide. The trains kept coming, and always they arrived empty, not because no one had been inside, but because no one came back. As the war drew to a close, the final deportations took on an even more desperate form. With camps in the east being liberated by the advancing Red Army, the Nazis began evacuating prisoners westward in what became known as the Death Marches. But even before these brutal forced marches, the trains played their final, grim roles, transporting prisoners from camp to camp, delaying liberation, hiding evidence. In some cases, entire trainloads of prisoners were abandoned mid-route, locked inside without food or water, dying slowly in darkness. One such train, discovered by American troops near Magdeburg in April 1945, was filled with emaciated prisoners who had been in transit for days without supplies. The soldiers who opened the cars were stunned. Many wept. The stench, the silence, the skeletal faces. It was a vision of hell on wheels that in the post-war years, survivors spoke of the trains with a kind of haunted reverence. Not because they revered the journey, but because the journey became a defining wound, a border between life and death. For many, the memory of that rattling, pitch-black ride stayed with them more vividly than even the camps. The sensation of being trapped, pressed between bodies, unable to breathe, unable to speak, listening to children cry, watching elders die quietly in the corner. It became the trauma that could not be buried. The train was not just a vehicle. It was a weapon, a moving piece of the Holocaust architecture, as lethal as any gas chamber, as calculated as any bullet. Today, some of the railway lines still exist. Memorials have been placed along old routes. In places like Auschwitz and Treblinka, reconstructed tracks lead to nowhere, symbols of where the journey ended. Museums display preserved cattle cars, their wooden sides scarred by time. Visitors walk inside, touch the walls, try to imagine the unimaginable. But the truth is, the experience of those trains lies beyond full comprehension. It lives in testimony, in nightmares, in the silence of names never called again. And so, the story of deportation is not just about where people were taken, but how they were taken. About the inhumanity that stretched across borders and rails, about a modern civilization that harnessed industry not for progress, but for death. The trains were not accidents. They were choices. Choices made by people, planners, drivers, guards, each one a cog in a machine that ran on time, on tracks, through forests and towns and fields. While the world looked away as the trains continued their endless, steel-clad voyages into the dark heart of genocide, the human stories inside them unfolded in silence. One person might press their hand against the wooden slats, feeling the motion through fingertips, trying to count the hours or days by the rhythm of the tracks. Another might sing softly, a lullaby to soothe a child or an old prayer whispered in Hebrew, Yiddish, Polish, or Ladino. Some remained quiet, eyes closed, mouths dry, mind drifting into a numbness that was neither sleep nor thought. Others clung to each other in the darkness, arms around shoulders, offering warmth and comfort that was the only remaining act of defiance they had left. These were not just passengers on a journey. They were entire generations, entire histories in motion toward a place that was built to erase them. There were those who tried to fight the despair with belief. Small acts of faith surfaced in the most unimaginable places. Inside those rolling prisons, a mother might close her eyes and recite a psalm, or a father might whisper the Shema to his son. There were stories, few but real, of people tearing their shirts to create makeshift Torah scrolls, or scribbling messages of love, hope, or warning onto scraps of paper and tossing them through cracks in the wood as the train passed a village, hoping someone would find it. In a few cases, villagers did, retrieving these fragile messages and saving them, allowing us today to read the last words of people who never reached their destination. In those notes were names, memories, pleas. Tell my daughter I love her. We are on our way to Treblinka. God is with us still. These scraps became the only grave markers for families lost forever. As transports expanded across occupied Europe, the network of deportation became staggering in scale. Over 400,000 Hungarian Jews were deported in just 8 weeks in the summer of 1944, a feat of logistical horror enabled by the ruthless coordination between Adolf Eichmann's SS unit and the Hungarian authorities. Trains left day and night, carrying thousands at a time to Auschwitz. Some passengers arrived at the ramp after days of transit, their bodies so weak from thirst and heat that they had to be carried from the cars. Many died en route. Others were gassed the same day. Fewer than 10% of those deported from Hungary survived the war. The tracks between Budapest and Auschwitz became a corridor of death, as did so many others, from France, where Jews were collected in the Vel d'Hiv roundup and sent from Drancy to the east, from the Netherlands, wherein Frank and her family were deported from Westerbork, from Italy, Romania, Slovakia, and every corner of Nazi reach. The trains unified the genocide, binding the fates of Jews from Lisbon to Lviv in a network of annihilation. Among those taken were artists, teachers, rabbis, shoemakers, merchants, children who'd never walked barefoot on grass. In one train car might be a cantor and a poet. In another, a seamstress, a violinist, a child with a locket of her mother's hair. Inside those wooden boxes, worlds were carried to their ends. Languages, jokes, lullabies, recipes, memories. It was not merely people that the trains transported, but the cultures of entire communities. And when the doors opened at the camps, and the selections were made, and the chimneys filled the sky with ash, those cultures vanished along with their people, except for what could be remembered by the few who survived. And yet, there were survivors. Against all odds, some lived to tell the stories of their journey, and those stories form some of the most powerful testimonies we have today. Primo Levi, in If This Is a Man, described his arrival at Auschwitz with precision and calm horror. Elie Wiesel, in Night, recalled the suffocating terror aboard the train that carried him from Sykes to Birkenau, the fear that crept in with each passing hour, and the scream of a woman who saw the flames before anyone else. Their words echo not just their own experiences, but the voices of millions who could not write them. Through memoirs, oral histories, and court testimonies, the trains remain with us, not as distant memories, but as visceral, enduring truths. Even after liberation, the legacy of the trains haunted those who survived. For many, the sound of a train whistle, The creak of wooden boards or the sight of parallel tracks evoked flashbacks so powerful they could barely breathe. Survivors often spoke of the sensation of being reduced, not just in body, but in identity. On the trains, one was not a person, but cargo. Not a parent, not a child, not a soul, just mass, just number, just destination. The Nazis referred to transports in bureaucratic terms: units, tonnage, quotas. This deliberate dehumanization was part of the system, and the trains were both the tool and the symbol of that erasure. After the war, as the full scale of the Holocaust became known, the role of the trains and the railway system came under intense scrutiny. Trials in Nuremberg and elsewhere examined the complicity of the Reichsbahn and its employees. But justice, like so much else, was uneven. Many of those who scheduled the transports, who drove the engines, who worked in the switching yards, returned to quiet lives. Some expressed regret. Others insisted they had no choice. But the evidence was clear. The Holocaust was not only a crime of ideology, but of logistics, and the trains were its arteries. Without them, the final solution would not have been possible at such scale, with such deadly precision that in time, efforts were made to remember. At sites like the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum, a preserved cattle car sits on the rails leading into the camp. At Yad Vashem, in Jerusalem, visitors walk through a boxcar suspended over a ravine, a memorial as haunting as it is silent. In Poland, Germany, and France, old train stations have been turned into places of mourning. Names are etched in stone. Flowers are left on rusting rails. Silence hangs in the air. It is in these places that the enormity of the Holocaust becomes physical, not just in books, not just in numbers, but in wood and iron and gravel beneath the feet. The rails are not just history. They are scars on the earth. There is no true way to comprehend what it meant to be inside one of those trains. No documentary, no dramatization, no reconstruction can truly recreate the sensory, emotional, and spiritual collapse that occurred in those moving prisons. But we can listen. We can remember. We can stand at the tracks and read the names, and know that these were people, not shadows. That each transport was not a single event, but 1,000 endings, each one with a face, a voice, a dream. And in doing so, we can affirm that the horror carried out by the trains was not inevitable. It was made, constructed, designed. It can be remembered, and must be, so that the world might never again allow rails to carry life into darkness. And so the trains continue to roll, not in reality, but in memory, across books, testimonies, and the silent whispers of survivors who once saw the world through the cracks in wooden walls. They move across our conscience, asking us to pause, to hear, to understand. The Holocaust was not only an event of death, but of journeys, journeys that no human should ever have made, journeys that began with the promise of relocation and ended in silence. And in honoring those journeys, we do not only remember how they ended, we remember who they were, where they came from, and all they carried with them into that darkness. Chapter 7. The Camps of Death. Beyond the barbed wire and the guarded perimeters, beyond the heavy gates with their deceitful slogans, lay a world entirely severed from the rhythms of life. These were not prisons in any conventional sense. They were factories of death, industrialized zones of extermination, designed not to reform or to detain, but to erase. From the outside, some resembled ordinary military compounds, orderly barracks, tall chimneys, watchtowers. But within, every structure, every path, every protocol was built around the purpose of mass killing. They were the culmination of Nazi ideology, the endpoint of 1,000 bureaucratic decisions, 1,000,000 small choices that together created a machinery whose purpose was genocide. These were the death camps: Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, and Majdanek, the epicenters of the Holocaust, where the final solution was not planned or theorized, but executed. And within their gates passed the final steps of millions. While concentration camps had existed since the earliest days of the Nazi regime, their primary function had evolved. In the 1930s, camps like Dachau and Sachsenhausen were initially used to imprison political enemies, communists, trade unionists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and other groups considered hostile to Hitler's vision of Germany. Conditions were brutal, discipline was absolute, and death was not uncommon. But systematic extermination was not yet the purpose. That transformation occurred gradually, shaped by war, ideology, and an increasingly radicalized Nazi leadership. By the early 1940s, the Reich began constructing a network of death camps distinct from labor or transit camps, places where people were not sent to live, work, or be held, but to be killed, usually within hours of arrival. Auschwitz, perhaps the most infamous of all, began as a concentration camp in 1940 near the Polish town of Auschwitz. But by 1942, it had grown into a sprawling complex: Auschwitz I, the original camp; Auschwitz II-Birkenau, the extermination camp; and Auschwitz III-Monowitz, the industrial labor camp. It became a central hub in the Nazi death system. Victims arrived by the thousands in cattle cars, often after journeys lasting days without food or water. At the Birkenau ramp, they were met by SS officers and camp doctors who performed selection and quick assessments determining who was deemed fit for forced labor and who would be sent immediately to the gas chambers. Men were separated from women and children. The elderly, the sick, and the very young were almost always condemned. Most of those selected for death were unaware of what awaited them. They were told to undress for disinfection, their belongings carefully cataloged or looted. Then, herded into gas chambers disguised as showers, they were locked in, and Zyklon B pellets were dropped into the chambers from above. Within minutes, the screaming stopped. The gas chambers at Auschwitz could kill nearly 2,000 people at once. The bodies were then removed by Sonderkommando, Jewish prisoners forced to assist in the process, who shaved hair, pulled gold teeth, and carried corpses to the crematoria. These men lived on borrowed time, often killed themselves after weeks or months to erase witnesses. The efficiency of Auschwitz was staggering and horrifying. At its peak, the camp killed up to 6,000 people a day. And yet, this horror unfolded with an eerie precision. Trains arriving on schedule, SS personnel recording numbers, camp clerks filing death notices as though handling ordinary paperwork. Other death camps, though smaller, were no less lethal. Treblinka, operational from July 1942 to October 1943, was designed for one purpose: to kill as many Jews as possible in the shortest amount of time. Nearly 900,000 people were murdered there in just over a year. Unlike Auschwitz, there were no selections. Victims were unloaded from trains, marched directly to the gas chambers, and killed within hours. The camp was largely dismantled before the war ended, the Nazis destroying evidence, plowing over graves, planting trees to obscure the site. Today, a sea of stones marks the place where the dead lie buried without names. Sobibor and Belzec followed similar patterns. Small, rural, hidden from public view, they were designed for secrecy and speed. Gas chambers were powered by carbon monoxide engines rather than Zyklon B. Prisoners were stripped, herded down narrow, fenced paths called the tube, and gassed. At Belzec, over 400,000 Jews were killed in less than a year. Fewer than a handful survived. At Sobibor, A prisoner revolt in October 1943 led to a temporary breach. 300 escaped into the forests, though many were later caught. The escape prompted the Nazis to shut the camp down and erase its physical traces. But memory proved harder to erase. Chelmno was unique in its use of mobile gas vans. Victims, primarily from the Lodz ghetto, were loaded into sealed trucks, where exhaust was piped back into the vehicle's interior. The vans then drove through forest paths while the passengers suffocated. At the killing site, bodies were buried in mass graves or burned. Chelmno was the first camp to use gas as a method of mass execution, setting the precedent for what followed. It operated in phases, from late 1941 through 1945, killing more than 150,000 people, mostly Jews, but also Roma and Polish political prisoners. Majdanek, near Lublin, Poland, was a hybrid camp, both a labor and extermination site. It had gas chambers, crematoria, and large barracks for forced labor. Though its death toll was smaller than Auschwitz, Majdanek is notable for the extent of its preservation. Liberated by the Red Army in July 1944, it was the first major camp discovered by Allied forces. Much of its infrastructure was intact, including gas chambers, ovens, and mountains of personal belongings, shoes, glasses, suitcases, evidence of those who had passed through. The sight shocked even hardened soldiers. The world could no longer claim ignorance. The reality was undeniable. Conditions in all camps were horrific. Starvation rations, black bread, watery soup, sometimes nothing. Appel, or roll call, forced prisoners to stand for hours in snow or heat. Random beatings. Selections at every turn. Disease spread rapidly. Typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis. Sanitation was non-existent. Corpses piled in corners. The smell of burning flesh hung in the air. Barracks were overcrowded, sometimes with 3 or more prisoners per wooden bunk. Most prisoners died within months of arrival, from execution, starvation, forced labor, or disease. Those who lived longer bore the physical and emotional scars for the rest of their lives. And yet, amid the horror, there was resistance. Prisoners created underground networks, sharing information, smuggling notes, organizing sabotage. In October 1944, Sonderkommando at Auschwitz blew up one of the crematoria using gunpowder smuggled by female prisoners working in the munitions factory. The rebellion was crushed, but it delayed operations and left a permanent mark on the camp's legacy. In Treblinka and Sobibor, uprisings allowed some prisoners to escape. Resistance, though rare and almost always fatal, proved that even in places designed to erase hope, human dignity could endure. For many, the camps are remembered not only as places of death, but as spaces where every dimension of human suffering was explored and recorded. Survivors spoke of hunger so deep it distorted the mind, of friendships formed in the barracks that gave strength to survive another day, of the moral complexities of decisions made under unimaginable duress. Who would get the last crust of bread? Who would take the sick to the infirmary, knowing they might be killed there? How do you protect a sibling, a parent, when all is stripped away and survival demands silence? These were not abstract questions. They were daily agonies, and they continue to haunt those who lived through them. As the Allies advanced in 1944 and 1945, the Nazis began evacuating the camps, attempting to hide evidence. Death marches ensued, long forced treks in winter through snow and mud, with little food, often under gunfire. Thousands died on these marches, but many camps were liberated before they could be destroyed. At Bergen-Belsen, British troops found mountains of corpses and thousands of dying prisoners. At Buchenwald, American soldiers encountered emaciated survivors clinging to life. At Auschwitz, Soviet forces found gas chambers, crematoria, and warehouses filled with human hair, prosthetic limbs, and clothing. The scale of the horror stunned even the most experienced soldiers. The war had revealed many atrocities, but the death camps were different. They were systematic, industrial, planned. Evil not born of chaos, but of order. And in the ruins of those camps, survivors stood, gaunt and hollow-eyed, stepping forward to tell their stories. They would become the witnesses, the ones who remembered, the ones who could say, "I was there." Their words, recorded in courtrooms, in memoirs, and in testimony, became the backbone of Holocaust memory. They did not speak only of death, but of life, of what it meant to hold a hand in darkness, to whisper a prayer with no guarantee of morning, to survive, not just in body, but in soul. When the gates of the camps were opened by Allied forces in 1945, the full scale of what had occurred inside them became impossible to deny. The liberators, soldiers hardened by battle, were often left speechless by what they encountered. Emaciated figures who could barely stand emerged from wooden barracks where death had been a daily neighbor. The smell of decay was overwhelming. Thousands of corpses lay unburied in open fields, beside crematoria, stacked like cordwood. Disease ran rampant, with typhus, dysentery, and starvation threatening even those who had somehow managed to survive. At Bergen-Belsen, British troops discovered some 60,000 prisoners in catastrophic condition and another 13,000 corpses strewn across the camp. Medical units scrambled to provide food, water, and shelter, but for many, help had come too late. Hundreds died even after liberation, their bodies too broken to recover. The soldiers who liberated these camps were not prepared for what they saw. Photographs and film footage, taken to document the horror, would later be used in war crimes trials and educational efforts. But at the time, they simply reflected a stunned and devastated reality. Auschwitz was liberated by the Soviet Red Army on January 27, 1945. What they found shocked even them. Over 1 million people had died there, and though most of the killing apparatus had been dismantled or destroyed in a last-minute attempt to conceal evidence, much remained. The crematoria ruins, the barbed wire, the watchtowers. But it was the warehouses that struck the deepest chord. Rooms filled with personal belongings, mountains of human hair, eyeglasses, children's shoes, prosthetic limbs, suitcases still bearing the names of those who had believed they were going on a journey. These items bore silent witness to lives erased. The physical traces told a story more damning than any words. The liberation of Majdanek came even earlier, in July 1944, making it the first major extermination camp uncovered. The retreating Nazis had not yet destroyed its gas chambers or crematoria. When journalists and investigators arrived, they found massive ovens, piles of ashes, rooms still stained by the gas used to kill. They saw the tools of mass murder laid bare, not hidden, not abstract, but real, tangible, undeniable. For many across the world, this was the first glimpse into the reality of the Holocaust. And yet, even in the face of overwhelming evidence, there were those who could not or would not believe. How could such evil have existed? How could people have let it happen? The camps were not only places of death, they were the epicenter of Nazi ideology made real. Every policy, every speech, every order had found its culmination there. And after the war, it became necessary to understand not only how they operated, but how they were allowed to exist in the first place. Historians, legal scholars, and survivors began to ask questions. Who built the camps? Who guarded them? Who designed the chimneys and laid the railway tracks? The answer, often was ordinary people: engineers, architects, clerks, guards. The camps were not the product of monsters, but of men, many of whom returned to normal lives after the war, their roles obscured by bureaucracy or dismissed as following orders. This realization was perhaps the most chilling of all: that genocide could be systematized, that mass murder could be managed with paperwork, and in the years following liberation, efforts to bring justice to the perpetrators began. The Nuremberg trials, held from 1945 to 1946, laid the foundation for modern international law. For the first time in history, individuals were held criminally accountable not just for war crimes, but for crimes against humanity. Witnesses gave harrowing testimony. Films and photographs from the camps were shown in court. Camp commandants, doctors, and SS officers were put on trial. Some were sentenced to death, others to prison. But many lower-level perpetrators escaped justice. In the chaos of post-war Europe, many fled, assumed new identities, or were absorbed into the structures of Cold War governments. Still, survivors kept telling their stories. They testified in courtrooms, wrote memoirs, gave interviews, and helped create museums and memorials. Their voices became the foundation upon which remembrance was built. The memory of the camps has never faded. At Auschwitz, millions now walk through the gates each year, passing beneath the infamous sign, "Arbeit macht frei," work sets you free. They see the barracks, the gas chambers, the piles of shoes and hair, and they listen to guides recount the history of what happened there. At Treblinka, where almost nothing remains of the original structures, visitors walk through a haunting field of stone markers, each bearing the name of a destroyed Jewish community. At Majdanek, original buildings stand in silent testimony, and at Dachau and Buchenwald, exhibitions trace the journey from early repression to final atrocity. These places, once scenes of unfathomable cruelty, have become sites of education, mourning, and reflection. They are not merely museums. They are cemeteries without graves. The emotional impact of visiting a camp can be profound. Many visitors report an overwhelming stillness, a silence that feels as though it carries memory. Birds may sing, trees may sway, but beneath it all lies a weight, a knowledge that death happened here, again and again, until the very ground seemed to hold the sorrow. Survivors who return often speak of ghosts, not as specters, but as memories so thick they seem to inhabit the space. Some have trouble entering the barracks. Others walk slowly, remembering where they once stood, where a friend collapsed, where a brother was lost. For them, the camps are not history. They are personal, and yet, the passage of time demands that we continue to remember without direct witnesses. As survivors age and pass on, the responsibility shifts to educators, historians, artists, and ordinary people who choose to remember. The camps remain central to that mission. Films, books, and virtual reality experiences now attempt to preserve the experience of witnessing. Recorded testimonies allow future generations to hear voices that would otherwise be lost. And new generations of visitors continue to come: school children, scholars, families, travelers, each bearing the solemn responsibility of carrying the memory forward. But remembrance alone is not enough. The camps also serve as warnings. They remind us what can happen when hatred is legitimized, when human beings are stripped of dignity, when the machinery of the state is turned toward evil. They show us how ordinary people, citizens, neighbors, coworkers, can become complicit in horror when fear, propaganda, and indifference prevail. And they ask us, quietly but urgently, what we will do with that knowledge. Will we speak out against injustice? Will we protect the vulnerable? Will we recognize the signs before it is too late? The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It began with words, with laws, with marginalization, with silence. The camps were its conclusion, but not its origin. That is why their memory is so essential, not just as a record of what was, but as a mirror to what could be. They show us what happens when society abandons empathy, when ideology eclipses morality, when power goes unchecked. They demand that we see not only the victims, but the systems that enabled their suffering. And they call on us, every day, to choose differently. Among the ruins of the camps, hope is a difficult concept. Yet even there, it exists, not in redemption or reversal, but in resistance. The prisoners who shared food, who taught each other songs, who prayed, who wrote, who remembered, they resisted. The survivors who bore witness, who spoke to classrooms, who built memorials, they resisted. And those who today remember, teach, and honor the dead, they too resist. Against forgetfulness, against denial, against hatred in all its forms. The camps of death were intended to be final. They were supposed to leave no trace, no story, no future. But they failed. From their ashes rose memory, testimony, and an enduring moral imperative. To remember the victims not only as casualties, but as human beings, parents, children, poets, musicians, teachers, dreamers. To recognize that their suffering was not inevitable, but chosen by those who had power. And to ensure that never again will such power go unchallenged. And so, the camps remain, not just as historical sites, but as silent teachers. They speak through their emptiness, their fences, their watchtowers, their stillness. They ask us to listen, not with ears alone, but with conscience. They ask us to look, not at the numbers, but at the names. And above all, they ask us to remember, not only what was done, but what must never be allowed to happen again. Chapter 8. The Eastern Inferno. As the Holocaust unfolded across Europe, its most ferocious and unfathomably brutal chapter emerged not in the gas chambers of Auschwitz alone, nor only in the deportations of Western Jews on cold steel rails, but in the burning towns, ravaged forests, and execution pits of the East. The Eastern Front, where Nazi Germany launched its titanic invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 under the code name Operation Barbarossa, became more than a battlefield. It became a vast and sprawling arena for genocidal warfare. Here, in the lands of Belarus, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and deep into Soviet territory, the Nazis waged a war not just against soldiers, but against civilians. Against Jews, against Slavs, against partisans both real and imagined, against entire communities marked for annihilation. It was in the East that the Holocaust grew into its most openly savage form, with bullets rather than gas, with fire rather than smoke, and with the direct and unflinching participation of tens of thousands of German troops, collaborators, police units, and SS death squads. This was the Eastern Inferno, a phase of the genocide defined by immediate murder, open massacres, and a terrifying fusion of military conquest with ideological extermination. The seeds of this brutal chapter were planted long before the first shots were fired in June 1941. Hitler had long regarded the East as the heartland of his racial vision. In Mein Kampf, he had written that Germany must expand eastward to secure Lebensraum, living space, for the German people. This space, he believed, lay in the vast, fertile plains of the Soviet Union, which he saw as controlled by what he called Judeo-Bolsheviks, Jews and communists whom he regarded as two sides of the same enemy. In Hitler's worldview, defeating the USSR was not merely a strategic goal, it was an existential, racial imperative. The Slavic peoples who lived in those lands were to be enslaved, driven out, or eliminated. The Jews, seen as both racial pollutants and ideological enemies, were to be completely exterminated. And so, when the Wehrmacht surged across the Soviet border in the summer of 1941, it was not just the largest military operation in human history. It was also the beginning of the most direct phase of the Holocaust. Behind the tanks and infantry came the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing units composed of SS men, police officers, and local collaborators. Their mission, as outlined in secret orders, was simple and horrifying: identify and eliminate Jews, political commissars, Roma, and others deemed enemies of the Reich. These units, which operated in the wake of the advancing army, did not deport their victims to camps. They murdered them on the spot, by shooting, by fire, by hanging. In towns and villages across the occupied Soviet territories, Jews were rounded up, forced to dig mass graves, stripped of their clothes, and shot in ditches, ravines, and forests. In some cases, entire communities were exterminated in a single day. The murder was intimate, face-to-face, often carried out in broad daylight, in view of neighbors, children, and sometimes even German soldiers not formally part of the death squads. The most infamous of these massacres occurred at Babi Yar, a ravine outside the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. On September 29th and 30th, 1941, over 33,000 Jews were murdered there in just 2 days. Men, women, children, the elderly, all were ordered to gather with their belongings, under the pretense of resettlement. Instead, they were marched to the edge of the ravine, ordered to undress, and shot by machine guns. The bodies were buried under layers of earth, only to be unearthed later when the Nazis attempted to destroy the evidence. But Babi Yar, though massive, was only one of thousands of such sites. In Lithuania, in Latvia, in Belarus, and eastern Poland, entire Jewish populations were wiped out within weeks of the German advance. In Vilnius, once known as the Jerusalem of the North, tens of thousands of Jews were murdered in the Ponary Forest. In Kaunas, in Riga, in Minsk, in small villages whose names never made it into history books, the same pattern repeated: roundup, forced march, execution, burial. The efficiency of the Einsatzgruppen was staggering and terrifying. By the end of 1941, over 500,000 Jews had been murdered in this manner. Their actions were supported by auxiliary police units from local populations: Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Latvians, and others, many of whom harbored their own anti-Semitic beliefs or cooperated out of fear, opportunism, or coercion. The Wehrmacht, too, was complicit. Though its high command tried to maintain the fiction of being a clean army, many of its units assisted in roundups, provided logistical support, and even participated directly in killings. Soldiers took photographs, sent home letters describing the massacres, and stood guard over execution pits. The Holocaust in the East was not hidden. It was visible, immediate, and brutal. And it involved far more than the SS alone. The scale of destruction in the East was matched only by its speed. In city after city, Jewish communities that had flourished for centuries vanished in a matter of weeks. Synagogues were burned, Torah scrolls desecrated, cemeteries flattened, homes looted, libraries destroyed, and above all, people murdered: mothers and children, rabbis and merchants, tailors and teachers. The Jewish world of Eastern Europe, with its languages, its customs, its scholarship and music and laughter, was extinguished under the roar of rifles and the weight of bulldozers. In many places, not a single Jew survived. The Nazis' goal of total annihilation was nearly achieved, not by gas chambers, not by deportation, but by the rifle butt and the bullet, Amid this inferno, stories of resistance and rescue still emerged, rare but powerful. In the forests of Belarus and Ukraine, some Jews escaped the massacres and formed partisan groups, striking back at the occupiers through sabotage, ambushes, and guerrilla warfare. The Bielski partisans, led by a group of brothers who had fled the killings in their village, created a hidden community in the forest that sheltered over 1,200 Jews, including women, children, and the elderly. They not only fought the Germans, but saved lives. In other places, sympathetic locals risked their lives to hide Jews in barns, cellars, and attics. These acts of defiance did not stop the genocide, but they stood as acts of human courage in the face of unimaginable fear. They were the sparks of dignity in a world engulfed by hate. By 1942, the killings in the East began to shift. The Nazis, seeking to relieve the psychological toll on the Einsatzgruppen and streamline the extermination process, began constructing death camps, stationary, industrial sites where mass murder could be carried out more efficiently and with fewer witnesses. The Eastern shootings, though continuing throughout the war, now became part of a broader, more mechanized Holocaust. But their legacy endured. The Einsatzgruppen murders were the blueprint for the final solution, the testing ground for genocide without mercy or pause. The bullets that felled the first victims in the forests of Lithuania and the ravines of Ukraine paved the way for the gas chambers of Auschwitz and Treblinka. And in the quiet of the eastern woods, the echoes of that terror remain. Even today, decades later, unmarked mass graves continue to be discovered, fields where bones still lie beneath the soil, where bullet casings surface after the rains. Memorials now stand in places once soaked with blood, but many of the sites are isolated, untended, forgotten. The names of the victims, if known at all, are carved in stone, etched in plaques, remembered in prayers whispered by descendants who survived through miracles or chants. But for many, there is no plaque, no stone, no name. Only silence. Only the trees that watched and the earth that remembers. As the Eastern Holocaust surged onward, the grim statistics only hinted at the devastation. By the end of 1942, over 1 million Jews had been shot and buried in forests, ravines, and unmarked fields stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea. But beyond the figures lay the reality of how genocide came to define everyday life in occupied territories. Towns that once bustled with Jewish life became places of silence and absence. In marketplaces where Hebrew and Yiddish once mingled with Polish, Ukrainian, or Russian, there were only German signs and empty storefronts. The air once filled with the sounds of prayers, laughter, school bells, and wedding songs became haunted by memory. Survivors who returned after the war often found not only no family, but no trace that their communities had ever existed. No synagogue, no gravestones, no records. Whole worlds, meticulously destroyed, both physically and culturally. The ideological intensity of the Eastern Campaign was matched by its administrative coordination. The Nazi regime created a web of occupation authorities, SS commands, and civilian administrators tasked with governing the conquered East. Reich commissariats were established in Ukraine and the Baltic states, intended to be long-term German colonies where Slavic populations would be subjugated or displaced. In these newly conquered zones, Jews were forbidden from owning property, working in trades, or accessing food. Hunger became a weapon. In ghettos hastily established in cities like Minsk, Riga, and Lviv, the population suffered extreme overcrowding, with little access to medicine, clean water, or warmth. Starvation became common. Deportations to execution sites or camps occurred frequently, often with no warning. The ghettos in the East were often shorter-lived than those in the West. They were seen not as holding areas, but as temporary pens before slaughter. The Germans also sought to erase the dead. Operation 1005, launched in 1942, was a secret initiative aimed at covering up the massacres in the East. Special units, often composed of Jewish slave laborers, were forced to exhume mass graves and burn the bodies using makeshift pyres built from railway ties and soaked in gasoline. Ashes were crushed and scattered. The laborers were themselves executed once their work was done. This operation, led by SS officer Paul Blobel, was carried out with brutal efficiency in dozens of sites, from Babi Yar Deponnery to the forests of Belarus. Its purpose was not only to conceal evidence from the Allies, but to ensure that the very memory of the Jews murdered in the East would be erased. But despite these efforts, many sites were discovered after the war. Local witnesses, partisan survivors, and remnants of testimony preserved what the fire could not consume. The psychological toll on the perpetrators was also notable, though far from a defense. Some members of the Einsatzgruppen reported deep emotional distress after months of executing women and children. Alcohol was often used to dull their reactions. Others, however, appeared to grow numb, even enthusiastic. Photographs found after the war show SS men smiling at the edge of execution pits, posing with rifles, laughing over drinks after a day's killings. Letters sent home described the shootings in chillingly banal terms. One soldier wrote, "Today, we had another action. The Jews screamed terribly, but it was over quickly. These men were not coerced. They were volunteers. Many came from educated, middle-class backgrounds, lawyers, teachers, accountants. They were given the option to step back. Few did. The Holocaust in the East shattered any illusion that evil must always wear a monstrous face. The response from local populations varied. In some areas, anti-Semitism had long festered, fueled by economic envy, religious hostility, or nationalist fervor. Pogroms erupted in the wake of German occupation, carried out not by Germans, but by locals. In Lithuania, Ukrainian Galicia, and parts of Poland, thousands of Jews were murdered by neighbors in the days and weeks following the Wehrmacht's arrival. In other cases, however, individuals showed extraordinary courage, hiding Jewish families in barns, forging documents, guiding children to safety across borders. These rescuers risked not only their lives, but those of their entire families. In the East, harboring a Jew was often punishable by death without trial. Still, some chose humanity over fear, and their names live on in the memory of the rescued and in the honor of institutions like Yad Vashem, which has recognized many as righteous among the nations. Resistance movements in the East also played a significant role in the broader story of the Holocaust. Jewish partisans, Soviet units, and local insurgents formed networks in the forests of Belarus and Ukraine. In the face of overwhelming odds, they conducted sabotage missions, derailed trains, ambushed patrols, and maintained radio contact with Allied forces. Some partisan groups established entire forest settlements, protecting not only fighters but families, elders, and children. Life in the forest was harsh. Cold, starvation, illness, and German retaliation were constant threats. But it offered an alternative to helpless death. Survivors from these partisan groups often carried deep pride in their resistance, seeing themselves not only as victims, but as fighters who preserved their dignity through defiance. As the war progressed and the Nazi grip on the East began to falter, many of these regions were retaken by the advancing Red Army. What they found left them shaken. Mass graves, burned villages, abandoned ghettos, skeletal survivors. Soviet war photographers documented the horrors, and war crimes investigators began assembling testimonies. Unlike the West, where survivors from camps could speak and write, the Eastern Holocaust left fewer witnesses. The vast majority of Jews in the Soviet territories had been murdered in situ, their communities destroyed. In cities like Smolensk, Kharkiv, and Rostov, entire Jewish neighborhoods ceased to exist. The Eastern Holocaust was not merely a tragedy of death, but of silence, an obliteration so thorough that history itself had to be rebuilt from ash and rumor. After the war, the Eastern Front Holocaust remained less discussed in Western narratives. The focus often lay on Auschwitz and the camps, places with infrastructure, documentation, and survivor testimony. The mass shootings in the East, by contrast, left fewer traces. Many victims had no families left to speak for them. Communist regimes often suppressed open discussion of Jewish identity, emphasizing the wartime suffering of all citizens rather than the specific targeting of Jews. In the Soviet Union, Jewish survivors of the Holocaust were often treated with suspicion. Synagogues remained closed. Memorials to Jewish victims were rare and frequently generalized to Soviet citizens. It was only in later decades, through the efforts of historians, local researchers, and descendants, that the Eastern Holocaust began to receive the recognition it deserved. Today, efforts to commemorate the Eastern Inferno continue. Memorial sites at Babi Yar, Ponary, and hundreds of other execution grounds bear witness to the lives lost. Scholars have worked painstakingly to identify victims, map grave sites, and uncover forgotten stories. Organizations like Yahad and Unum have conducted field research to locate and document massacre sites across Eastern Europe. Their work, combining forensic investigation with local interviews, has helped bring clarity to events that were once shrouded in silence. In Ukraine, Lithuania, Belarus, and Russia, memory remains contested, but it also persists. For every destroyed synagogue, there is a new plaque. For every lost name, a story reclaimed. The Eastern Holocaust stands as a terrifying reminder of what happens when ideology fuses with war, and when hatred is unleashed without restraint. It reveals the speed with which civilization can collapse, and how ordinary people can become agents of atrocity. It challenges the very nature of memory, justice, and human behavior. But it also reveals endurance, the resilience of those who survived, the courage of those who resisted, the devotion of those who remembered. In the quiet groves of the East, where snow now covers the earth and birds sing over hidden graves, the past remains close. Beneath the forest floor lie the bones of poets and bakers, of children with toys, of elders with prayers. Their names are whispered not only in museums and books, but in the soft rustling of trees that once bore witness. They ask us to see, to remember, to understand. They ask us never to let the silence return. Chapter 9. The World Responds. Far from the gas chambers of Auschwitz and the execution pits of the eastern forests, a wider world went on with its daily rhythms, political debates in parliaments, headlines in morning papers, songs on the radio, and soldiers deployed across battlefields for causes of liberation and conquest alike. While the Holocaust unfolded in terrifying scale and brutality, the world outside Nazi-occupied Europe watched, listened, misunderstood, and, too often, remained silent. This chapter of the Holocaust story is not only one of actions, but of inaction. It is a chapter of telegrams unanswered, warnings unheeded, bureaucracies entangled in red tape, and moral paralysis at moments when moral clarity was desperately needed. Yet it is also a chapter of messengers who tried to awaken conscience, of diplomats who defied orders, of voices who spoke when it was easier to stay quiet. In understanding how the world responded to the Holocaust, slowly, imperfectly, and incompletely, we confront not just the failure of governments, but the fragility of empathy when the victims seem distant, different, or politically inconvenient. Long before the smoke of crematoria darkened the skies over Poland, the persecution of Jews in Germany and Austria had made headlines. Hitler's rise to power in 1933 was met with protests abroad. Jewish organizations in America and Britain held rallies. Economic boycotts were attempted, and many hoped international pressure might moderate the new regime. But as anti-Semitic policies hardened into law and violence, as Jewish businesses were expropriated and synagogues burned, the world's concern gradually gave way to resignation. In November 1938, during the orchestrated pogrom known as Kristallnacht, over 1,400 synagogues were attacked, thousands of Jewish shops were looted, and tens of thousands of Jews were arrested and sent to camps. The images shocked the world. The United States recalled its ambassador from Berlin. Newspapers condemned the violence. But substantive action was minimal. Borders remained tight. Refugee quotas remained low. Speeches were made, but doors largely stayed closed. The refugee crisis that followed Hitler's early anti-Semitic policies became one of the most telling tests of international will. In 1938, the Evian Conference was convened by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in France, bringing together representatives from 32 countries to discuss the growing problem of Jewish refugees. One by one, delegates expressed sympathy and then explained why their countries could not accept more Jews. Only the tiny Dominican Republic offered to take in a substantial number. For many Jews fleeing Germany and Austria, these diplomatic pleasantries were death sentences in slow motion. They had nowhere to go. Even after the annexation of Austria and the outbreak of war in 1939, restrictive immigration policies remained in place in most of the Western world. The United States, despite its size and resources, admitted only a fraction of its already limited quotas. Britain, too, enforced restrictions, particularly in Palestine, where fears of unrest and conflict led to caps on Jewish immigration. Nations feared economic strain, political backlash, and cultural difference. The Jews of Europe became a stateless people, unwanted in the very places where they had hoped to find safety. Information about the worsening situation under Nazi occupation trickled out in fragments, often difficult to verify, often dismissed as exaggeration or wartime propaganda. Yet some voices persisted. In 1942, reports from the Polish underground and Jewish escapees began reaching the West. They described mass shootings, ghettos being liquidated, and rumors of gas chambers. One of the most urgent messages came from Jan Karski, a Polish resistance courier who risked his life to witness the Warsaw Ghetto and a transit camp firsthand. Smuggled out to Britain and later to the United States, he met with government officials, journalists, and even President Roosevelt. He described what he had seen in vivid, haunting detail. But he left his meetings deeply disheartened. "I felt that I had failed," he later wrote, "because they did not believe me, or they did not want to believe me." In December 1942, the Allies issued a joint declaration based on mounting reports that publicly acknowledged the Nazi plan to exterminate the Jews of Europe. It condemned the atrocities and vowed retribution. Yet beyond these words, little action followed. The war effort remained the primary concern. Military leaders argued that only by defeating Nazi Germany could the killing be stopped. Proposals to bomb the rail lines to Auschwitz or the crematoria themselves were rejected, considered too risky, too distant, too distracting from the larger war effort. Diplomats debated endlessly. Bureaucracies remained slow. And still, each day, thousands more Jews were being murdered. In 1944, a turning point came not because of governmental resolve, but because of individual courage. Two Slovak Jews, Rudolf Verba and Alfred Wetzler, escaped from Auschwitz and made their way to the outside world with an astonishingly detailed report. They described the camp's layout, the use of gas chambers, the number of deportees arriving and being killed. Their testimony was passed to Jewish organizations and, eventually, Allied governments. The report became one of the first widely circulated, concrete pieces of evidence about Auschwitz. When its contents were made public, particularly the revelation that Hungarian Jews were being deported en masse to Auschwitz, international pressure mounted. Even Pope Pius XII, who had remained largely silent during much of the Holocaust, expressed concern. Sweden's King Gustav V appealed to the Hungarian government. In response to this pressure, and fearing Allied retaliation, Hungarian Regent Miklos Horthy temporarily halted the deportations. By then, however, over 400,000 Hungarian Jews had already been sent to their deaths. Elsewhere, smaller acts of diplomacy saved lives. In Budapest, Swedish diplomat Raoul Wallenberg issued thousands of protective passports and set up safe houses under Swedish flags, shielding Jews from deportation. In German-occupied France, Portuguese consul Aristides de Sousa Mendes defied his government's orders and issued visas to thousands of Jews trying to flee. In occupied Denmark, a remarkable national effort ferried almost the entire Jewish population to safety in neutral Sweden, saving over 7,000 lives. In Bulgaria, popular protest and political resistance prevented the deportation of the country's Jews. These stories, while rare in the broader context of the Holocaust, shine as examples of moral clarity in a world clouded by fear, nationalism, and bureaucratic indifference. The press played a complex role. In America and Britain, Jewish suffering was reported, but rarely given front-page attention. The horrors of war were so vast, so widespread, that the specificity of Jewish genocide was often lost amid reports of battles, bombings, and political maneuverings. Anti-Semitism also lingered in the editorial offices of many papers, leading to underreporting or skepticism. Stories of mass killings were sometimes buried in the back pages, labeled as unconfirmed or unverified. It wasn't until the liberation of camps in 1945 that the full scale of the Holocaust began to confront the global public in undeniable terms. Photographs, film reels, and first-hand accounts flooded the airwaves and newspapers. The image of skeletal survivors behind barbed wire shook even the most cynical observers. The world had known something, but now it was forced to see everything. As Allied soldiers advanced across Europe in the final months of the war, the question of response took on a new urgency. What would justice look like? What would be done for the survivors? And what would history remember? Yet even then, tensions remained. In liberated camps like Bergen-Belsen and Buchenwald, survivors were often left in limbo, sick, starving, traumatized, and unsure where to go. Many countries remained hesitant to accept large numbers of displaced Jews. Anti-Semitism did not vanish with the Third Reich. In Poland, some returning Jews were met with hostility and even violence. Pogroms occurred in the very places where they had once lived, leading many to abandon hopes of rebuilding their lives in Europe. The world had failed them once in exile, and again in return. But amid these failures emerged the seeds of something new, a growing awareness that never again must be more than a slogan. The horrors of the Holocaust shocked the conscience of the world, and those slow and uneven efforts began to take shape. In the displaced persons camps of post-war Germany, Jewish survivors formed communities, held weddings, educated children, and demanded a future. Their resilience, even after such unfathomable loss, became a quiet form of defiance, a declaration that Hitler had not succeeded. The aftermath of the Holocaust posed not only the challenge of physical rebuilding, but also the profound spiritual and moral reckoning of a world that had stood too still while millions were annihilated. The images of Bergen-Belsen, of Dachau, of Auschwitz, of naked corpses piled in trenches and eyes sunken from starvation, were seared into the consciousness of humankind. And yet for the survivors who emerged from the death camps, ghettos, and forests, survival was not the end of suffering. It was the beginning of a long, uncertain journey in a world that did not yet know how to absorb the magnitude of what had happened. Displaced persons, those with no homes, no families, no papers, filled temporary camps run by the Allies, often housed in former German military barracks or the remnants of concentration camps themselves. Some survivors were too ill to travel. Others refused to leave, unwilling to return to countries that had rejected them or stood by silently during the years of genocide. For months, sometimes years, these camps remained crowded with people who had no place to go, their identities reduced to numbers on registries, their futures suspended in uncertainty. Within the displaced persons camps, survivors created their own worlds. Despite trauma and loss, they organized cultural events, published newspapers, taught their children Hebrew and Yiddish, held elections, and rebuilt religious life from ashes. Weddings were held in barracks. Babies were born where death once ruled. The camps became places not only of mourning, but of resilience. Jewish survivors formed committees to represent their interests, advocate for immigration, and demand recognition as a distinct group, not just as displaced Europeans, but as Jews, survivors of genocide. Their calls were often ignored by Allied authorities who grouped them with other refugees. It was only after public pressure and the intervention of figures like Earl Harrison, whose 1945 report condemned the treatment of Jewish DPs, that policies began to change. President Truman, moved by Harrison's report and the lobbying of Jewish leaders, pushed for improved conditions and increased quotas for Jewish immigration to the United States. But immigration remained slow, and many survivors grew disillusioned with the promises of the West. The question of Palestine became a central focus. For many Jews in post-war Europe, the idea of returning to their pre-war homelands was unbearable. The land that had borne witness to their destruction had become a place of ghosts. Zionism, once a political aspiration, now became a deeply personal necessity for many. The British mandate in Palestine, however, remained locked in conflict. British authorities, concerned about Arab opposition and unrest, continued to restrict Jewish immigration even in the wake of the Holocaust. As a result, thousands of survivors attempted to reach Palestine illegally, boarding ships in defiance of the blockade. Some were intercepted and returned to camps in Europe. One of the most well-known of these voyages, the Exodus 1947, ended with British forces forcibly returning over 4,500 Holocaust survivors back to Europe, an act that drew international outrage and sympathy for the Zionist cause. The trauma of the Holocaust soon became a driving force in the movement to establish a Jewish homeland. In 1947, the United Nations voted to partition Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states. The vote was supported in part by a global recognition, however late, of the need for a safe haven for Jews. When the State of Israel was declared in 1948, many Holocaust survivors were among its first citizens. They arrived with haunted eyes and tattooed arms, bringing with them the memory of those who could not come. Some fought in Israel's War of Independence. Others built homes and farms, created families, and tried, in whatever way they could, to live again. The founding of Israel did not erase the pain of the Holocaust, but for many, it became a symbol of survival turned into sovereignty, a rebirth from the ruins of destruction. Justice for the perpetrators was a slow and uneven process. The Nuremberg trials, held between 1945 and 1946, prosecuted leading Nazi officials for war crimes, crimes against peace, and crimes against humanity. For the first time, an international tribunal held leaders accountable for genocide. Testimony from Holocaust survivors, footage from the liberated camps, and documentation from the Nazi bureaucracy formed the backbone of the trials. 12 high-ranking Nazis were sentenced to death, others received long prison terms, and some were acquitted. While the trials marked an unprecedented moment in international law, they addressed only a fraction of those responsible. The Einsatzgruppen trials and other subsequent proceedings brought some additional perpetrators to justice, but thousands more escaped punishment. Many fled to South America, where they lived under false names. Others blended back into society, protected by Cold War politics or bureaucratic oversight. Some were never pursued at all. It was survivors who often carried the burden of remembrance and accountability. They gave testimony, wrote memoirs, published diaries, and educated future generations. Figures like Elie Wiesel, Primo Levi, and Simon Wiesenthal became voices of memory and conscience. Wiesenthal, in particular, dedicated his life to hunting Nazi war criminals and bringing them to justice. His work led to the discovery of Adolf Eichmann, one of the key architects of the final solution. Eichmann was captured in Argentina by Israeli agents in 1960, tried in Jerusalem, and executed in 1962. The trial, broadcast across the world, brought renewed focus to the Holocaust and gave survivors an unprecedented platform to tell their stories. It was a moment of reckoning, not only with one man's guilt, but with the broader machinery of murder and the world's complicity in allowing it to operate so long. Memory of the Holocaust developed differently in various parts of the world. In the United States, Jewish communities built Holocaust memorials, lobbied for education, and supported museums and documentation centers. In Europe, the process of remembrance was more fraught. Germany, under West German leadership, gradually undertook a process of Vergangenheitsbewältigung, coming to terms with the past. Public monuments were built. Holocaust education was introduced. War crimes trials continued intermittently. But in Eastern Europe, under Soviet influence, the narrative of the Holocaust was often subsumed under the broader suffering of the Soviet people. Jewish identity was downplayed or erased, and open discussion of anti-Semitism was discouraged. It wasn't until after the fall of the Iron Curtain that Eastern European nations began more openly confronting their Holocaust histories that in Israel, the Holocaust became both a national trauma and a foundational mythos. Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, was established. The Yad Vashem Memorial and Research Center became a global institution of documentation and commemoration. Survivors were honored, but for many years, some were also silenced, their experiences overshadowed by the image of the strong, new Israeli ideal. Over time, this changed, and survivor testimony became central to Israeli identity and moral discourse. The Holocaust also influenced Israeli foreign policy, particularly its emphasis on self-defense and national security. Never again was not just a phrase. It became a principle that shaped how the state saw its role in the world. Globally, the legacy of the Holocaust spurred the development of human rights law. The Genocide Convention of 1948, spearheaded by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish lawyer who had coined the term genocide, became a critical legal tool. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights followed shortly thereafter. Holocaust education programs were launched in schools and universities across the world. Museums in Washington, D.C., Berlin, Paris, London, and beyond committed to preserving the history and lessons of the genocide. As the decades passed, memory became both institutional and personal. Survivors aged, and the urgency of capturing their stories became ever greater. Projects like Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation collected thousands of video testimonies, ensuring that future generations would be able to hear the voices of those who had lived through humanity's darkest hour. But with remembrance came challenges. Holocaust denial began to appear on the fringes of discourse, first as whispers, then as pseudo-scholarship, and eventually as internet-fueled conspiracy. Denial took many forms, questioning the number of victims, denying the use of gas chambers, claiming the Holocaust was a fabrication by Jews to gain sympathy. These lies were not merely distortions of history. They were attacks on the survivors, on truth itself. Countries began passing laws criminalizing Holocaust denial. Education became not only about history, but about defending fact from falsehood. Museums adapted. Memorials evolved. Testimony became not just recollection, but a shield against forgetting. Today, the world continues to respond to the Holocaust, not as a closed chapter, but as a moral mirror. It poses questions that each generation must answer anew. How do we respond to hatred? What do we do in the face of rising anti-Semitism? How do we treat refugees fleeing persecution? How do we ensure that bureaucracy, fear, and indifference never again create the conditions for genocide? The Holocaust does not end with the liberation of the camps or the signing of post-war treaties. It continues in memory, in education, in activism, in conscience. It speaks not only of Jewish suffering, but of human choices, of complicity and courage, of silence and speech, of despair and defiance. In the long shadow of the Holocaust, nations have built museums, named streets, planted trees, and held moments of silence. But the truest memorial lies in the choices we make each day, in the dignity we extend to others, the injustices we refuse to ignore, the humanity we protect even when it is inconvenient. The world's response to the Holocaust, flawed as it was, teaches us not only about failure, but about possibility. That even amid horror, individuals can act with courage. That truth can outlast tyranny. And that remembrance, when it is honest and brave, can shape a better future. Chapter 10: Liberation and Reckoning. The thunder of artillery grew closer and the rumble of tanks echoed across the fields of Europe. The death camps and concentration sites scattered across Nazi-occupied territory began to tremble, not from the footsteps of the doomed, as they had for years, but from the approaching armies of liberation. By the dawn of 1945, the Third Reich was collapsing under the weight of its own aggression. The Allies were advancing from the west, the Soviets from the east, and as their boots pressed deeper into territory once drenched in terror, the world was about to bear witness to a truth beyond comprehension. The liberation of the camps was not a singular event, but a slow, agonizing unfolding of horror. It revealed the skeletons of Europe's conscience, not just in the dead, but in the living, in the vacant stares of survivors, in the ashes of entire communities, and in the stunned silence that followed revelation. What the soldiers found when they entered those barbed wire perimeters was not just physical suffering, but the absolute collapse of human civilization within. The chapter of liberation was also the beginning of a new torment for those who survived, for it was now time to reckon not only with what had been endured, but with what had been lost and what could never be fully understood. The first major camp to be liberated was Majdanek, discovered by Soviet forces in July 1944 as they swept through eastern Poland. Unlike other camps that the Nazis later attempted to dismantle, Majdanek had been abandoned in haste. Documents, buildings, gas chambers, and even stockpiles of prisoners' shoes were left behind. Soviet troops and journalists filmed the site, and their footage was some of the first visual evidence of the Nazi extermination system. Yet, because it was the Soviet Union delivering this news, and because wartime propaganda was rampant, much of the Western world did not initially grasp the enormity of what had been discovered. The reports sounded almost unbelievable: tens of thousands dead, crematoria, torture cells. The full truth, which would become irrefutable in the months to come, was still too vast to process. As the Soviets pushed westward, they uncovered more camps: Chelmno, Sobibor, Belzec, and finally Auschwitz in January 1945. The liberation of Auschwitz was unlike any other. Here, over 1 million Jews had been murdered, alongside Roma, Soviet prisoners of war, and others. The gates, with their cruel inscription Arbeit macht frei, stood silently as Soviet soldiers entered to find roughly 7,000 emaciated survivors clinging to life. The crematoria were still partially intact, though the Nazis had tried to destroy them. Warehouses were filled with human hair, children's toys, eyeglasses, and suitcases. The material remnants of a people were stacked like evidence in a crime beyond language. Even seasoned soldiers wept. And for the survivors, liberation came with as much confusion as relief. Many were too sick to move. Others did not know where they were. They had no idea if their families were alive, if their homes still existed, or what kind of world lay beyond the barbed-wired eye. In the West, Allied troops were also discovering the machinery of the Holocaust. In April 1945, American forces reached Buchenwald, Dora-Mittelbau, Dachau, and other camps in Germany. British troops entered Bergen-Belsen, a site so ravaged by disease and starvation that corpses lay unburied in heaps. The British immediately began efforts to feed and treat the survivors, but many were too far gone. In the days following liberation, thousands more died from typhus, dysentery, and malnutrition. Photographs and films taken by Allied troops documented these scenes in harrowing clarity. The world, shielded for so long by denial, distraction, and disbelief, was finally being shown the evidence. Piles of skeletal bodies, survivors too weak to stand, children with sunken eyes, too familiar with death. The images would become indelible. The camps were not just places of death. They were proof of a failure of humanity on every level. Yet for the survivors, liberation was not an ending. It was a beginning fraught with its own pain. Many had lost their entire families, parents, spouses, siblings, children. Some had been imprisoned for years, moving from one camp to another. Their identities had been reduced to tattooed numbers, their belongings stripped, their humanity denied. In the first days after liberation, many survivors wandered in confusion, unsure of where to go. Some did not even speak the language of the soldiers who freed them. They had been so long isolated that the outside world felt unfamiliar, almost unreal. Physical recovery was slow. Emotional recovery, for many, would never be complete. One of the most immediate challenges was the treatment of liberated prisoners. The Allied forces, unprepared for what they found, struggled to provide adequate food, shelter, and medical care. Field hospitals were hastily constructed. Displaced persons camps were established, some of them on former Nazi grounds, where survivors once again lived behind barbed wire, though this time not as prisoners. Doctors and volunteers from relief organizations, including the Red Cross and UNRRA, worked to stabilize conditions. Still, Outbreaks of disease continued. Survivors, weakened and traumatized, often died even after they had been freed. The world had arrived, but not fast enough, and for many, the psychological scars of what they had seen and what they had done to survive could not be easily healed. The moral compromises, the loss of loved ones, the enduring guilt of having lived while others perished, all of this haunted the liberated. Some fell into silence, unable or unwilling to speak of what they had endured. Others felt a desperate urgency to tell their stories, fearing the world might forget. In the months and years that followed, thousands of survivor testimonies would be recorded, written in diaries, spoken into tape recorders, typed in interviews. These voices became the bedrock of Holocaust memory, but at the time, they were often met with disbelief or discomfort. How? People wondered, could such things have happened? And how could anyone have survived them? The journey of reckoning extended beyond individual healing. It also encompassed justice, however flawed and incomplete. As news of the camps spread, so too did the demand for accountability. In London, Washington, and Moscow, discussions began about how to prosecute those responsible for the Holocaust and other Nazi crimes. The idea of an international tribunal gained traction. The result was the Nuremberg trials, where leading Nazis were charged with crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Held from November 1945 to October 1946, the trials presented mountains of evidence, including films, documents, and witness testimony. Survivors stood in courtrooms to describe what had happened in the camps. Prosecutors read from Nazi memos that coldly calculated death rates. Photographs and film reels brought the horrors to light for a global audience. The Nuremberg trials were a milestone in international law. For the first time, genocide had a name. For the first time, the idea that individuals, not just states, could be held accountable for crimes against humanity became enshrined in legal doctrine. 12 defendants were sentenced to death, others to long prison terms. But even as justice was done, it was partial. The trials could not capture the full scope of the Holocaust. Many perpetrators escaped. Some blended back into society. Others fled abroad, protected by sympathetic governments or hidden by silence. For survivors, justice often felt inadequate. No court ruling could restore the dead. No punishment could balance the scale. And yet, liberation did more than end the killing. It marked the moment when truth began to emerge from the shadows. Across Europe, survivors began rebuilding their lives, tentatively, painfully, bravely. In displaced persons camps, they formed new families. Children who had been hidden during the war emerged and began to grow. Educators and rabbis restarted schools and synagogues. Communities that had been scattered by hate began, slowly, to reassemble. They were not the same. The scars would never disappear. But the act of rebuilding itself became a form of resistance. A refusal to let death have the final word. By the end of 1945, the Allies had liberated all major camps in Europe. The Holocaust had come to an end, but its aftershocks would reverberate through history. The reckoning had only just begun. The world after liberation found itself confronted with the staggering task of what to do with the unbearable truth it had uncovered. The photographs of skeletal survivors and piles of corpses were now etched into the global conscience, but the mere recognition of atrocity did not yet amount to reckoning. Nations, communities, and individuals struggled with the weight of complicity and the burden of memory. For the Allies, the focus remained on punishing those deemed most responsible. Yet for the survivors, the journey forward was not primarily one of justice through courts. It was the more fragile, slow, and deeply human process of learning to live again. The camps were emptied, but not forgotten. The world moved on, but for those who emerged from that darkness, time moved differently. Each breath taken outside the fences, each night's sleep not interrupted by screams, was both a miracle and a reminder of what had been lost. The displaced persons camps, which had begun as emergency shelters, evolved into vibrant, if temporary, communities of renewal. Survivors sought out any trace of family members, scanning the walls of missing persons posted in train stations and community centers. They gathered around lists of the living, whispered names into the ears of others, traveled across continents chasing rumors that a sister or a cousin might have survived. In most cases, they found only absence. But in that void, new families formed. Widows married fellow survivors. Orphans were adopted by neighbors who shared no blood but had endured the same fire. Children who had grown up in hiding or behind barbed wire learned to read again, to play, to dream. Teachers, doctors, rabbis, and social workers, all themselves survivors, began reconstructing Jewish life one act at a time. In the rubble of genocide, a spiritual resistance emerged, not through vengeance, but through the quiet insistence that life must go on. Outside of the camps, the world struggled with what had happened and what it now owed. The Allies had liberated the camps, but liberation did not mean understanding. Many ordinary citizens in Germany and across Europe claimed ignorance. Some truly had not known the scale, others had turned their eyes away. In the months that followed, Allied forces sometimes forced local populations to tour nearby concentration camps. German civilians walked through Dachau and Buchenwald, stepping over the ashes of victims and the ruins of crematoria. Some wept, others looked away. The psychological reckoning within Germany would take decades. But it had begun. The Nazi regime had collapsed in military defeat, but moral reckoning moved more slowly, through silence, denial, confrontation, and eventually acknowledgement. The crimes of the Holocaust were too vast to be measured only in trials or memorials. They lived on in the haunted memories of those who had enabled it, and in the trauma of those who survived, in the decades that followed. Efforts to achieve a deeper justice continued. Survivors lobbied for recognition and restitution. Some European governments, particularly West Germany, began issuing reparations, financial payments to survivors, support for Jewish organizations, and compensation for stolen property. These measures were controversial. Some survivors felt no amount of money could compensate for what had been lost. Others saw reparations as a necessary step toward accountability. The negotiations between the State of Israel, newly established in 1948, and West Germany led to an agreement in 1952 that secured payments to the fledgling Jewish state and individual survivors. These funds would help build hospitals, schools, and infrastructure, even as they stirred fierce debates over morality, forgiveness, and dignity. For many survivors, however, the real value of reparations lay not in currency, but in the acknowledgement of wrongdoing. A world that had tried to forget was now, slowly, beginning to remember. Memory, in the post-Holocaust world, took many forms. It was built into museums and etched into granite. It was spoken in classrooms and whispered at kitchen tables. Survivors told their children and grandchildren the stories, sometimes in fragments, sometimes in great detail, often through tears. The world listened, and in listening, began to understand. Schools introduced Holocaust education as a requirement. Writers and filmmakers translated the horror into forms the broader public could grasp. Novels like Elie Wiesel's Night and Primo Levi's If This Is a Man carried the voice of the victims into the global literary canon. Documentaries and films brought faces to the names, visuals to the words. In 1978, The American television miniseries Holocaust reached millions and changed public discourse. In 1993, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum opened its doors in Washington, D.C., welcoming visitors into a space of memory, mourning, and reflection. These acts of remembrance, institutional and intimate, were acts of resistance against the erasure the Nazis had intended. But memory alone was not enough. The Holocaust had shown how quickly civilized societies could descend into barbarism, how easily laws could become tools of exclusion, and how ordinary people could become executioners. In response, the international community sought to create safeguards. The Genocide Convention, adopted by the United Nations in 1948, made genocide a crime under international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, passed the same year, laid out the basic dignity and rights of all people. These legal and ethical frameworks were inspired, in part, by the horrors of the Holocaust. They aimed to ensure that never again would be more than a phrase. But as history unfolded, through conflicts in Rwanda, Bosnia, Darfur, and elsewhere, the world would again be tested. The lessons of the Holocaust were profound, but they were not always heeded. Within the Jewish world, the Holocaust reshaped identity, culture, and faith. The destruction of 6 million Jews, including 1.5 million children, had left a scar too deep for theology alone to heal. Some turned away from God, unable to reconcile divine justice with such suffering. Others found renewed meaning in tradition, seeing their survival as a sacred duty. Holocaust memorials became central to Jewish communities across the diaspora. Yom HaShoah was marked with sirens in Israel and candlelight vigils around the world. The names of the dead were read aloud. The silence of loss became a ritual of remembrance. For many Jews, the Holocaust became not just a chapter in history, but a pillar of communal identity. Never forget became both an obligation and a vow. As the decades passed and survivors aged, the urgency of testimony increased. Projects like the Shoah Foundation, founded by filmmaker Steven Spielberg, recorded over 50,000 survivor interviews. These digital archives preserved voices that would otherwise be lost. Schools across the globe incorporated survivor stories into their curriculum. Museums expanded. New memorials were constructed. In Berlin, the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe opened in 2005, a vast field of gray concrete slabs, abstract and solemn, allowing visitors to walk among the weight of memory. Yet even as remembrance deepened, challenges to truth emerged. Holocaust denial gained footholds in corners of the world, fueled by anti-Semitism, conspiracy theories, and misinformation. Some denied the Holocaust outright. Others minimized its scale or questioned its uniqueness. In response, legal measures were adopted in some countries to combat denial. Education became not only a tool of remembrance, but a shield against distortion for the survivors. As their numbers dwindled with age, each passing year became more precious. Many lived long enough to see their grandchildren grow up, to witness a world that, though imperfect, was vastly different from the one that had once tried to destroy them. Others passed away still seeking justice, still searching for answers. Their voices, preserved in books, film, and memory, remain as beacons for future generations. They remind us not only of what was done to them, but of what must never be done again. Liberation did not heal all wounds. Reckoning did not bring full justice. But the journey toward understanding and acknowledgement transformed the post-war world. It instilled within humanity a deeper awareness of its capacity for both evil and resilience. The Holocaust had exposed the darkest depths of the human soul. But in its aftermath, survivors rebuilt homes, raised families, taught values, and nurtured hope. They did not merely survive. They endured, they spoke, and they changed the world by insisting that even in the face of unimaginable horror, memory would remain. And so, in quiet moments, as candles are lit and prayers are whispered, as names are etched into stone and stories retold in classrooms, the echo of liberation continues. Not in triumph, but in reverence. Not in vengeance, but in vigilance. And in the quiet reckoning that, though the gates of the camps were opened, the task of ensuring such darkness never returns is one we must carry forward, always. Chapter 11. Survivors and the Scattered Remnant. When the gates of the camps were finally opened and the last of the Nazi death machinery lay in ruin, the world looked upon the skeletal figures emerging from the shadows and called them survivors. Yet survival was not a moment. It was a lifelong process, quiet, aching, incomplete. To survive meant more than enduring physical liberation. It meant continuing on without parents, without children, without names and homes, languages and neighbors. It meant bearing witness, often in silence, to the collapse of the world as it once was. In the months after the liberation of Europe, these men, women, and children, tattooed with numbers, wrapped in donated blankets, haunted by memories, stepped into a world that did not fully understand them. They were often greeted with sympathy, yes, but also confusion, pity, and sometimes resentment. In war-weary towns and cities across Europe, survivors were sometimes seen not as living testaments to evil, but as painful reminders of something too terrible to comprehend. Many had nowhere to return to. Entire villages had been emptied of Jews. Homes had been taken by others. Friends had disappeared. Community maps had turned to voids. And so the survivors began to move, some by choice, others by necessity, searching not only for safety, but for a place in which to exist again. In displaced persons camps scattered across Germany, Austria, and Italy, the largest concentration of Jewish survivors gathered. These camps were initially grim, overcrowded, under-resourced, often located in former Nazi facilities. Conditions were poor, supplies were limited, and medical care was stretched thin. But amid the hardship, something began to take shape, a defiant spark of life. Within weeks and months, schools were founded. Newspapers were printed. Theater troupes and musical ensembles were formed. Weddings took place. Babies were born. These small acts were more than signs of resilience. They were quiet proclamations that the Nazi effort to destroy the Jewish people had failed. Survivors began to refer to themselves as the Shearet Hapelta, this surviving remnant, drawing from biblical language that acknowledged devastation while asserting continuity. The phrase gave voice to a shared experience of loss, but also a shared determination to endure. For many, the idea of returning to pre-war homes was unthinkable. In countries like Poland, Hungary, and Romania, anti-Semitism had not vanished with the Nazis. Jews who returned often found themselves met with suspicion or outright hostility. In some towns, violence erupted. One of the most notorious incidents was the Kielce pogrom in Poland in July 1946, where over 40 Jews were murdered by a mob fueled by ancient slanders and post-war anxiety. Incidents like this underscored the bitter truth that liberation had not brought universal acceptance or understanding. For many survivors, the countries that had once been home now felt like foreign landscapes marked by betrayal. Even when property could be reclaimed, and often it could not, the spiritual terrain had changed forever. Entire families were missing. Cemeteries were overgrown. Synagogues stood silent or had been repurposed. The rhythm of Jewish life, once woven into the fabric of these lands, had been severed, and so the survivors moved. Some stayed temporarily in Europe, clinging to familiar language and geography. Others waited impatiently for immigration opportunities to open. Palestine remained a central dream for many, though British immigration restrictions kept numbers low until the State of Israel was declared in 1948. Thousands boarded illegal ships, braving dangerous voyages and British detention camps in Cyprus, determined to reach a land where they could build anew. In the United States, quotas remained limited through the late 1940s, though lobbying from Jewish organizations and shifting public sentiment slowly opened more doors. Survivors also sought refuge in Canada, Australia, South Africa, and Latin America. Wherever they landed, they brought with them not only the memory of what was lost, but the weight of rebuilding it, language by language, family by family, ritual by ritual. In Israel, the arrival of Holocaust survivors shaped the young nation profoundly. They came with different dialects, experiences, and traumas, and were often met with a mixture of compassion and discomfort. In the early years, the Israeli state emphasized strength, youth, and the new Jew, the Sabra who worked the land and defended the borders. Survivors, many of them gaunt, sick, or elderly, seemed at odds with this narrative. For some time, silence surrounded their stories. Many Israelis did not want to hear about the camps, the hunger, the gas chambers. The trauma was too recent, the wounds too raw. Survivors themselves often kept quiet, not because they forgot, but because they feared not being understood. But slowly, through memoirs, testimonies, and the passage of time, their voices emerged. They became teachers, judges, artists, builders. They raised children who would grow up in a country their parents had only dreamed of from behind barbed wire. The Israeli identity was reshaped by their presence. The past could not be erased. It became part of the foundation. In America, survivors faced a different path. They arrived into a society that was economically thriving but emotionally distant from Europe's ruins. Many found jobs in factories, markets, or trades, building new lives with remarkable speed. They changed their names. They worked long hours. Some learned English quickly, others never did. But wherever they settled, they brought with them memories, customs, and often a sense of duty to speak. In the 1950s and 60s, survivor accounts began to appear in small presses and community publications. These early memoirs were not widely read at first. The American public, still recovering from its own wartime sacrifices, was not yet ready to confront the full horror. But by the 1970s and 80s, with the emergence of Holocaust education, memorialization efforts, and the publication of widely read testimonies like Elie Wiesel's Night, survivors found a broader platform. Their stories became not just records of atrocity, but moral guideposts. They bore witness, not for vengeance, but so that the world might learn. Within families, the transmission of memory was often quiet, complex, and deeply emotional. Some survivors never spoke of their experiences, protecting their children from the pain. Others spoke often, weaving memories into daily life. Children of survivors, sometimes called the second generation, grew up under the shadow of absence, missing grandparents, missing photographs, missing family trees. They often felt a profound sense of inherited trauma, a need to make sense of a past they had not lived through but could never escape. Many became writers, psychologists, educators, or activists. They asked hard questions. How do you carry a story too painful to tell? How do you inherit silence? In answering these, they created a new language of memory, one that honored the past while navigating the future. The survivors' presence also challenged societies to rethink the boundaries of normalcy. They had lived through ghettos, forests, camps, marches. They had seen the face of human cruelty, yet they were now neighbors, colleagues, fellow citizens. Their existence asked a quiet question: what do we owe those who suffer? How should a society welcome those who carry such pain? In some places, the answer came through compassion. In others, it came through avoidance. But gradually, through community efforts, cultural work, and educational outreach, survivors helped shift public consciousness. Their lives became testimonies not only of suffering, but of continuity. They taught that resilience is not the absence of pain, but the choice to keep living despite it as the years passed, survivors aged. By the dawn of the 21st century, the youngest among them were entering their 80s. Their testimonies took on new urgency. Projects were launched to record every voice, to digitize every document, to preserve every memory. Museums around the world established oral history archives. In classrooms, students listened to aging witnesses. In courtrooms, survivors confronted war criminals who had escaped justice for decades. In synagogues and civic centers, names were read aloud, restoring dignity to those whose names the Nazis had tried to erase. The survivors became living bridges between a vanished world and a future that could still be shaped. And even as their numbers dwindled, their legacy grew stronger. Survivors challenged the world not just to remember, but to act. They spoke out against hatred, racism, and genocide wherever they arose. They became symbols not only of Jewish survival, but of human endurance. In Rwanda, Bosnia, Cambodia, and elsewhere, survivors of other atrocities looked to Holocaust survivors for guidance and solidarity. A global community of witnesses began to form, people bound not by geography, but by shared understanding of what it means to endure the unendurable. The survivors were not saints. They were people, complex, wounded, loving, angry, hopeful. Some built families. Others lived in solitude. Some found faith. Others rejected it. But they all carried a story the world needed to hear. And through their words, their silence, their lives, they changed the way we understand cruelty, resilience, memory, and responsibility. In the quiet spaces left behind by war, survivors sought more than shelter. They sought a return to identity, to voice, and to meaning. As decades unfolded, the Holocaust survivor became not only a symbol of tragic endurance, but also a living archive of history, carrying within them the final echoes of a world that had been shattered. Across continents, the survivors of the Shoah lived out their days with varying degrees of peace, but all carried the common burden of memory, some eager to share it, others burdened by the weight of silence. Their remnant status remained a quiet thread in the fabric of global Jewish life and in the moral memory of the world. Wherever they settled, whether in Tel Aviv apartments, Brooklyn brownstones, Buenos Aires neighborhoods, or Parisian suburbs, they brought with them a unique presence, not defined only by what had been taken, but by the quiet resilience of what they had rebuilt in the post-war decades. The children and grandchildren of survivors began to explore the inheritance of trauma more deeply. The second generation, born into freedom but raised in homes marked by absence and grief, often carried questions that had no simple answers. Why did their parents keep quiet about the past? Or why did they speak so often of it? Why were there no grandparents at family celebrations, no photographs of distant cousins, no family heirlooms passed down? The survivors' children lived amid these silences and tried to fill the spaces with understanding. In Israel, North America, and across Europe, the second generation became educators, psychologists, writers, and researchers. They began to study the psychological impact of inherited trauma. Terms like transgenerational transmission of trauma entered scholarly discourse, As children of survivors began to articulate how deeply their parents' pain had shaped their own lives, through hypervigilance, protectiveness, nightmares, or a deep-seated need to give meaning to loss. These children became the bridge between the witnesses and the future. In the face of a world still wrestling with new waves of hatred, survivors often emerged as quiet moral authorities. They were invited to speak in parliaments, to address world leaders, to walk through the gates of Auschwitz alongside heads of state. When anti-Semitism rose again in various parts of the world, it was the survivors who reminded society that hatred, when ignored, can lead to unspeakable ends. And yet they also spoke of kindness. Many survivors recalled moments of light in the darkest places. A fellow prisoner sharing a crust of bread, a guard who looked away so someone might escape, a neighbor who gave shelter at great personal risk. These moments, however small, reaffirmed the capacity for human goodness even amid destruction. Survivors reminded the world that history is not only about evil, it is about choice. For the global Jewish community, survivors became living links to a pre-war world that had been annihilated. They taught songs in Yiddish and Ladino, told stories of vanished shtetls and grand synagogues, and reminded younger generations that Jewish identity had not begun in the ashes of Auschwitz. It had been rich, joyful, complex, and centuries old. In museums and classrooms, in living rooms and community centers, they preserved what the Nazis had tried to erase. And for every survivor who shared a story, there were countless others who never had the chance. Survivors often saw it as their sacred duty to speak on behalf of the silenced, to bring names into the light, to remember not only how people died, but how they lived. The recognition of survivor voices expanded in the arts and culture. Novels, films, operas, plays, and exhibitions centered survivor testimony as the beating heart of Holocaust remembrance. Works like Claude Lanzmann's Shoah, a 9-hour documentary consisting entirely of survivor and witness interviews, redefined how the Holocaust could be remembered, not through reenactment, but through the raw, direct presence of those who had seen it. Later, new technologies emerged to preserve this presence in even more dynamic forms. Interactive holograms, AI-driven interviews, and immersive virtual reality experiences were created so that future generations could continue to engage with survivors, even after their passing. In these digital echoes, the power of testimony lived on, not as a static archive, but as a continuing conversation between the past and the present. But as the 21st century deepened, the urgency of this work became more acute. The last living survivors were entering their final years. Each loss was not only a personal sorrow, it was the closing of another chapter in a book the world must never stop reading. Institutions across the globe intensified their efforts to preserve memories, to record the last witnesses, to digitize every photograph, every letter, every testimony. Teachers adapted curricula. Communities redoubled efforts for Yom HaShoah observances. The phrase, "never forget," moved from promise to obligation. For it was understood, once the survivors were gone, the responsibility to carry their stories would fall not to witnesses, but to listeners. In Israel, the image of the Holocaust survivor evolved. Once viewed with pity or distance, survivors came to be seen as national treasures. Ceremonies on Yom HaShoah placed survivors at the center, lighting torches in remembrance. Television specials, documentaries, and public exhibitions honored their lives. In recent years, the Israeli government increased financial support for aging survivors, recognizing the moral imperative to ensure their dignity in old age. Volunteer organizations brought food, companionship, and warmth to those living alone. Every visit, every gesture, became a tribute not only to the person, but to the millions whose voices they carried. Around the world, survivors were honored in their communities. Streets and libraries bore their names. Schools held projects to document their stories. Children wrote essays and created memorials. In Germany, Stolperstein, stumbling stones, were laid into sidewalks, each one bearing the name and fate of a Holocaust victim outside their last known residence. These stones reminded passers-by that history lived among them, in the places they walked daily, in the buildings that once held Jewish lives. As the survivor generation faded, the task of remembrance entered a new phase. Educators and institutions emphasized that remembrance must not rely solely on eyewitness testimony, but on the power of narrative, the strength of history, the empathy of listeners. The role of memory shifted from preservation to transmission. Children of survivors stepped forward, telling their parents' stories. Grandchildren created films, wrote novels, produced podcasts. In some families, the past had been shrouded in silence. Yet now, those silences were being tenderly explored, honored, and understood. Even beyond Jewish communities, the stories of survivors reached millions. They became part of school textbooks, commemorative days, United Nations resolutions. In Rwanda, in Cambodia, in Srebrenica, survivors of other genocides held in their hearts the words of Holocaust survivors. Pain recognized pain. The Shoah had become not only a Jewish story, but a human one. Its lessons, while rooted in specific history, echoed across cultures, warning of the dangers of dehumanization, indifference, and unchecked power. In the twilight years of the survivor generation, many reflected on their lives with a mix of sorrow and quiet gratitude. They had endured what few could imagine. They had rebuilt what many thought impossible. They had loved, taught, spoken, and remembered. And though they could never replace what was lost, they had ensured that it was not forgotten. And so, the scattered remnant became something more than remnants. They became torchbearers, guardians of conscience, builders of hope. They reminded the world, simply by living, that even in the shadow of death, life can grow. That even after the worst humanity has done, kindness and meaning can still be found. Their presence was a living testament to the human spirit's capacity for endurance. Their absence, when it came, left not only a silence, but a solemn responsibility. For we who remain, the task is now ours. To remember not only the horror, but the humanity. To honor not only the loss, but the life that followed. To ensure that the phrase, "never again," is not merely engraved on stone, but etched into the actions of every generation to come. Chapter 12. The Trials of Justice. When the guns fell silent and the Nazi banners were torn from the buildings they once adorned, the world stood before the ashes of atrocity and was forced to ask not only what had happened, but also who would answer for it. The Holocaust had left behind not just devastation, but a moral crater, a silence crying out for judgment, for responsibility, for a reckoning of a kind the world had never before attempted. In the wake of liberation, with the camps still echoing with the moans of the dying and the smoke of crematoria still lingering in the air, a new chapter began, not of violence, but of law. It was a chapter that sought not vengeance, but justice. And yet, the path to justice was neither swift nor simple. It was winding and complex, filled with legal questions that had never before been asked. What do you call a crime that defies all previous language? Who can be held accountable when murder becomes state policy? And how do you judge not only what was done, but the silence and complicity that allowed it to unfold? The idea of putting Nazi leaders on trial took shape even before the war was over. As Allied armies began to discover the true extent of Nazi crimes, They realized that retribution alone could not answer the scale of evil they had encountered. In August 1945, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and France agreed on the legal framework for what would become the International Military Tribunal, an unprecedented court that would try the major Nazi leaders in a public, international forum. Held in Nuremberg, the city symbolic of both Nazi propaganda rallies and German legal tradition, the trials would mark the beginning of a new era in international law. The Nuremberg trials opened in November 1945, with 24 high-ranking Nazi officials indicted. Among them were Hermann Göring, former head of the Luftwaffe, and Hitler's designated successor, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy who had mysteriously flown to Scotland during the war, Joachim von Ribbentrop, the former foreign minister, and Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the Armed Forces High Command. These were men who had stood close to the center of power, men whose signatures had appeared on decrees that sealed the fate of millions. Yet they sat in the courtroom not as generals and ministers, but as defendants, stripped of their medals, their offices, and soon, their illusions. The charges brought against them were groundbreaking. The tribunal recognized three main categories: crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The first charge dealt with the planning and initiation of aggressive war. The second encompassed violations of the laws of war, including the treatment of prisoners and civilians. The third, crimes against humanity, was the most novel and most profound. It referred to mass murder, extermination, enslavement, and persecution on political, racial, or religious grounds. This charge was meant to capture the unique horror of the Holocaust, though the term itself, genocide, had only recently been coined by legal scholar Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish refugee who had lost most of his family to the Nazis. For the first time in history, a court declared that states and individuals could be held accountable for the systematic annihilation of entire peoples. The prosecution presented an overwhelming array of evidence. Mountains of documents were uncovered from Nazi offices, orders, memos, transportation lists, and minutes of meetings. These papers bore the signatures of the accused. Films and photographs taken by the Nazis themselves were shown in court. Images of mass shootings, deportations, ghetto starvation, and concentration camp horrors. Witnesses testified, camp survivors, resistance fighters, and even perpetrators who had turned state's evidence. The court heard harrowing accounts of gas chambers, crematoria, medical experiments, and mass executions. The evidence was so vast and detailed that even some of the defendants, confronted with it, could no longer maintain their defenses of ignorance. Yet the Nuremberg trials were not about revenge. They were about the rule of law. Each defendant had a lawyer. Each was allowed to speak. Some claimed they were just following orders. Others denied responsibility altogether. Göring, ever the showman, attempted to dominate the courtroom with arrogant defiance, while others like Hans Frank, the Governor-General of occupied Poland, broke down and expressed remorse. The tribunal delivered its verdict in October 1946. 12 defendants were sentenced to death, including Göring, Ribbentrop, and Keitel. Göring, however, cheated the gallows by committing suicide in his cell hours before his scheduled execution. 7 others received prison sentences, and 3 were acquitted. The executions were carried out swiftly, and the bodies were cremated, ashes scattered so that no shrine to Nazi martyrdom could ever arise. But Nuremberg was just the beginning. In its wake, other trials followed at Dachau, Belsen, and later in the occupied zones of Germany. Lower-ranking officials, camp guards, SS doctors, and collaborators were prosecuted. These trials varied in scope and outcome. Some led to executions or long prison terms. Others ended with light sentences or releases. Thousands of perpetrators escaped trial altogether. Some fled to South America, aided by false papers and sympathetic governments. Others reintegrated quietly into post-war society. The sheer scale of the Holocaust meant that justice could never be complete. The number of those complicit, whether by action or silence, was far too vast for any courtroom to hold. Nevertheless, the trials established crucial precedents. They affirmed that the defense of just following orders did not absolve responsibility. They made clear that sovereign nations could not use state policy as a shield for mass murder. And they introduced the concept of crimes against humanity into the legal and moral lexicon of the modern world. These legal foundations would shape the formation of the International Criminal Court decades later and influence the prosecution of crimes in places like Rwanda, Yugoslavia, and Sudan. In Germany itself, the process of confronting the Nazi past unfolded slowly. For many Germans, the trials were viewed as victor's justice, an imposition by foreign powers. It was only in the 1960s, with the Frankfurt Auschwitz trials, that West Germany began prosecuting mid-level camp officials on its own initiative. These trials, led by German prosecutors and held in German courts, marked a turning point. Survivors testified in German courtrooms. The public heard, often for the first time, direct accounts of gassing selections, SS brutality, and the inner workings of the camps. These proceedings helped shift public understanding of the Holocaust from something distant and abstract to something horrifyingly real and close. Young Germans, especially, began asking hard questions of their parents and teachers. What did you know? Where were you? What did you do? At the same time, the international hunt for major fugitives continued. One of the most infamous cases was that of Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Final Solutions logistics. After the war, Eichmann had escaped to Argentina under a false name. For years, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Then, in 1960, Israeli Mossad agents located him in Buenos Aires and abducted him in a daring covert operation. He was brought to Israel to stand trial, the first and only international war crimes tribunal held by the Jewish state. The trial of Eichmann, broadcast around the world, was a landmark event. Survivors took the stand not merely as evidence, but as witnesses. For many, it was the first time their stories were told in full. The court found Eichmann guilty and sentenced him to death. In 1962, he was hanged, his ashes scattered in the sea. The trial transformed global Holocaust consciousness and brought the voices of victims into sharper public focus. Yet, even as justice moved forward, it remained incomplete. In the years that followed, debates raged over leniency, impunity, and the rehabilitation of former Nazis in post-war governments and industry. Some who had served in lower positions within the regime resumed public life. Others were quietly protected during the Cold War, seen as useful assets in the geopolitical struggles between East and West. The moral clarity of Nuremberg gave way, in some cases, to realpolitik and forgetting. Still, the quest for justice endured. Survivors, activists, and legal scholars continued to track and prosecute war criminals into the 21st century. In Germany, the legal threshold for prosecution was gradually lowered, from requiring direct evidence of personal murder to recognizing participation in the machinery of genocide as sufficient. This shift allowed trials of aging former guards, even in their 90s, to proceed. While some questioned the value of prosecuting such elderly individuals, others argued that justice delayed was still justice served, and that the memory of the victims demanded no less. The pursuit of justice after the Holocaust was never perfect. It could not resurrect the dead. It could not fully satisfy the demands of those who had suffered. but it did establish that atrocity, even on an unimaginable scale, could not go unanswered. It showed that law could rise above chaos, and that moral clarity could be affirmed through due process. In the shadow of genocide, the trials became a form of mourning, but also a form of resistance. They said to the world, "We will not forget. We will not excuse. We will not remain silent." That in the decades that followed the war, justice took many forms, some visible in courtrooms and headlines, others unfolding quietly in the lives of those who bore witness. While the early post-war years had focused on the trials of prominent Nazi leaders, the broader effort to address the crimes of the Holocaust soon took on a more diffuse and complex character. Across Europe and beyond, thousands of lesser-known trials unfolded, many of them far from the public eye. In small towns and major cities, local courts heard cases involving camp guards, collaborators, doctors, and bureaucrats, those who had not issued the orders, but who had carried them out. These men and women, often older by now, stood accused not of grand policy, but of ordinary complicity, of loading trains, typing lists, selecting prisoners, beating children, confiscating property, and serving meals in places of death. These were not the architects of genocide, but its bricks and mortar. And in the eyes of many survivors, their responsibility was no less grave. These trials often stirred controversy. In some cases, the accused were acquitted, sparking outrage. In others, they received light sentences or were declared too old or unfit to stand trial. Some countries, such as Austria and France, were slow to prosecute collaborators. In Vichy France, the narrative of national resistance long overshadowed the reality of widespread complicity. It was not until the 1980s and 1990s that trials of figures like Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, finally forced a national reckoning with the past. In Austria, the myth of being Hitler's first victim endured for decades, delaying full acknowledgement of its citizens' roles in Nazi crimes. But gradually, pressure from survivors, scholars, and younger generations broke through the silences. Countries began to revisit old cases. Archives were opened. Names were published. The past, long buried, came slowly into view at the same time. Another form of justice emerged, one that did not involve judges or verdicts, but memory and public acknowledgement. Across Europe, memorials began to appear in places once marked by absence. In Germany, they rose beside former camps, in city squares, at train stations, and on the sidewalks of everyday life. The Stolperstein, or Stumbling Stones, began as a small project by artist Gunter Demnig in the 1990s. These brass-plated cobblestones, inscribed with the names of Holocaust victims, were embedded in the pavement outside the homes from which they had been taken. Each stone read, "Here lived," followed by a name, date of birth, date of deportation, and fate. As the project expanded, thousands of stones were laid across Germany, Austria, Poland, and beyond. Pedestrians walking to work or school would glance down and meet the names of neighbors long vanished. Quiet reminders that history had walked these streets that in Eastern Europe, where so many of the massacres had taken place in forests, ravines, and fields. Memory took on a different form. In Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, efforts were made to mark the sites of mass shootings. Places like Babi Yar, Ponary, and Rumbula, where tens of thousands of Jews were murdered by bullets, not gas. For decades, Soviet authorities had suppressed specific Jewish remembrance, framing the killings as crimes against citizens rather than a targeted genocide. But in the post-Soviet era, local and international groups worked to restore historical accuracy, to place plaques, plant trees, and recover the names of victims. Memory was not only a tribute to the dead, it was a correction to decades of silence and distortion. Meanwhile, the pursuit of justice extended into the cultural and educational realms. Museums dedicated to the Holocaust rose in cities around the world: Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, Jerusalem, Cape Town, Buenos Aires. These spaces served not only to display artifacts and photographs, but to immerse visitors in the human stories behind the numbers. They taught not just the facts of the Holocaust, but its emotional truth: the grief of a mother separated from her child, the fear of a boy hiding in a cupboard, the defiance of those who resisted in impossible circumstances. In classrooms, teachers were trained not simply to recite dates and statistics, but to foster empathy and moral reflection. Survivors, where able, visited schools, shared their stories, and left lasting impressions on generations of students. Where trials sought justice through law, education pursued justice through understanding. As survivors aged, new questions emerged. What happens to memory when the witnesses are gone? Can a trial still matter decades after the crime? In Germany, the answer was yes. Beginning in the early 2010s, a renewed wave of prosecutions began. Thanks to legal precedents set in earlier trials, it was now possible to convict individuals for serving as accessories to murder in the camps, even without direct evidence of personal brutality. This opened the door to trials of elderly former guards at Auschwitz, Stutthof, and other camps. Men and women in their 90s were brought before judges. Some were infirm, arriving in wheelchairs or hospital beds. Some expressed remorse. Others remained silent. The trials drew global attention, not because of the sentences imposed, which were often symbolic, but because of the principle they upheld: that there was no statute of limitations on genocide, no expiration date on justice. These later trials, though criticized by some as belated or excessive, were often deeply meaningful to survivors. They showed that society had not forgotten, that even after 70 or 80 years, accountability still mattered. And they offered younger generations a living connection to a past that might otherwise seem distant or abstract. In the words of one survivor who testified in court, "I speak not for myself alone. I speak for all those who can no longer speak." Another realm of post-Holocaust justice lay in the recovery and restitution of stolen property. During the Nazi era, vast amounts of Jewish-owned art, land, businesses, and personal possessions had been confiscated. Some were sold, others hoarded, many lost. In the 1990s and 2000s, renewed efforts were launched to trace and return these assets. Governments established commissions. Museums undertook provenance research. Families fought legal battles to reclaim artworks that had hung on their grandparents' walls. The process was often slow and fraught, with incomplete records, legal hurdles, and resistance from institutions. But some successes were achieved. Paintings were returned. Bank accounts were repaid. Heirlooms were restored. These acts were not only material, they were symbolic restorations of identity and dignity. And yet, no trial, no restitution, no memorial could fully satisfy the magnitude of the loss. 6 million lives had been extinguished. Communities that had existed for centuries were gone. The Holocaust had not only murdered individuals, it had attempted to erase an entire culture. Justice, in such a context, could never be whole, but it could be pursued. And in that pursuit, meaning was found. Justice after the Holocaust also reshaped international norms. The principles laid down at Nuremberg informed the creation of the Genocide Convention in 1948, which defined genocide as a crime under international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted that same year, reflected the moral reckoning of a world that had seen what happens when human dignity is abandoned. Later, the establishment of international tribunals for Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia, and eventually the International Criminal Court, drew directly on the legal legacy of the post-war era. These institutions were imperfect and often limited in power, but they represented a collective aspiration that never again would the world stand by in the face of mass atrocity. That law could serve not only the powerful, but the powerless. As the 21st century progressed, challenges to Holocaust memory and justice continued to emerge. Holocaust denial, once limited to fringe voices, gained new platforms through the internet. Misinformation spread. Conspiracy theories flourished. Anti-Semitism rose in new forms, often cloaked in political or ideological rhetoric. In response, governments passed laws criminalizing denial. Social media companies faced pressure to remove hate speech, and educators redoubled their efforts to teach the truth. Survivors, while still able, stood before audiences and declared, "I was there. I saw. I remember." Justice, they knew, was not a fixed moment. It was a process renewed with each generation. It required vigilance, education, and empathy. It lived not only in courtrooms, but in conversations, in memorials, in the quiet choices people made each day to stand against hatred. The Holocaust had revealed the depths to which humanity could sink, but also the heights to which it could rise in response. The trials, flawed and incomplete, had lit a path forward. They had said, even in the face of unimaginable horror, there is law, there is truth, and there is the will to hold darkness to account. And so, in lecture halls and libraries, in town halls and tribunals, the trials of justice continued, not as relics of the past, but as living commitments to a better future. In remembering the crimes, in honoring the victims, and in upholding the values that the Nazis tried to destroy, the world affirmed something profound. That memory is a form of justice. That truth is a form of resistance. And that justice, though never perfect, is always worth pursuing. Chapter 13. Memory and Memorialization. In the stillness that follows great tragedy, memory becomes both a burden and a sanctuary. After the Holocaust, when the smoke of the crematoria had long cleared and the cries of the murdered faded into silence, the world was left not only with the scars of atrocity, but with the responsibility to remember. For survivors, remembrance began in the intimate, unspoken spaces of their lives, in the quiet, aching absence of family, in the dreams haunted by past horrors, in the trembling hands that reached for a familiar voice that no longer existed. But over time, this memory moved outward. It became public, collective, and enduring. It moved into the stones of memorials, the pages of books, the halls of museums, the lit candles on cold January days. It became not only a tribute to the dead, but a warning to the living. The story of the Holocaust was no longer confined to those who had lived it. It belonged, increasingly, to the world. In the years immediately following the war, memory was fragile, raw, and often private. Survivors, having barely emerged from the abyss, struggled to speak of what they had seen. Many lacked the words. Some feared disbelief or indifference. Others wished only to forget, to build new lives, to shield their children from the trauma that clung like a shadow. In Europe's rubble-strewn cities, survivors reunited with scattered relatives, buried their dead when possible, and searched for names on missing persons boards. But even as they sought healing, memory lingered. In whispered conversations, in fragments of song, in the stories shared over kitchen tables, the past lived on. Yet even in those early years, acts of public remembrance began to emerge. In Poland, the site of Auschwitz became a state museum as early as 1947. Survivors guided visitors through the barracks and gas chambers, speaking with quiet authority of what had happened. In France, plaques appeared on walls marking the places where Jews had been arrested. In the Soviet Union, where specific Jewish suffering was often subsumed into a broader narrative of Soviet citizens lost to fascism, unofficial acts of memory took place in cemeteries and synagogues, behind closed doors. Memory persisted even where it was discouraged in Israel. The process of memorialization took a different tone. There, the Holocaust was woven into the fabric of national identity. Survivors who had once been seen as victims, silent, emaciated, passive, came to be regarded as symbols of endurance and rebirth. They became founders of families, soldiers in wars, teachers of history. In 1953, Israel established Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center, to document the catastrophe, honor the dead, and preserve the names of victims. It became the epicenter of Holocaust scholarship and commemoration. With its hall of names, its eternal flame, and its solemn avenues of trees planted in honor of the righteous among the nations, Yad Vashem was not only a museum. It was a sanctuary of memory. As decades passed, other nations began to construct their own memorials. In the United States, the Holocaust gradually became part of the public conscience. Survivors spoke in synagogues and schools, published memoirs, and appeared in news articles. The construction of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., opened in 1993, marked a turning point. With its stark architecture and immersive exhibits, it became a powerful space of confrontation and learning. Millions of visitors walked its halls each year, many emerging visibly moved, carrying with them the weight of what they had seen. Similar institutions arose across Europe: Memorial de la Shoah in Paris, the Jewish Museum in Berlin, the Anne Frank House in Amsterdam, and the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum in Poland, each contributing to a growing constellation of remembrance. But memorialization was never only about stone and steel. It lived in stories passed from parent to child, in the scribbled margins of old letters, in the recordings of survivor testimony now stored in vast digital archives. It found voice in literature as writers like Primo Levi, Elie Wiesel, and Imre Kertész transformed personal memory into universal truth. Their words became touchstones for understanding, their calm yet searing reflections guiding readers into the depths of human cruelty and dignity. Levi wrote, "It happened, therefore it can happen again," and in those few words captured the essence of why remembrance mattered. The arts, too, became vehicles of memory. Painters, musicians, filmmakers, and poets struggled to express what seemed inexpressible. Some chose abstraction, others realism. Some focused on silence, others on testimony. Claude Lanzmann's monumental documentary Shoah, composed entirely of survivor and witness interviews, stood as a defiant act of remembrance that eschewed images of horror in favor of words. Long, unbroken, relentless. It was memory in its rawest form, spoken from lips that trembled but never faltered. Yet remembrance was never without controversy. Questions arose. How should the Holocaust be remembered? Who should speak for the dead? Could the enormity of genocide ever be captured by a museum, a novel, a sculpture? Should memory focus on Jewish suffering alone, or include other victims, Roma, disabled people, political prisoners, and gay men persecuted by the Nazis? Should sites like Auschwitz be left in ruins or preserved? These debates reflected not only intellectual differences, but profound emotional currents. For many, memory was sacred. For others, it was a tool for moral awakening. And for all, it was essential that in Germany, The journey of memory was especially fraught. For years, the country wrestled with how to face its past. Silence reigned in many homes. Teachers skipped chapters. Memorials were scarce. But slowly, change came. By the 1980s, with younger generations asking difficult questions and historians unearthing uncomfortable truths, a shift occurred. The Vergangenheitsbewältigung, a word meaning the struggle to come to terms with the past, became a national conversation. Monuments were erected. Plaques appeared in public spaces. Museums opened. And in 2005, Germany inaugurated the memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin, a vast field of concrete slabs that invited reflection through disorientation and stillness. It stood in the heart of the capital, not far from where Hitler's bunker once lay buried, as a public confession in stone. Elsewhere, memory took root in quiet gestures. In schools, students read survivor testimonies and wrote essays. In synagogues, names of victims were read aloud each year on Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day. In homes, families lit candles, held silence, or traced names etched in yellowing photographs. Survivors aged, and with them passed the last first-hand voices of that vanished world. Their testimonies, now preserved in video archives like those of the Shoah Foundation, allowed future generations to hear, to see, to feel. A survivor's voice might tremble, but it carried the unshakable truth of what had happened. Even as the survivor generation began to fade, efforts to preserve memory intensified. New technologies were developed to create holograms and interactive testimony. A child could sit in a room and ask a question, and a recorded survivor, brought to life through artificial intelligence, would respond. These were not replacements for living witnesses, but bridges to ensure the conversation never ended. Memory became dynamic, evolving, and personal. It adapted to the tools of the age without losing its soul, and memory did not stay confined to the Jewish world. In Rwanda, in Cambodia, in Bosnia, those who had endured later genocides looked to Holocaust remembrance as a model of resilience and warning. The Shoah became a moral reference point, a reminder of the depths to which humanity could fall and the resolve needed to prevent its repetition. The words, "never again," were spoken not just as slogans, but as pleas. Yet even memory faces danger. In recent years, denial and distortion have crept back into public discourse. Anti-Semitism has resurfaced in new guises. Conspiracy theories proliferate online. Some attempt to minimize the Holocaust, to relativize it, or to turn remembrance into political weaponry. These threats are not abstract. They are real, and survivors have long warned against them. For memory is fragile. It must be guarded, nurtured, and renewed. And it must be grounded not in nostalgia, but in truth. Memorialization, then, is more than ritual. It is an act of resistance. It defies the erasure that the Nazis sought. It speaks the names that were nearly lost. It insists that suffering be acknowledged and that human dignity be restored, even if only in memory. It is not an end, but a beginning, a foundation for empathy, for learning, and for justice. As the night deepens and voices grow softer, we remember not only the tragedy, but the quiet courage of those who survived. The lullabies once sung in ghettos, the prayers whispered behind barracks walls, the names etched into hidden diaries. These fragments of memory, carried forward through generations, become the gentle heartbeat of remembrance as the Holocaust passed from living memory into history. The world faced the pressing challenge of how to ensure that remembrance endured not only through institutions and ceremonies, but within the hearts and minds of future generations. Survivors who had once whispered their stories now became central figures in education, traveling tirelessly to schools, community centers, and places of worship. With each testimony they offered, each moment of quiet reflection, they entrusted their memories to younger voices. They did not ask for pity, only understanding. They asked not to be remembered as victims, but as human beings who had lived through the unthinkable and who had chosen to speak, not for themselves alone, but for the silenced millions whose names would otherwise vanish like smoke into the wind. That in classrooms across the world, memory found fertile ground. Students sat in hushed awe as survivors recounted how they had been torn from their homes, how their childhoods had been consumed by fear, how they had learned to survive in a world stripped of compassion. These young listeners, separated by time and geography, felt the tremble in the survivor's voice, the pause before a painful recollection, the quiet moments between words that said more than language ever could. It was in these sacred exchanges that memory was not only preserved, but reborn. Through education, remembrance transcended the boundaries of history books. It became a living, breathing presence, and yet, as the survivor generation grew older, a deep sense of urgency settled upon the keepers of memory. How would the world remember when the last witnesses were gone? The answer lay in continuity, in the creative and determined efforts of communities to preserve testimony and transform remembrance into a shared moral compass. Digital archives, oral history projects, and virtual museums emerged, capturing not only facts but the emotional landscape of survivors' lives. Institutions like the USC Shoah Foundation recorded tens of thousands of testimonies in dozens of languages, each voice contributing to a vast and interconnected memoryscape. From Warsaw to Buenos Aires, from Jerusalem to Johannesburg, a global network of remembrance began to take shape. In Germany, remembrance took on a particular weight, woven deeply into the fabric of national identity. Over time, the country moved from silence and denial to acknowledgement and education. German schoolchildren visited concentration camps as part of their curriculum. Government officials participated in Holocaust Remembrance Day events. Stolperstein continued to be laid on city sidewalks, each one a quiet act of reverence for a life extinguished. Public debates about how best to memorialize the Holocaust were not signs of weakness, but of a democracy grappling openly with its past. The past, once buried, became part of Germany's conscience. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, remembrance was shaped by complex political histories. In Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, and the Baltic states, efforts to commemorate the Holocaust often intersected with national narratives of victimhood, resistance, and occupation. While many countries built museums and memorials, others struggled to confront local collaboration or anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, independent scholars, educators, and activists worked to reclaim forgotten stories. They uncovered mass graves in forests, restored Jewish cemeteries, and created memory walks through cities where synagogues once stood. These acts of grassroots remembrance defied official indifference and ensured that the silence of history was not absolute. Beyond physical memorials, remembrance also took root in the arts. Filmmakers explored the lives of survivors and rescuers. Authors penned historical novels and memoirs. Poets distilled the essence of memory into stanzas that lingered long after the page was turned. Music, too, became a vessel for memory, whether in the aching melodies of songs once sung in ghettos and camps, or in modern compositions inspired by those distant echoes. The arts did what legal documents and textbooks could not. They captured the intangible, the spiritual residue of suffering and survival. In Jewish communities around the world, remembrance became ritualized. Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day, was marked each spring with solemn ceremonies, candlelight vigils, and recitations of names. Families paused to reflect. Synagogues echoed with the mournful tones of prayers for the dead. In some communities, survivors lit candles with grandchildren, the flames a symbol of both loss and continuity. At moments like these, memory was not abstract. It was deeply personal, but remembrance also belonged to those outside the Jewish community. In churches, mosques, and secular spaces, people gathered to learn, to mourn, and to reflect. The Holocaust, though rooted in anti-Semitism, held universal lessons about dehumanization, hatred, and the fragility of civilization. Memorialization became a means of reaffirming common humanity. Teachers emphasized not only what happened, but why it mattered, and how to recognize the warning signs of prejudice, propaganda, and authoritarianism. New challenges, however, continued to rise. With the spread of digital misinformation, Holocaust denial and distortion found new audiences. Conspiracies that once lived on the margins now circulated widely. Some claimed the numbers were exaggerated. Others suggested the Holocaust was fabricated for political gain. Survivors, watching these lies take root, spoke out forcefully. "I was there," they said. "I saw it. I lived it. Don't let them erase me." Their urgency was matched by educators and activists who fought to ensure that truth prevailed over denial. Remembrance also became political, especially as nations wrestled with their roles in the Holocaust. In some countries, laws were passed criminalizing accusations of complicity. In others, memory was co-opted to serve contemporary agendas. Yet the resilience of remembrance lay in its diversity. It was held not only in national institutions, but in the hands of individuals, students who wrote essays, descendants who researched family trees, tourists who laid flowers at former ghettos, artists who created memorials from fragments of broken glass and abandoned shoes. In Israel, Yad Vashem remained the world's foremost center for Holocaust remembrance. Its archives expanded, its exhibitions grew more immersive, and its research informed global understanding. Yet, even there, questions persisted. How could the story of the Holocaust be told to new generations who had never met a survivor? How could the emotional depth of loss be conveyed through screens and documents? The answer lay in innovation, but also in simplicity, in returning to names, faces, and voices that in recent years, many efforts have focused on restoring the identities of the victims. For every number tattooed on an arm, there had once been a name, a mother, a language spoken, a favorite song. Projects like the Names Recovery Project at Yad Vashem sought to rebuild the lost tapestry of Jewish life, one name at a time. Volunteers scoured documents, photographs, and oral histories. Communities organized reading marathons of names. The act of naming, once a bureaucratic erasure, became an act of defiant remembrance. Children and grandchildren of survivors took up the mantle of memory. They formed networks, wrote books, created podcasts, and established foundations. They inherited not only stories, but a sense of sacred duty, to bear witness for those who could no longer speak. In some families, memory was transmitted through tradition, in others, through pain. But in nearly all, there was a shared understanding that remembrance was not optional. It was essential that as time moved forward, and the world confronted new challenges, conflict, displacement, hatred, Holocaust remembrance continued to offer lessons. It reminded societies of the consequences of silence. It taught the importance of standing up, even when doing so was difficult. It underscored the need to protect the vulnerable, to reject dehumanization, and to honor truth above ideology. And in quiet corners of the world, far from museums or ceremonies, remembrance endured. A teacher lit a candle in a classroom. A young artist painted a portrait from a faded photograph. A child asked her grandmother about the name etched on a gold necklace. In these moments, memory became part of the present, not as a burden, but as a light. The Holocaust, in all its darkness, left behind one shining imperative: to remember, not only to honor the dead, but to guard the living, not only to grieve the past, but to shape the future. Memorialization, in its many forms, became the heartbeat of this promise. Whether carved in stone, written in books, whispered in prayer, or spoken in trembling testimony, it declared that humanity had seen its reflection in the abyss and chosen to remember. Chapter 14. Echoes across generations. The decades slipped quietly into history, and the survivors of the Holocaust grew fewer in number. The task of remembrance began to shift hands. No longer carried solely by those who had walked through the shadows of Auschwitz or hidden in attics beneath trembling floorboards. Memory now found refuge in the hearts of their children, their grandchildren, and a world that had inherited the echoes of unspeakable loss. These echoes, though softened by time, did not fade. They resonated in quiet conversations at family dinner tables, in stories passed down between generations, and in the quiet stirrings of conscience among those who never knew the horrors directly, but who felt the weight of their aftermath. This chapter of the Holocaust story was not defined by smoke or sirens, but by the long, steady process of how pain, resilience, and identity traveled across years, carried not by violence, but by love, duty, and remembrance. In homes across the world, the children of survivors, often called the second generation, grew up in the shadow of trauma. Some were raised in silence, surrounded by parents who chose not to speak of the past, who held their grief like a fragile glass, afraid that even a whisper might cause it to shatter. Others grew up immersed in the stories of ghettos and transports, of lost relatives and miracle survivals, with every photograph on the wall and every ritual at the dinner table tied to a history they had never lived, but which lived within them. These children became guardians of a memory they did not choose, but could not ignore. Some embraced this role with a sense of purpose. Others wrestled with the weight of inherited sorrow. But almost all, in some way, were shaped by what their parents had endured. The psychological legacy of the Holocaust flowed quietly into the second generation's lives, not through direct violence, but through the emotional landscape of survival. Some grew up with parents who startled at loud noises, who hoarded food, who avoided crowds or trusted no one. Others experienced an intense love, a gratitude for life that bordered on sacred, a cherishing of families so fierce it could feel overwhelming. In many families, humor became a shield, laughter a form of defiance. In others, silence reigned, a silence thick with memory, where the unsaid became as heavy as the spoken. The second generation often internalized this tension, learning to navigate the fine line between honoring the past and building lives of their own. Yet from this inheritance of pain came a remarkable flowering of creativity and activism. Many children of survivors became artists, writers, psychologists, and scholars, driven by a need to understand not only what had happened, but how it shaped the world around them. Through literature, memoir, and film, they began to explore the complexities of inherited trauma. They asked, what does it mean to carry memory that is not yours? How do you mourn relatives you never met? How do you love a parent who is forever haunted? These questions gave rise to new genres of storytelling, ones where the Holocaust lived not only in history, but in dreams, in family rituals, in the emotional DNA passed from parent to child. By the 1980s and 1990s, the second generation began forming communities of their own. Support groups and conferences brought them together, creating spaces where they could speak openly about their experiences without fear of misunderstanding. These gatherings were not only therapeutic, they were acts of collective remembrance. They transformed inherited trauma into shared strength, creating networks of empathy that crossed borders and languages. In these spaces, silence was broken gently, and with each broken silence came a measure of healing, not only for those gathered, but for the generations that would follow. As the children of survivors found their voices, so too did their children, the third generation. For them, the Holocaust existed not in the trembling voice of a parent, but in photographs, books, videos, and sometimes in fading tattoos on a grandparent's arm. This generation, more distant in time, approached the Holocaust with both reverence and inquiry. They asked different questions. What is our role? How do we preserve memory when we did not witness? Can remembrance evolve without losing its essence? Many of them grew up in societies where the Holocaust was taught in schools, where memorials dotted the cities, where annual ceremonies marked the passing of history. Yet they understood that these structures, while important, were not enough. Memory, they realized, must be personal, must be lived, not only recited to in response. Many young descendants became documentarians, educators, and storytellers. They interviewed their grandparents, recorded their testimonies, digitized family letters, created podcasts, and launched social media projects that reached millions. They spoke not only to preserve the past, but to connect it with the present. Some walked the paths their ancestors had walked, returning to Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, and Germany, visiting former homes, searching for names on monuments, standing in silence before the gates of Auschwitz. These pilgrimages were not just acts of remembrance. They were sacred inheritances, a way of grounding identity in place, history, and truth. The impact of these multigenerational efforts rippled outward, touching communities far beyond Jewish life. The lessons of inherited trauma began informing new fields of psychology and social work. Studies showed how unspoken grief could pass through generations, how the body remembered what the mind did not consciously know. This understanding helped shape responses to other historical traumas, from slavery to genocide to forced migration. In this way, the memory of the Holocaust became not only a story of Jewish survival, but a guide for collective healing across cultures. And yet, memory is never static. As the Holocaust moved further into history, and as the world faced new challenges, war, displacement, rising hate speech, questions of how to keep the Holocaust relevant grew more pressing. Some feared that as survivors passed, so too would the urgency of remembrance. Others worried that memorialization might become ritualistic, drained of meaning by repetition. But within the echoes of survivors' words and the passion of their descendants came a deeper truth, that remembrance, when grounded in humanity, never grows old. It evolves, it adapts, and it speaks to each generation anew. Today, descendants of survivors continue to build bridges between past and future. In Germany, young people work to restore Jewish cemeteries and lead Holocaust education programs. In the United States and Canada, grandchildren of survivors speak in schools, bringing family stories to life. In Israel, Poland, and across the globe, descendants share photographs, translate diaries, and carry forward the traditions once nearly lost. For many, remembrance has become not only a duty, but a calling, a way to honor the strength of those who endured and to offer light in a world that still battles darkness. These echoes, passed gently from generation to generation, are not simply sounds. They are the rhythm of memory, the heartbeat of history made tender by love and resilience. They remind us that what was nearly destroyed can be carried forward, not perfectly, not without pain, but with courage and care. The children and grandchildren of survivors are not haunted merely by loss. They are inspired by survival. They are the living answers to Hitler's attempt to erase a people. They are the future woven from the ashes of the past. And so, across continents and decades, the echoes continue, not loud or boastful, but steady and true. In lullabies sung in Yiddish, in Shabbat candles lit with reverence, in the names whispered during Yizkor prayers, in books written with trembling hands and bold hearts, the story of the Holocaust lives on, not as a relic, but as a living memory passed from one soul to another. The echoes of the Holocaust that ripple through generations do not fade into silence. They deepen, resonating across time, reaching into places both personal and public, private and political. In the lives of the descendants of survivors, memory is not merely something inherited. It is something alive, dynamic, constantly shaped and reshaped by the way the world responds to history, by the choices we make to remember or forget. Across continents, the children and grandchildren of survivors live with both the pain and privilege of memory. In their words and actions, in their art and activism, the Holocaust is not only an event they remember, it becomes a lens through which they see the world. It shapes their understanding of justice, of empathy, of resilience. And while many of them never heard the screams, never smelled the burning, never saw the trains or the camps, they carry those memories within them, through the stories told at bedtime, through the absences at family gatherings, through the quiet tears of a parent staring at an old photo. For some descendants, the legacy is heavy. They feel a constant responsibility to do justice to their family's pain. They may struggle with a sense of inherited grief, of identity intertwined with tragedy. They walk a delicate path between honoring the past and creating their own futures. Others find strength in that legacy, a profound sense of purpose and clarity. They become historians, educators, advocates, those who make it their life's work to ensure the world does not forget. And for many, it is a mixture of both, grief and purpose, burden and inspiration. They live lives their grandparents never had the chance to, and they do so with a fierce awareness that life is precious, that silence is dangerous, that memory is sacred. In many countries, these descendants are now shaping the institutions of remembrance. They direct Holocaust museums, curate exhibitions, design memorials, and influence education policy. They are ensuring that remembrance is not frozen in time, but evolves to meet the needs of new generations. They ask not only how to tell the story, but how to connect it to the struggles of today, to racism, to persecution, to displacement. They insist that the lessons of the Holocaust are not confined to Jewish history, but belong to the moral compass of all humanity. And in doing so, they keep memory alive, not as a static set of facts, but as a living call to conscience. Some descendants turn to art, using their creativity to grapple with inherited trauma and identity. Through paintings, films, installations, and literature, they explore the echoes of silence, the weight of absence, the complexity of memory. Their works often ask difficult questions about the transmission of pain, about cultural survival, about the distance between knowing and feeling. And in these explorations, they often find connection with each other, with the past, with the broader human story of resilience in the face of unspeakable loss. In recent years, digital platforms have transformed the way these stories are told and shared. Social media projects now allow descendants to post photos, testimonies, and family histories to global audiences. Podcasts delve into family trees, forgotten documents, and oral stories long kept hidden. Virtual reality recreates destroyed shtetls and once bustling Jewish quarters. Artificial intelligence has even been used to preserve interactive conversations with survivors, allowing new generations to ask questions and receive answers in the survivor's own voice and face. Technology, when used thoughtfully, becomes not a replacement for memory, but a bridge between generations, ensuring that the voices of those who lived through the Holocaust continue to speak long after they are gone. But the echoes of the Holocaust are not felt only in Jewish communities. They have shaped global approaches to genocide prevention, to human rights, to moral responsibility. Scholars, diplomats, and humanitarians have looked to the Holocaust as a blueprint for understanding how atrocity unfolds, how it begins not with gas chambers, but with words, with propaganda, with laws, with silence. The phrase, "never again," first spoken in grief and defiance, has become a touchstone in international discourse. And yet, the world has continued to witness genocide in Cambodia, in Rwanda, in Bosnia, in Darfur. The echoes of the Holocaust serve as reminders that memory is not enough. It must be accompanied by action. And so, descendants of survivors often find themselves engaged not only in remembrance, but in advocacy, speaking out against injustice, teaching about the consequences of apathy, working to ensure that history does not repeat, that in homes and families. The work of remembrance continues in quieter, more intimate ways. A granddaughter teaches her child a song once sung in a ghetto. A grandson wears his grandfather's Star of David pendant. A family returns to the village their ancestors once fled from, placing stones on a forgotten grave. These acts, small and sacred, ensure that memory is not lost in abstraction. They root the past in love, in presence, in continuity. They say, "This is where we come from. This is what we carry. And this is how we live forward." Even as time moves on, and the number of living survivors grows fewer with each passing year, the voices of those who endured continue to ripple outward. Through video recordings, through transcripts, through books filled with trembling handwriting and worn photographs. Every testimony given is a light against the darkness of forgetting. Every name spoken aloud is a defiance of erasure. And every child who learns their family's story becomes a vessel for that truth. In this way, memory is never truly in danger, not as long as there are those willing to listen, to remember, and to tell. The echoes of the Holocaust are not ghosts. They are guardians. They guide those who hear them toward compassion, vigilance, and understanding. They whisper that cruelty often begins with indifference, that silence can be complicity, and that even in the depths of despair, the human spirit can endure. They are the voices of mothers and fathers who once clutched their children close on cold train platforms. They are the songs of lovers separated by fences. They are the prayers of rabbis whispered behind broken windows. And they are the stories carried forward by those who survived, given as gifts to the generations that followed. As we stand in the present, holding memory in our hands, we are faced with choices. We can let the echoes fade into the distance, treating them as relics of a time long gone. Or we can hold them close, carry them with reverence, and let them shape our lives. The descendants of the Holocaust have chosen the latter. They have turned memory into movement. They have turned sorrow into strength. They have turned the echoes into voices that guide us still. And so, the story of the Holocaust does not end in the camps, or in the trials, or in the museums. It continues in every classroom where a student learns the meaning of prejudice. It continues in every family where a name once nearly lost is spoken with pride. It continues in every candle lit in silence, in every stone placed on a grave, in every act of courage inspired by the knowledge of what hatred can do. The echoes of the Holocaust remind us not only of what was lost, but of what was found, the power of memory, the strength of survival, the profound resilience of the human soul. They do not grow quieter with time. They grow deeper. And as long as we are willing to listen, they will continue to guide us, gently, insistently, toward a world more just, more compassionate, and more awake. Chapter 15. Never Forget the Ongoing Legacy. The Holocaust, though rooted in a specific time and place, stretches far beyond the boundaries of the 20th century. Its legacy continues to ripple outward, touching generations who never witnessed its horrors, reshaping moral landscapes, and leaving behind a solemn duty to remember. But remembrance alone is not the final chapter. The true legacy of the Holocaust lies not only in memory, but in how that memory transforms the present, how it cautions, teaches, warns, and calls us to act. It lives not only in museums and books, in photographs and recorded testimonies, but also in the quiet resolve of individuals across the world who, guided by history's most painful lessons, choose to stand against hatred, to speak for the voiceless, and to uphold the fragile dignity of every human life. This final chapter is not a conclusion. It is a continuation, a bridge between the past and the future, and an invitation to carry forward the weight and the wisdom of all that came before. As we step into the legacy of the Holocaust, we must first acknowledge the enduring emotional landscape it left behind. For those who survived, every breath was a triumph, every sunrise a quiet act of defiance. Yet survival brought with it a lifelong echo of trauma, visible sometimes in the trembling of a hand, in nightmares that revisited the past, in the way a survivor paused when passing by a crowded train. That trauma was passed on not just through words, but through gestures, silences, and even the architecture of daily life. And yet, alongside the pain, there was extraordinary resilience. Survivors built families, started new lives in unfamiliar countries, and often did so with a quiet strength that confounded the cruelty they had endured. They became teachers, tailors, business owners, and poets. They rebuilt what had been torn apart, not always perfectly, not without struggle, but with a courage that transcended language. Their resilience became part of the world's post-war recovery, a silent force pushing history forward. In many ways, the rebirth of Jewish life after the Holocaust is itself a testament to the human spirit. Communities that had been decimated, entire towns erased, synagogues leveled, traditions nearly extinguished, slowly began to re-emerge. In the United States, Canada, Australia, and Israel, survivors helped lay the foundations of thriving new communities. Hebrew and Yiddish were spoken again in homes. Candles were lit once more on Shabbat tables. Songs that had been nearly silenced were sung again by grandchildren who would never know the fear of the ghettos, but would inherit their melodies. This act of cultural revival was a form of resistance to forgetting, to annihilation, to despair, but the legacy of the Holocaust was never confined to Jewish identity alone. Across continents and faiths, it became a moral lodestar, a reference point against which humanity began to measure itself. In schools and universities, students studied the Holocaust not simply as a history lesson, but as an ethical inquiry, an invitation to reflect on how ordinary people became perpetrators, how societies unraveled, and how systems of government, law, and culture were twisted into instruments of destruction. These questions remain as relevant today as ever. For in understanding the Holocaust, we confront not only Nazi Germany, but the capacity for cruelty that exists wherever power is unchecked and compassion is abandoned. Laws and institutions around the world were shaped by these understandings. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, bore the unmistakable imprint of Holocaust consciousness. The Genocide Convention, ratified the same year, was driven in part by the urgent need to prevent another such catastrophe. The very language of genocide, coined by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish jurist, arose from the attempt to describe what had happened to the Jews of Europe. These global instruments, though imperfect, marked a turning point in humanity's reckoning with itself. They declared that never again would silence be acceptable, that the protection of human dignity was not merely a national concern, but a universal one. That over the decades that followed, Holocaust education became a vital part of global learning. Museums were built not only in Israel and Germany, but in cities around the world: New York, Buenos Aires, London, Johannesburg, Melbourne, and beyond. These were not simply places to display artifacts. They were sanctuaries of truth. Visitors walked through recreated ghettos, listened to survivor testimonies, and stared at the faces of the murdered etched into walls of stone and glass. Each exhibit asked not only what happened, but also what would you do? And in that quiet question lay the heart of the Holocaust's ongoing legacy. Commemoration ceremonies became annual rituals in dozens of countries. On January 27th, International Holocaust Remembrance Day, flags were lowered, candles lit, and names read aloud in solemn remembrance. These ceremonies did more than honor the past. They served as moral checkpoints for societies, moments to reflect on the state of justice, tolerance, and human rights in the present. In Germany, the president often addressed the nation with words of humility and responsibility. In Israel, sirens wailed as the entire country stood still in silence. In classrooms, children placed pebbles on symbolic graves. These were acts of memory, but also of vigilance. At the same time, the Holocaust became a framework for understanding other genocides and atrocities. Scholars and activists studying Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia, and Darfur drew parallels, cautious ones, but vital. They recognized patterns: dehumanization, propaganda, scapegoating, the gradual erosion of rights, the mobilization of violence, the world's too slow response. Survivors of these newer genocides often found inspiration in the resilience of Holocaust survivors. And in return, many Jewish communities who had once been saved by strangers opened their arms to those fleeing modern horrors, recognizing, in the faces of the displaced, something deeply familiar. But the legacy of the Holocaust is not without danger. As time passes, memory fades. Survivors grow older, and their testimonies, once offered in person, now live in recordings and books. And as the distance between the present and the events of 1941 to 1945 grows, so too does the threat of distortion, denial, and indifference. Holocaust denial, once the domain of fringe extremists, now spreads through digital platforms with alarming speed. It comes disguised as alternative history or questioning the narrative. It seeks not only to erase facts, but to rob the victims of their dignity once more. In the face of this, the legacy of the Holocaust demands not only remembrance, but resistance. Resistance in the form of education, robust, honest, and empathetic. Resistance in the form of truth, presented not as political argument, but as moral necessity. Resistance in the form of speech, of solidarity, of choosing to remember not only in grief, but in action. In every country where someone tells a survivor's story, in every classroom where a child learns what a yellow star meant, In every heart that chooses empathy over apathy, the legacy lives on. And yet, the Holocaust also teaches that remembrance alone is not enough. To say never again must mean more than reciting it at ceremonies. It must mean standing against hatred in all its forms: anti-Semitism, racism, xenophobia, homophobia, religious intolerance, and the many other faces of cruelty that persist today. It means refusing to allow others to be dehumanized, refusing to be silent when injustice festers, refusing to forget that history has eyes and watches what we do with its lessons. The ongoing legacy of the Holocaust is also one of cultural continuity. Yiddish and Hebrew, nearly silenced, are spoken and sung once again. Jewish literature, philosophy, music, and art continue to flourish. The very existence of Jewish life in Europe today, in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Paris, and Vienna, is an act of defiance against erasure. Holocaust descendants were the Talith, light candles, and recite prayers once whispered in barracks and forests. They fall in love, raise children, write books, and dream new dreams. Life goes on, not untouched, but undefeated. And in a broader sense, the Holocaust has left an indelible mark on the conscience of the world. It reminds us that progress is not inevitable, that civilization is fragile, and that the veneer of decency can be quickly shattered if we do not protect it. It reminds us that cruelty does not begin in camps, but in the failure to see each other's humanity. It reminds us that truth matters, that memory matters, that every name matters as we draw near the close of this long journey through the history of the Holocaust. We find ourselves not at an end, but at a threshold. Behind us, the voices of the past, sorrowful, courageous, enduring. Before us, the choices of the future, unwritten, fragile, and full of possibility. The legacy we carry is not a relic. It is a responsibility. And in the stillness, in the quiet hours when the world feels uncertain, we hear it again, the faint, eternal echo of 6 million souls. Not asking for vengeance, not even asking for tears. Only this: never forget. The legacy of the Holocaust moves forward not only through remembrance, but through the choices we make, day by day, quietly, persistently, to uphold human dignity in the face of apathy, to guard the stories of the past even when time tries to soften them, and to carry forward the whispered vow: never forget. In the slow turning of generations, memory becomes something more than history. It becomes a part of our shared conscience. And while no one alive today can change what happened in the ghettos of Warsaw or the forests of Eastern Europe, or on the cold floors of cattle cars rumbling through the night, we are all stewards of what remains: the truth, the warning, and the light that still flickers from even the darkest of times. As the last survivors pass from the world, their stories do not vanish. They remain etched in film, in books, in digital archives and museum halls, but most importantly, in the hearts of those who have chosen to listen. And that listening, quiet and humble though it may be, is one of the most sacred acts a person can perform. It is a bridge across time. It is the moment when one soul honors another by saying, "I see you. I believe you. You will not be forgotten." These moments may happen in classrooms, in living rooms, or in the solitude of a reader turning a page in the middle of the night. They may happen on long walks through memorial sites, or in conversations around kitchen tables. Wherever they occur, they are acts of remembrance that keep the past alive, not as shadow, but as purpose. The Holocaust's ongoing legacy also calls upon us to recognize how quickly the forces that lead to catastrophe can take root in ordinary soil. The Holocaust did not begin with camps. It began with words, with ridicule, caricatures, laws, and silence. It began with leaders who lied, with neighbors who turned away, with institutions that looked the other direction. When we say never again, we are not merely reciting a refrain from history. We are taking on the burden of vigilance. It means recognizing when speech dehumanizes, when fear is weaponized, when minorities are scapegoated, when truth is eroded for the sake of power. The legacy of the Holocaust demands that we look with clear eyes at the world around us and refuse to repeat the mistakes of the past. In many ways, the story of the Holocaust ends with hope, not because the suffering was redeemed, but because out of that devastation, a flame continued to flicker. Survivors taught their children not just how to mourn, but how to live. Educators passed down not only dates and statistics, but the deep human truths that linger beneath them. Artists, musicians, and writers gave shape to what words alone could not express. Faith communities rebuilt what had been shattered. And in those acts, the legacy became something more than grief. It became resilience, remembrance, and love. Across the globe, countless projects continue to honor the lives that were lost. Trees are planted for each name recovered. Books are published about communities that once bustled with life before the war. Photographs are restored and shared with new generations. Old cemeteries are cleaned and cared for by volunteers who feel no blood connection, but who understand that honoring the dead is a sacred duty that transcends ancestry. Teachers develop new curricula. Filmmakers find forgotten stories. Descendants travel to ancestral villages and walk the streets their families once knew. These actions are not dramatic. They do not seek reward. They are the quiet labor of memory, stitched together across decades and continents. Technology, too, has become a powerful ally in remembrance. Digital testimonies allow children born a century after the Shoah to ask survivors questions and hear their answers. Virtual reality recreates streets that no longer exist. Machine learning helps identify people in old photographs. AI-generated reconstructions give voice to lost communities. While some worry that technology risks distancing us from the emotional core of history, others see it as a way to keep memory accessible, personal, and alive. Used with care and respect, it can ensure that the story of the Holocaust remains vivid even in an age when attention is fleeting and distractions are many. But beyond institutions, technologies, and projects, the most enduring legacy of the Holocaust is found in the human heart, in empathy, in courage, in the small, daily choices we make to be kind instead of cruel, to include instead of exclude, to speak when it is easier to stay silent. These are the choices that guard against the erosion of conscience. They are not always grand. They are not always recognized. But they matter. They are what stands between civilization and chaos. And they are what gives meaning to the promise of never again. In this way, the story of the Holocaust is not only a Jewish story. It is a human story. It is the story of what happens when humanity fails itself, and what can happen when we choose, even after such failure, to rebuild, to remember, and to love. It is the story of a rabbi who teaches the Torah from memory in a secret cellar. It is the story of a mother who trades her last scrap of bread so her child can live one more day. It is the story of a stranger who opens their door, risking everything to hide a family they barely know. It is the story of a man who stands up in court and names his tormentor, not for revenge, but so the world will know what happened. It is the story of songs sung in the night, of names whispered into darkness, of hands reaching through barbed wire. And it is the story of what remains, of those who survived and those who remember. So let us remember. Let us teach. Let us question. Let us cry. And then let us build. Let us find ways to make the past a guide, not a prison. Let us carry forward the names, the faces, the music, the prayers. Let us protect history from distortion, protect people from hatred, protect truth from the corrosive touch of indifference. Let us light candles not only for those who died, but for the future that still waits to be shaped. And when the night is quiet and the world has grown still, let us listen. For in that stillness, we will hear them, not only the cries of sorrow, but the echoes of hope. They are still speaking, and we must keep listening, never forget.